1, 2. Check 1, 2. Good morning.
All right, welcome back.
What up?
How's everybody doing? Yeah? Make some noise if you had fun at Fair Day yesterday. Woo! Good.
It's kind of nice to get a break between 2 days of conference and have Fair Day. So hopefully you're rested. Hopefully you didn't get tired of sitting in seats all day because we got another action-packed day of talks. And we're starting with one of the Microsoft team, and it should be a great talk about TypeScript in English. So we're going to kick it off to Joe to introduce the next speaker.
Thanks to that one guy that started clapping. Go ahead, Joe.
Daniel is known as the most uninteresting guy in the world. After inventing the internet and having his invention stolen by Al Gore, he went on to have a successful career as a pearl diver at a local community pool before he finally went into programming. Perhaps his most amazing accomplishment is that he has completed over 18 marathons this year, all on Netflix. Please welcome to the stage, Daniel Rosenwasser.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Daniel Rosenwasser. I'm a program manager on the TypeScript team. And today I'm here to talk about TypeScript and Angular and how the two are better together. Now, I want us to face this reality, this fact. Big JavaScript apps are hard. And it's not even just big JavaScript apps, it's small and medium-sized apps that slowly grow over time and accumulate more and more. And after a while, they become what we like to consider a read-only code base, right? You need to fix something, you need to maintain, and so you start prodding and poking, and you're not really sure where to start, and then you don't even feel comfortable changing things because, who knows what you might break. So it becomes read-only. And this is something that we ran into a lot at Microsoft, actually. It's a big company. We're building a lot of JavaScript code. And so even Visual Studio Code, the editor that we've released in the last year, used to be fully a JavaScript app, fully built in that. And after a certain point, the complexity got to be a little bit too much. It became hard to maintain. And we knew that this was not a unique problem to people, right? For the most part, other companies were starting to see this as well. Server-side JavaScript was becoming a thing at the time because, Node had popped up. And then if you just looked at the sheer complexity of apps that were growing on the internet, it was getting hairier and hairier, hard to maintain. And so we said, JavaScript on its own is not enough to make these hairy apps. It's just getting to be difficult. And we love JavaScript. It's very expressive. It allows us to create these apps that are, just get something up and running really quickly, and it's really powerful. But the thing is that we knew that we'd had experience in other languages making more complex apps, and we found ourselves missing things like modules to help us structure applications, classes and types to help establish contracts and behaviors between different parts of our programs. And we knew some of this stuff was coming with future versions of JavaScript like ES 2015, ES6, but it's not like you have an ES6 engine just running everywhere, right? People are targeting IE8, which runs ECMAScript 3. And this is just something, a part of JavaScript development. You're not always targeting the newest platform. At the same time, we just knew we needed types to help us with tooling because JavaScript tooling was not necessarily at the best place. So we said, let's take this language that we actually we like building apps in, add the things that we're missing, so future JavaScript features, as well as types and tooling to help us make JavaScript apps faster. And that's how we ended up with TypeScript. And TypeScript is an open source, cross-platform superset of JavaScript. So if you have any JavaScript that is valid today, you plug it into the TypeScript compiler, and it'll transpile it and give you clean, readable output. And we also have source maps to help you debug if you'd like, but many teams have told us, hey, we don't even need the source maps. We just debug the JavaScript straight. Now, in late 2014, the Angular team announced something called @script. And they had come to some of the same conclusions that we had, namely that JavaScript apps were hard to write, and that we needed a little bit more. We needed tooling, we needed a couple of extra things. And they looked at TypeScript as well, and they said, well, TypeScript is not enough necessarily. So a lot of members of the community in both communities said, well, why aren't you guys just working together? And we asked ourselves, well, why aren't we all just working together? So we reached out and we said, well, what is it going to take for TypeScript to become the tool of choice for the next generation of Angular? And among many things, we knew that we needed to buff up our ES6 support. Angular 2 really looks forward to the future, and so we needed to embrace that as well. And so we actually gave it a lot of attention, just put our foot to the pedal, and pushed our support for that, sped up the work on it. Then we implemented decorators to give you the nice dependency injection features that you get in Angular 2 today. And finally, we added support for System.js, and so now you can use System.js with TypeScript, and you get a lot of nice features from that. Now, apart from that, we also knew that tooling was something that we were always touting, but we were really focusing on Windows and Visual Studio. But Angular developers don't necessarily only work on Windows and Visual Studio. They work on Mac, they work on Linux, you work on Sublime, you work on different editors like Vim and Emacs, and it's a very diverse bunch. And so we really decided, okay, let's try to focus on, just for now, Sublime and every platform. And so we created an officially supported Sublime text plugin for TypeScript. And with that, we took the core of that and we created something called TS Server. And so now, as long as your editor has a plugin model, it can support TypeScript. And so the end result is that we're on your favorite editor, basically. We're on Sublime Text, Visual Studio, VS Code, Eclipse, Emacs, Vim, Atom, WebStorm. Basically, if you have a favorite platform and a favorite editor, we're probably there. So I think we would have gotten to this point eventually, but I don't think we would have gotten there as soon had it not been for our work with the Angular team and community. By understanding just the needs and everything that you guys were looking for, we were able to make ourselves a better language. So we want to thank you all. We want to thank the Angular team for embracing us as part of the Angular community. So thank you very much. Now, I don't want to get this too mushy because sometimes that happens, so I'm going to launch into demo mode. And so, if we can get this going, I'm going to open up a really basic code sample in JavaScript. And so, is this, should I unplug, replug? Windows P. Windows key P, if you weren't aware. That's the magic thing. Okay, so here's a short code, a little bit of code in JavaScript. And I want you to take a quick look at it. And there's a couple of bugs. I'm just going to be frank with you. And if you found them, great. If you haven't found them, I just want to point out you would probably not find them in code review. These things slip by. So I'm just going to rename this to a .ts file. So let's rename it. Let's rename that. That's where that is. Shipping.ts. Great. Okay. And off the bat, you see these little red squigglies. And if you're familiar with Microsoft Word, red squigglies mean, oh, you might be doing something wrong. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can't print out your document, right? If I write my last name in Microsoft Word, it freaks out. But I can still print it, and it's OK. So if we look at these red squigglies, we see read-only does not exist in type property descriptor. OK. Let's take a look at what that actually means. So we look at define property and what's in a property descriptor. OK, I don't see read-only, but I see writable. So let's actually just switch that out. And we meant to write writable, and it corrects me, false, and that's great. Okay, next one is you can't give an HTML element to something that's a string. Now, this is a very common problem. getElement.byId gives you an HTML element, and parseInt takes a string. Okay, so what I probably meant to do is get the content of that. So I'll get the text content. And this happens a lot when you're just kind of playing around with the DOM. And this one is actually just kind of, once you've seen the error, you're like, oh, you just hit yourself in the head. I forgot the extra bar, right? That's an arithmetic operator, not the or, the double bar. So, now that we're in TypeScript, I can just add a quick type annotation. I can say that this is a string or a string array. And I immediately get this error. Oh, you can't for each on something that's a string or a string array? Well, why not? I just checked if I had a length, and then, oh, right. Length is on string and arrays. So what I better do is I better write array.isArray on email address. And now it works because TypeScript actually figures out, oh, that's a string array. That's just an array. And in the other branch, it can figure out that's just a string. No big deal. One last error. Trim's not a number. Well, if I look at val's a number. What's index then? Oh, index is a string. So I must have just swapped these parameters around. So no big deal, right? TypeScript just helped us with a bunch of these errors, things that you probably would have just slipped you by in code review and saved you a ton of time. So that's great. I love TypeScript for this reason. It just helps me catch simple things and more complex things really quickly as I just type it along. Now, you might say, oh, but that's just a demo app, right? And so, I want to show you just how easy it is to move towards TypeScript if you have an existing code base. So I'm going to open up a quick to-do MVC project written in Angular 1 and JavaScript. And I just want to show you what this is. Just if you're not aware, to-do MVC is just a simple to-do app. And so, a little hard to read on the screen, but by the way, can everyone read this? Is everyone good? A little bigger? I'm sorry about that. I apologize. Better? Okay, great. So if we look through this JS example, I'm seeing that this is a pretty standard Angular 1 app. The only thing that I find interesting is that the person who wrote this captured the value of this with TC just to avoid this orphaning. So that was an interesting little pattern. So I just want to show you how easy it is to move over to a TypeScript code base. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over the JS folder. I'm going to rename it to source, because I need a different place for my input files. And actually I feel, well, let's just remember what this JS file looks like for a moment, right? Now I'm just going to delete the JS folder, because I feel pretty confident about what I'm going to do. And that's a famous last words in a presentation that you might give. So, uh-oh. Of course. Continue. User account control. Okay, yes. Get rid of that. Awesome. Okay. Now it's getting all the click events that I had earlier. Okay. And don't worry. These things happen. We are resilient in the face of computers. So I'm going to create a new file called tsconfig.json. All this is an options file for TypeScript, for when you're editing, when you're writing code, when you're using it with a compiler with it. And I'm going to add two options. So I'm going to add compiler options. Okay, usually I get completion, so I'm just going to reload the editor. No big deal. The background, I'm actually just going to open up the next one. Okay. Okay, compiler options. Okay, I'm just going to keep writing. So, first compiler option I want to use is the outer option. And with outer, that's just saying I want my input files to be mapped out to this specific folder. So I'm going to just output to the old JS folder. Next thing I want to do is allow JS, which is going to just allow me to use JavaScript as input files, which is great if you have an existing JavaScript project. So I'm just going to set that to true. Now, lastly, I'm just going to add some excludes. So excludes, and we're just going to set that to an array of node modules, because you usually don't want to get outputs of your node modules. And finally, the inputs. We don't want our outputs. We don't want our outputs to be used as inputs, right? And so I'm just going to start, so cd into to-do MVC, start TSC in watch mode, right? As that just spins up, we're going to go back into here, and we're going to look at we're going to look at the controller again. So first thing I'm going to do is take a look at, what's going on here exactly? TSC in watch mode. Good tooling. Thanks, TypeScript. Okay, I meant exclude, not excludes. Okay. So we'll put that in watch mode. And if we look here, compilation's complete. We look at the JS folder, we look at our controllers again, and my input looks basically the same as my output. If we just take a quick look here, it's basically more or less readable with just the spacing a little bit changed up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch this to TS again. Off the bat, you're going to see red squigglies on Angular. And basically what that's saying, that's TypeScript is just saying, hey, I don't know if you misspelled something, so can you make sure that that actually is what you meant to type? And so we'll just say, hey, chill TypeScript, I actually did mean to write Angular. So we'll just say Angular exists, and usually we'd get the full-fledged type definitions for this, but here I'm just going to say it's of type any. Type any, I can do anything I want with it. And if we look at TC, it has the type any, which isn't very satisfying. I actually want that to be a little bit more strongly typed, because it'll allow me to do some nice analysis throughout my applications. I'll write a my to-do control interface. And so I'll say that TC is of type my to-do control. And you see more red squigglies, and that's, again, just TypeScript saying, I don't know if these exist, so can you please make sure that's what you meant to write? So I'll just write to-dos, and I'll write escape key, and if I don't specify a type, to-dos is just of type any, but I can also say that these have specific types. And I've actually gone through and done this for all of us here today. I've created a file, to-do control DTS, and that has the interface and description of my controller. And so let's go back to the TypeScript file, and let's use that as the type here, if it'll double click. And now that I've done that, one of the cool things is that as I go along, I start to see types flow throughout my program. And so if I hover over to-do, I see it's of type to-do. And if I hover over index, I see it's a number. And so I can write to-do dot completed or to-do dot title, and it gives me nice suggestions. Now, the reason that you would do this is, one, you'd get really nice tooling and nice error catching, and that's terrific. But if you're also just thinking about moving over to an Angular 2 app from an Angular 1 app, the first step towards doing this stuff is to actually move your code over to TypeScript. And that's because you'll actually start flushing out the types and describing the contracts between different parts of your program. So I strongly suggest looking into this. It's actually a very easy thing to do. Next thing, I want to just open up an ng-Reddit app. Code ng-Reddit. And basically, internet's not working so great for me right now, but I'll show you basically what this app does. It just grabs results from reddit.com and just displays the links, just kind of like any subreddit would. And so it's really simple. As soon as we get our JSON object, we actually just use what's called a type assertion to just say, hey, I know what the shape of this thing is. Now, if you look at what you get back from Reddit, you get this really big blob of data, and you get things that you might not necessarily care about, like if it's edited, or the link flare CSS class, or like things like that. You really just don't care that much. But when I defined the shape of this, I only needed to define as much as I cared about. And I just wrote out the type. And then, as I went along, I could get some nice tooling. Like, as I type along, I can confidently say this has a data, which has a children, which I can map on. And then everything I map on, I get a data field as well. And if you look at the JavaScript experience, it's very fuzzy, and you don't necessarily know if you have the things that you have. So going back to presentation view and hugs. And so things that are coming up for TypeScript 2.0 are, I'm really excited about, to be honest. Obviously I'm honest about that. Async await is going to be phenomenal. If you write a lot of test code or any sort of asynchronous code, this saves you from having to invert the logic of your programs by putting them in callbacks and promises. And so you don't have to worry about that sort of stuff. We're also getting read-only properties, getting the ability to type this in functions, which allows you to migrate your JavaScript code or just write TypeScript code the way you want a lot more easily. We've got path mapping, which is going to make JSPM use a lot easier. Some other really nice static analysis stuff. One of the best things that's coming is an improved typings acquisition story. So you can, we're moving away from a model of using an external tool like TSD or typings. We want to just use the existing infrastructure that you get today. So for instance, you're already using NPM or something like it to manage all of your dependencies for your code. So why not just move towards that model for your DTS files? And that's what we have been thinking. And so in the coming months, you're going to be able to see, or in our nightlies, you'll be able to just play around with this soon and just see how this works out. So I'm really excited about that. Another thing is nullable and non-nullable types. Now, null has been called the billion-dollar mistake by its creator. And in JavaScript, we have null and undefined. And so, simple math, that's a $2 billion mistake. So let's gain our losses back, right? By default, null and undefined are in each of your domains. You have number, in number you have null and undefined, in string you have null and undefined, and that makes things harder because you have more edge cases to think of. So let's nix that, right? We're adding a mode where you can just think of a null and undefined as having their own types. And with that, the same way that you might describe something that's a number or a string as number or string with a union type, you would say, I have number or undefined. So I think that's really great. I would love if you all gave it a shot. It's in we have nightlies. And if you'd like, keep in touch. We're on GitHub. Just leave us an issue or a suggestion or anything like that. Ping us on Twitter, tweet us on Twitter, sorry. Gitter us on Gitter. I'm listening to a ton of stuff on our Gitter chat room, and you can find example code for all of this on this repo up here. And thank you all so much for your time today. I really appreciate you all having me at ng-conf today. Thank you to the hosts. It's been phenomenal. So thank you.
This is a drone giveaway. Dave took the name off of it, though. Name, Dave? David?
Just read all three of them.
Mark Kimball? Are you here? There's a lot of people not here. Wow. Mark, make some noise, buddy. Okay. Jason Allen. I think Jason's here. Brandy Carney. Brandy? Did she make a noise? Brandy, make some noise. All right. I don't think any of them are here.
Seriously?
Yeah. Okay. So this year we had the idea. We made an exclusive ng-conf T-shirt that only like a couple people are gonna get, and it's pretty killer. Who wants one? All right. So the ng-conf staff is going to throw some out in the aisles right now. So ng-conf staff, wherever they are. All right. We'll make it up to the front. So these are exclusive T-shirts. You're only going to get them here at ng-conf. Jason came and got it? Here's. Bro.
Hey, one quick thing tonight. We like to end the conference with a panel from the Angular team. So if you have any questions that you want to ask them, use the hashtag ng-panel. One word, no dash. Speaking of dash, do you guys all hear about who won the combat bots last night? So if you're wondering which framework to use in your next project, you're looking at Ember, React, Angular 1, Angular 2. Well, it turns out the answer is Lodash.
Lodash. Lodash.
Yeah. That's all you need, apparently. Anyway, tweet your questions, ng-panel. We'll be looking at those, collecting them for the panel tonight for the Angular team. And our next speaker, I don't know if you recognize him without the hat. Usually he has a hat covering his face. But Joe's going to introduce him, so.
Sam paid his way through college as a Mexican wrestler. He once broke both a man's arms, only to discover that it was the referee and not his opponent. He still won the match. Sam is a JavaScript engineer on the Android team. Yes, I said that right. In his free time, he enjoys responding to GitHub issues purely in emoji. And he also owns a small granola farm in Boulder, Colorado. Please welcome to the stage, Sam Saccone.
Let me tell you a secret, but you have to promise me that you're going to keep it. And if I catch you, I think you might get into some trouble, but then I think we'll be okay. So I appreciate you waiting, because I know waiting can be really hard. So here's my secret. Promises are older than me. Promises are older than the CD. Promises are older than this concept of a PC. So now you know my secret, and everything's okay. So we can resolve that, and we're good to go. My name is Sam Saccone. This talk is entitled I Promise, a brief history of the promise. I promise. Before we start, we need to establish this idea of synchronous and asynchronous. Synchronous is something that's happening and blocks everything else. And asynchronous, multiple things can be going on. I'm talking right now, you're listening, it's pretty asynchronous. But we could talk about this in code, and that works, but it's kind of confusing. So I want you to imagine yourself driving a car. You're going 65 miles per hour down the expressway, talking to your friend, listening to the radio, putting on your sunglasses, it's great. Cruising along. Now you feel this thing in your nose, you're like, I gotta sneeze. I really don't want to sneeze right now because I'm driving, going really fast. So I'm gonna fight it off. Fight. But you can't. So you sneeze. So there you are, you're driving 65 miles per hour, your eyes are shut, your car's still moving, you're not looking at the road. So in that moment, you're in this sneezing state, which I would call a synchronous real-world state, because it doesn't matter what you're doing, you're sneezing. Okay, so we get it. Now I wrote some code to illustrate this point. I was like, you know, JavaScript is cool, but C is really cool, right? So, yeah, complex code. So in this program, we print hello, we sleep for a while, and then we say goodbye. And while we're sleeping, we're paused. Nothing is happening. So this is like one-on-one synchronous action in code. We print, we sleep, nothing else can be executing, and we say hello, or we say goodbye. So in 2016, in JavaScript, we have a lot of options for asynchronous operations. And as you may know, if we were to open up our console today and we typed a promise, and we did promise.resolve, promise.reject, we would get access to this cool promise object. And you're like, yeah, of course, I know, duh. Like, yeah, you're right. So the thing is, promises are awesome, but I want to know where they came from. And I want to know why I can use them pretty much everywhere today. How did these 7 letters that I could type yield such like a useful API that just is supported everywhere? Like, did someone in JavaScript be like, promise sounds good, let me just make that. So why can I do this today? So I went to Google and I said, promises, JavaScript. And then this presentation came up, 2009, Ryan Dahl. It's like, hey everyone, here's Node.js. And as you may be aware, Node.js kind of like revolutionized the way that we write JavaScript. We could write it on the server, we could have processes running, we could run it on our front end. It was amazing. And in his initial presentation, he had promises. So I thought, okay, Ryan, I guess you did it. So I went to Node.js repo and I cloned it down and searched through the logs. I found the initial commit in 2009. Add promise class. It's like, cool, okay, what does this look like? But then I looked at the code. I said, hey, Ryan, that's not a promise. That's an event emitter. And you know what? It wasn't a promise. So I said, okay, so clearly this word came from somewhere else. And he just kind of half implemented it early on, and this actually got ripped out of Node core and eventually made it back. But it's curious. Okay, so where did this promise thing come from? Where did this word originate? So like anyone does, I started on a 5-month journey to find out the answer, of course. So it's really okay if you don't get this. But I found out that promises started in like 1961. And they had all this murky path through multiple languages and eventually landed in JavaScript. And then in JavaScript, they were like continually tweaked until they actually matched an implementation in the 90s. So, oh, this is crazy. So I started on the path of understanding where promises came from. So in 1961, NASA was busy launching chimps into space. This guy's name is Ham. He went to space, the Mercury space program. The Russians had just launched Sputnik. Everyone was worried. America has to catch up. So we were launching chimps into space. And more importantly, there was a paper published on ALGOL. And as everyone knows in this room, ALGOL just is short for algorithmic language. Computer science 101, really. And this language had a very interesting aspect. During compile time, it would take these memory addresses and put them somewhere where a value eventually got piped into. So it said, this thunk concept is a piece of coding which provides an address that when executed, it leaves in some standard location. So what does this mean? Okay, I have a memory address and a value eventually is going to be there and then I can reference the value. Okay, it sounds like some deferred-y idea. And you're right, it does. So I hopped in my DeLorean and I went to 1977. Star Wars came out, but more importantly, there was a paper published on futures. And futures are not the futures you're probably thinking of. this paper was based on how to deal with garbage collection. I said, okay. So I read the paper and I was confused, and so I read it a few more times, and okay, I understand it now, or sort of. So the paper was talking about a way to enable fully parallel evaluation of arguments to a function. Okay, confusing. So in a call by future, each formal parameter is bound to a separate process. What does that mean? Okay, so if we have a function that takes like 3 arguments, and 2 of those arguments are a function, and 1's a string, and we bind each of those to a separate process, that means that we can evaluate all 3 of those at the same time, and then sort of aggregate the results back together and get output. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Parallel evaluation, like web workers, cool. But this was in 1977, so people were thinking about this. So we hop forward, 1995. And we have this idea of a Joule channel. Joule was a mostly academic programming language. And the idea was, for every operation that you would do, you were communicating with the server. So we had an array server, a string server, and we would communicate. And I would say, hey, array server, concat this value. String server, slice this string, and it would give me a response. And in that way, a Joule computation could be modeled as a data flow spread out through space, which is a psh. I said, oh, that's cool. Okay, so we're sending these messages to servers and then getting responses via this channel thing, which is an omnidirectional pipeline. I said, yeah, that sounds a lot like a promise or like a stream or an observable. 1995. All right. In 1997, this guy, Mark Miller, who works at Google now, actually, implemented and wrote this white paper on this language called E. And E was a watershed moment for promises. He sort of coined the term, and every promise implementation from then was based on E. E was the first non-blocking promise implementation, so it means when we would .then, this work down here would never cause the main thread to lock up. And it had a lot of other awesome ideas, but like this promise concept was spot. In his paper, he had this diagram. And this diagram probably looks really familiar. We have this idea of a promise, it resolves, it goes into a resolved state or a broken state. So we tweak a couple of words here, and this becomes promises today as we know them, one for one, in 1997. Okay. All right, to recap, out of strange language, we started with AGL, that had this idea of eventuals with funcs. We then went to futures that allowed parallel evaluation. Then we went to channels in Joule, which is I'm talking to other servers. And then elang, which formalized this concept of a promise. All right. Python. All right, something familiar finally. Python has this awesome library called Twisted. And Twisted has this deferred object. And deferred objects were introduced in 2001, and they attempted to mirror e-promises. So they said, hey, e-promises, these are awesome, but I'm going to make deferred objects. And in some ways, these deferreds weren't promises. They were deferred objects, and deferred objects are a callback aggregator. So basically, you push a bunch of async work onto it, and then it gives you a callback at the end when it's done, versus a promise chain, which is .then. All right. And when Python did this, it's kicked off this sort of JavaScript port revolution. I was Googling around for this deferred reference, and I was pointed to this library called mokikit by Bob. And I said, oh, this is cool. This is in 2005, and you have deferreds. I said, hey, Bob, why'd you do this? And so he responded and said, blah, 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 blah. He said, well, I was making a website that had a ton of network requests, and manually kind of handling them was a lot of work, and I really liked how Twisted did it. So I ported them to JavaScript. And the result of that was this library, mokikit, which he built for his project, Mokibot. In 2006, Dojo implemented deferred request that was heavily inspired by mokikit and Python's Twisted. 2006, 10 years ago. So in this case, Dojo did not actually do it first. And then in 2007, Alex Russell began porting this deferred request into a standalone deferred object. And so there's a mailing list where he says, hey, I really liked how MochiKit did it, and I liked how Python, and so I think that this deserves to be a standalone thing. And in that moment, Dojo had standalone deferreds. In early 2009, there was a revolution in JavaScript, a promised revolution. It all, as I could find, sort of started with this library, ng-conf. And this library had one purpose: to make interacting with JSON endpoints simple in the browser. This API probably feels somewhat familiar to you. You create this request object, and you say, hey, when you're done, give me a success and error callback. And in 2009, Chris Zip wrote on the common.js mailing list, he said, hey, all these libraries have promises or deferreds. I think it'd be really great if common.js and JavaScript as a standard had promises. And of course, this kicked off this massive bike shedding moment, and it's like 500 responses, crazy. But this caused Chris Cole to take ng-conf and create a formal Q library that took the design decisions of Elang from the white paper and baked that in with ng-conf, which created this formal Q library. And actually, I was talking to Igor earlier, and he said, oh yeah, Angular's Q is inspired directly from that. And so I cloned Angular, and I went way back, and I found in 2011 the initial commit, where he says, port Q-like deferred promises inspired from Chris Kyle's Q, which has direct lineage to Elang, which is really interesting. All right, back to 2009. Dojo deferreds were like, hey, we should hop on this bandwagon. Let's call deferreds promises. Awesome. All right. And then in 2010, something happened that changed my life as a web developer. jQuery came onto the scene. No longer did I have to do document.querySelector, whatever. I could use $. And along with that came a baked-in deferred object. Initially, deferreds in jQuery were internal only. They were used for ready state of the browser and network requests, but they were not exposed. And then this happened. Our favorite non-compliant deferred object that we've had to wrap so many times. But it's great because it made AJAX requests so simple. So 2010 and post-2010, HTML5 was rocking, or at least Paul Irish told me so. There were all these new APIs. Everyone's like, these are great. Web crypto, IndexedDB, local storage, fetch. But they all had different asynchronous interfaces. Fetch had a promise, and others had event emitter style patterns, and others gave you a node style callback with error and data. And so used individually, they were great. But when you tried to tie them together, you ended up with this crazy boilerplate code, or you had to promisify everything, and it was messy. So this is where this A+ unification sort of came from. Dominic, an engineer at Google, kind of saw this problem and saw that the initial promises proposal from Chris in the common.js mailing list was like 2 paragraphs, and people were basing their implementation off of these 2 paragraphs. And like 2 paragraphs really isn't enough to describe promises, and so everyone's was like, didn't work together quite right, or just were broken. And this all started because in Ember, Ember implemented a deferred pattern. They said, implements promises A. And Dominic saw this, and he said, this isn't right. He tried, it gets close, but not quite. So what I'm gonna do, because this is open source, is I'm gonna write a test suite and a new page, which eventually became A+ promises. And you can run your implementation against my test suite, and it will tell you what's broken so you can fix it. So the beauty of open source, working right there. Now, A+ promises and the spec and the test suite resulted in 50+ A+ implementations. So you could use Q with when, with async, and all these different libraries together and not have to worry about the interop between them because they were all A+. And that means that the then method is just going to work. Now this had some awesome side effects. By or when ES 2015 was cut, promises were part of the standard. And how did we get from this place of basically everyone rolling their custom-owned solution to A+ to landing in TC39? Well, it had to do with Dominic, and Dominic kind of pulling the community together, creating this spec, getting community buy-in that promises are great, everyone likes promises, and this is a standard way that they should work, and we can all agree on that. Because initially, in 2011, there was another promise proposal to TC39, and they rejected it. They said, oh, this is too academic, people will never want this, and it's not worth adding. And so because of the A+ revolution, TC39 said, hey, people do want this, so we should add it. And that also means that if we have promises inside of JavaScript, ideally in ES 2015, we were supposed to get module loading. But as we know, module loading has not yet landed. And so because module loading was going to require some sort of request, it should use a promise. And so that's basically why promises landed in ES 2015. So, why did I tell you this story of promises? Well, for one, it's interesting, I think. But it's just another web API. But it's a web API that was driven by the community. It's a web API that took inspiration from the past. Whether or not people knew it at every step, it was drawing directly from ideas that were invented in the 60s and 70s. And the end result is an API that everyone loves and we use every day. So it's important that before we go into the future, we look to the past so we don't create some new mistake, but instead we end up with this really nice API that people have thought about for a long time. Because as we know, everything in computer science was solved in the 70s. So thank you very much.
Let Greg come up, Greg Reynolds, and talk to us about Dealer Socket.
Hey everybody. Aaron told me to keep it under 2 minutes, and luckily I have a lot of practice at that, so I will. Dealer Socket is a great company. We are all about automotive. We've got some fans in the back. We're the software punch behind the process of buying cars, new and used. We have over 10,000 rooftops. We have offices in Southern California and here in Draper, Salt Lake City, Utah, and in Dallas, Texas, and a group in Russia. And we are keeping it strong with Angular. We're excited to be here and a sponsor, and we wish you guys all to check us out. We're hiring, of course, just like everybody else, and would love you to swing by the booth. I'll be there all day. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 120-second break, and we'll be back here. Then Joe will kick us off to the next speaker, so thanks. And the music will start now.
being able to lift more than her own body weight. That's actually not a joke. She really can lift more than her own body weight. When not stopping random robberies in New York, using feats of strength to scare away would-be robbers, she runs an online workshop on how to play the maracas. Please welcome to the stage, Aisha Gulyanat.
Hi everyone, it's so great to be here. I was here last year, sitting right there. I was so excited. I can't believe I'm here. It's so nice to not see you all, because that would make me even more nervous. But so today I will talk to you about pipes and what they are and what has changed. My name is Aisha Gül, and this is my Twitter handle, Aisha Gulyanat, and I work at Autodesk, their A360 web platform. We are building 3D application sharing platform, which is really cool. So pipes are basically a class, a service that allows us to transform our data and display it the way that we like it to. So I use it a lot. I actually noticed how much I use it after I started to talk about pipes. I really do use it a lot. And I asked myself the question, why I'm using it so much? One of the reasons is that our application is really big, and we have hundreds of directives, and we are a huge team working in 4 different countries. And we have different backends. The data is coming from a variety of sources. And that is a huge challenge to keeping the data in a context way. So one very useful thing I use pipes for is to not to change my data. So I don't, for anything that I need, I don't have to change any of the attributes of my data. I can just write a pipe and use it anywhere in my application that I wanted to. So pipes used to be called filters. They're more flexible and more performant now, but there are so many things that hasn't changed. For example, the way we use it in our HTML. So as you can see, we have a data binding, and we have the cool new dates pipe, and we can just use it the way we used to use it. And we can also give it an argument to even more refine the way we wanted to display our date. We can even get it from a user input, and we don't have to decide it on the spot and change it dynamically. The new improvements to filters, pipes today, is also being able to nest them together one after the other to make it look the way you like it. But that's not all. So we have some new additions, like the replace, that allows us to create some regex expressions and replace anything that we want in our text, which is, I think, really great. So to be able to do that, we have the expression that we are binding to, and then we have the replace pipe. And we can give replace pipe the arguments of the pattern that we are looking for. And the second argument is the replacement. That could be a string or a function that will replace. So here I'm replacing everything, Angular 1.5 with 2.0. Hopefully that will be very soon, all of us. So we're all familiar with trying to debug our data bindings and then trying to display it on our view and seeing the object. Thankfully, we have JSON pipe now. We can display a JSON object on our HTML, and it makes debugging so much easier and joyful. We have a few other cool pipes. One of them is the internalization, and we have percentage and all these cool stuff. These additions are great, but we also lost some. So we don't have the filter anymore. We don't have the sort by anymore. Yay! But you can write your own. and you can't blame anyone for it, which I did. So it doesn't take long before we start writing our own custom filters. And there are some reasons that we lost the sort by and filters. One of them is the aggressive minimization of the code, so it allows that. But also it was very much misused. And it was a lot of discussions in my group as well, how we need to use it, because we have a lot of data to use and it's really hard to sort everything. So let's talk about how we can write our own pipes and we can customize it as much as we want to. First thing that we need is the pipe decorator to give our metadata to our class. And then the second thing is the pipe transform interface, which we will implement the transform method on it. In our decorator, the first thing that we give is the name. So this is the name that we will be using in our HTML as the filter. And then we are implementing the transform method. And the transform method takes at least one argument, which is the input that we wanted to change. And also, it can take as many arguments as you want, and you can just use them with semicolons. And the transform method obviously has to return a result that you want to be displayed in your HTML. Lastly, what we need to do is, in our component, add the pipes to our component metadata. So we almost made our filter. So here I have a list of files that I'm filtering through. So some of them are owned by me, some of them are shared. So I'm filtering the owned by me right now. And I do have, well, yeah, owned by me filter is working fine so far, so good. Now what I want to do is just add another folder. And since it's created by me, I'm expecting it to be there, but it's not. Fun stuff. So I go back to all files, it's there. It's right at the bottom here. I go back to owned by me, it's there now, but it wasn't there when I first put it. So what happened? Angular has a new way of watching for the change detection. Before in our current app, actually, not that before, we have thousands of watchers, and anytime we add a new item, our watchers just keep increasing, and that's horrible. So now with the pipe improvements, we are being more careful about what we are watching for. So Angular, as a default, doesn't watch for any changes directly. Well, it does, but for reference changes instead of any changes to any length of data and any attribute. So what that means is that we have this new concept of pure pipe, which is stateless. So again, anytime your reference changes, we are changing, we are looking for your changes, but if your reference is not changing, we are not changing anything. So what can we do to make this work as we expect it to work? One thing we can do is to change the reference itself. So instead of pushing to my files, I can just concatenate and create a new reference, which should fix my problem. So I have the add file method here, and I'm pushing, and instead I will concatenate. Oops, I have an error already. Oh, thank you. Awesome. I was going to just look at it for another 5 minutes. So I refresh it, and everything is working fine, and then I add a new one, and voila, it's there. So this is all nice so far, but there is a problem with this. So we have to know where our data is coming from, where our data is being manipulated, and then we have to make the conscious choice of having immutable data source. It might become a problem after a while, especially if your data is being used by, in many places, and then it's being changed in more than one component. And also, we don't want to change our components according to little details that we are using in our representation. We want to make it as reusable as possible, and not want to specify it this way. One other thing that we could do is define our pipe as impure. We can do that by defining it in our pipe metadata. All we need to do is say pure false. Then Angular starts to watch for any change, any change that happens. That means that anytime your mouse moves, when there's a click event, we are still watching, and then we are applying your filter function to every data, which, as you can imagine, could be kind of intense, especially if you have a lot of data, a lot of interactions, and it might slow your rendering. We can still use this and make another change in our components. For example, we can change the way we detect the change on our component level. We can say, instead of watching everything, we just watch the onPush, which watches for only the input changes. So we have the pure pipes and impure pipes, and impure pipes can have some performance issues, and pure pipes are the default, but we might need to change the way they work. A very good example of a impure pipe is the async pipe. So async pipe allows us to look for any promise to be resolved or any observable. So instead of resolving a promise in our component and then assigning it to a variable and then binding it to in our HTML, we can directly have an observable, as in this case the activities, and just wait for it to have another data. If it's an observable, we are looking for the next data, and in between we are not doing anything. So we are just looking for the last change that happens, and then we are just altering the last data point. Just for the code saving point of view, this doesn't look like a huge improvement, but actually it is a huge improvement. This really works under the hood very performantly, because we are not, because of the reason that we are watching only for the last thing that has changed. And that's it for my talk. And this is my Twitter handle, and my code will be up on GitHub, as well as my slides. I will post them. And thank you for listening.
I wanted to take a quick second and remind everyone, like, all the fun we've had over the last few days, all the awesomeness. It's thanks to the sponsors that we have, and all the good food, all the fun stuff we're able to do. It's thanks to the companies that I know a lot of you guys that we work at, and so I just wanted to invite everyone to go say thank you to them and express how much fun you had and encourage them to come back next year and make this event just even better. So we have one prize, two prizes, dos, and then we're going to kick it back to Joe. Okay, Lucas Belcher. I think I heard something. Okay, Lucas, you got a drone, man. Mark DeSantis. Mark DeSantis. Mark, the Casio watch. Is that you? All right. Okay, we're going to kick it back to Joe to introduce another one of my friends.
Known as the honey badger whisperer, Ken was the inspiration for the movie The Horse Whisperer. He and Robert Redford still talk regularly, although Robert usually just says, "How did you get this number?" Ken holds the world's record for the most cuss words spoken while asleep. He also has the most extensive collection of used shoelaces in all of Utah and enjoys steak-flavored ice cream. Please welcome to the stage, Ken Snyder.
There we go. All right. Today I'm going to talk about multi-slot transclusion, which is a new feature in Angular 1.5 and Angular 2. Raise of hands, who's heard of it? Great, keep your hands up. I need your help. What I want you to do is take these Nerf guns. We're going to pass out some Nerf guns, and it's yours to keep, but I need you to fire it at the right time. Okay? Fire it on my signal. Okay, so I've got 5 minutes here to talk to you, so buckle up. If you're not an Angular ninja, multi-slot transclusion might sound as ridiculous as a turbo encabulator. I told my boss I was speaking on multi-slot transclusion, and he said, "What?" And he wouldn't give me the time off because he thought I just made up some words. So let's review standard transclusion. It is transplanting DOM nodes from one component into another, but maintaining the scope of the original component. In Angular 1, it is done with an ng-transclude attribute. In Angular 2, with an ng-content element. For example, a simple modal message has a heading, a close button, and body HTML. We want to pass our modal message two things: a string to use for the header, and some HTML content. So how do you do regular transclusion in Angular 1? Take this HTML template that appears in our controller. We're using a component called modal message and passing the heading as a string and the content we want displayed inside the modal message. And our modal message component has a template like this. Note that we pull in a heading as vm.heading, and we use the ng-transclude attribute. And here's the JavaScript for our modal message component. You can see we are binding the attribute heading to our controller using Angular 1.5's new component method. And we are enabling transclusion by setting transclude to true. Let's look at how this plays out in the template. First, the controller passes the turbo encabulator as a string. Then, all the contents inside of the modal message HTML element get transplanted into our component on the node with the ng-transclude attribute. The P element and its children are transplanted. One important feature is that anything inside the modal message element is executed in the controller scope. Although it is transplanted, it is only affected by the controller scope and does not have access to the component. And by the same token, the component will have its own scope and does not affect the transplanted content. So let's try out multi-slot transclusion. It is time. We've got a jam here, but multi-slot transclusion will make you as cool as Keanu wielding multiple guns. Okay, so take our modal message example, but now we want to allow HTML inside the heading. Here we've changed our H2 element to a slot heading element. We chose that name arbitrarily. There is no slot heading component. You can use any tag name you like, standard or custom. And we wrapped our P element in a slot body element, which is also arbitrarily named. We've updated our component template to have two elements, where we assign values to the ng-transclude attributes instead of using a single empty attribute. And the effect is that the slot heading and its children get transplanted into the H2, and the slot body and its children get transplanted into the div. And in the component definition, instead of setting transclude to true, we pass an object with tag names. This is where we specify in camel case that we use the tags slot heading and slot body. Angular 2 requires nothing extra inside the component JavaScript. ng-conf approves of Angular 2. So in Angular 2, we use the built-in ng-content component. ng-content looks at the select attribute for a CSS selector. We've chosen to use slot heading and slot body as empty attributes. That will transplant content from the slots into the ng-content elements. So what are some other use cases? Existing components that are content only or use inner HTML may be good candidates for updating to use multi-slot transclusion. Or for a new component, you might have a panel that needs sort or filter controls in the header. Or maybe a fancy CSS3 widget with multiple content outlets. If you'd like to spend a few minutes admiring the glamour shots of the Angular team while learning about multi-slot transclusion, check out my Plunker example. It uses a card component, which encapsulates the functionality of clicking arrows to flip. The card has a front slot and a back slot that receive content. For more information, check out these links. Thank you.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll be right back. So last night, who did karaoke? Anybody? Pretty fun, right? Okay, so I am not a karaoke person, but this guy convinced me to get up and sing with him.
Tangled, we sang a song from Tangled.
Which was humiliating.
So.
Anyway, it gave me an idea for today. So, last year we liked to have the Oprah moment. This year, I kind of want to do like a Robin Hood moment. Anyone seen the old Robin Hood movie, Kevin Costner? There's always that scene where there's somebody like getting away. He knocks his bow, impossible distance, and gets him. I want to reenact that with Aaron. So, we have a little something for you, Frost. If you could just hold this. Yes. Yeah. And maybe just, I don't know, go over to like that corner for a minute. You can leave the lights down, it's fine. Trust me, this is going to be just fine. This is to thank you for the karaoke.
Yeah, man.
And if you could go ahead and play the Robin Hood music.
Look into my eyes.
Yeah, not that song, not that one. Whoa, flashback to junior high dance. I still don't know why Marilyn didn't want to dance with me. Farther.
Okay.
Keep going.
Is that a Nerf? It's not gonna hit this.
Yeah, it's Nerf. You're fine. Stay there, Frost. I need some help. Look under your chairs. If you have an Angular magnet, please come up.
An ng-conf magnet?
Yeah, ng-conf. Keep the music playing. Frost, you stay there. It's a sticker underneath your chair, or a magnet. If you have one, come up.
Look deep under your chair.
This is the second time someone's had a really bad idea at my expense.
Dave, did we remember safety goggles?
Dave, you know I'm way bigger than this cardboard, right?
Jeff, or does everybody that have a sticker get a bow and arrow? Did you have one? Okay, Jeff requested to be part of this.
Cross?
Yeah. Jeff, are you here? Jeff Cross? No? Okay, I'll take the shot. All right, come up on stage and try not to hit each other or the audience. You're a good sport, Frosty.
Bro, I'm way bigger than this thing.
Okay, turn your arrows on. There's a little switch. You guys want to scoot up there?
Someone over here just told me it's only going to hurt for a second. Anyone shooting a bow and arrow needs to know that.
You guys know how this works. Front row gets down on their knees. Come on. You've seen the movies. You know how to do this.
Guys,
okay?
These chandeliers are worth more than my house. So, all right.
Archers ready. Aim. Fire. Woo! Thank you very much, everybody. You can keep the bows. Grab a couple arrows on your way down, just 2. Oh! I didn't see
Come
that.
get your arrows. That one's stuck.
Thank you, Frosty. All right, you can kill the music. That was great. All right, Joe. Go ahead.
Matthias spends his time skateboarding around and speaking a combination of Finnish and Mandarin, a language he invented called Findarin. If you look at some of the variable names and code comments inside of the Angular 2 animation framework, you'll find some Findarin Easter eggs. If you'd like to learn the language, grab him in the halls and ask for a quick lesson. Please welcome to the stage, Matthias Nimela.
Just a second. Okay. Alrighty, we're here to talk about animation, just like last year, but now about Angular 2 and ng-animate. So my name is Matthias. I work at Google in California with the Angular team, and I've been working on the framework for about 3 years now. That is a link to the slides. So before I switch the slides, be sure to copy that down. That will be available at the end of the talk. All right, so let's talk about animation. This is the big thing that I'm passionate about, and I love working on this feature for Angular 2. So if we think about websites, we think about 4 things when it comes to animating. These are the 4 things that we'll hop to right away. And this is really nice and cool that we have these features in the browser, but there's certain trade-offs with each one. So with transitions, it's nice because you can hop between classes and hover states, stuff like that. It's automatic, the styles are picked up, but anything programmatic and controllable is very difficult. Keyframes, on the other hand, are tricky because you do have more programmatic access, but you have to know all the styles up front. And this in turn is a little bit more performant than transitions. And that leads us to web animations, which is the JavaScript version of keyframes. But what's tricky about this is we don't have access to the style sheet. So there really isn't one thing that sort of fits everything. And the reason why I'm talking about this is because these 3 different things are combined in Angular 2. But before we hop over to that, let's talk about ng1. So Angular 1's approach to doing animations was to rely heavily on the browser. You add a CSS class, you wait for an event to happen, the animation's done. The framework really didn't know what was going on with the animations. And with that in mind, everything falls down to the DOM state. If we were to have a different platform, say native rendering, we wouldn't be able to do this in Angular 1. So with that in mind, Angular 2 does it differently, and we have to do it differently to support all this criteria. And the biggest change is that we don't use transitions or keyframes at all. Now, don't let that scare you. We still borrow the philosophy that keyframes and transitions bring to the table, but we do it with web animations. And this whole ecosystem gives us a timeline-based animation system, and everything is triggered from component states. So before I start showing demos and start hopping into things, if you go on my GitHub page and you look at the first link in the repositories, you should see ng-conf demos. There's instructions on how to run those. One key thing is that we have the API that we're putting into Angular 2, and there's an older version of it that we're experimenting with that has demos for staggering and querying, but all that will be available in the final product, but the demos are in there, and I'll go over them in the slides. So, animation in Angular 2, let's go over the basics. This is what it looks like. You have some HTML elements, and instead of attaching a property or a class or an event, you are attaching an animation UI state. And what this means is when the expression changes its value, we can animate the arc in between. So effectively, we're setting states in our code, and animations can be activated in between. So we've named our animation myAnimation, and inside of our component, we reference that myAnimation code, and we specify the transition between states. So in this example, we are animating from an opacity of 0 to an opacity of 1. But you might be looking at this and you might be wondering, this is actually a fair bit of code. It's more complicated than CSS, so bear with me. You'll see the power soon. Here, for example, we have an application that has this stuff working, where we specify the myAnimation code, and we've made it so when we click, it's going to toggle from open to close. So we have the myAnimation code above, and when that changes, we're either going to be at the open or the closed state, but we're going to animate the arc in between. So both of these animations are going to happen for half a second in between, and it's going to go from 0 to 1 or 1 to 0. So you can already see that each animation ends in a UI state, but we have total control of the animation from one state to the other. And the component itself is still the same. So this brings us to component UI states. Like I said before, we're using the @ sign to declare those. And what's nice about this is the styling is persisted. Unlike classes like ng-enter and ng-leave in Angular 1, the classes were removed and the styling was removed from there as well. Here the styling stays if you specify an end state. So that brings us to our first demo. Let's take a look at this. Here we have an inbox for Angular 2. We have some very important content in this inbox. And as we jump between email messages, we can see animations happening. And we're animating different parts of the page, and things are moving smoothly. And this, once again, this is in the demo repo code. So, looking at this, this is what the code looks like in that HTML template. We have a left-hand column and a right-hand column, and we're using the state value in the middle of the code to change the state whether an email becomes active or hidden, and we do that again further down on the right-hand column. And then our component then taps into the state changes from being active to hidden. And there's also something called a void state, which is very useful when an element has been ripped out of the page. So if you think about ng-if, when it has been removed out of the page, it's considered void. So we've animated the transition from one state to the other. And if you notice on the second transition, we're actually adding additional styling, and then we're doing the destination state animation. So this brings to mind performance. Why did we do this new refactoring? Why do we have such a different system that deviates so far away from CSS? Well, the biggest reason is we don't want to have to rely on the DOM. We don't want to have to rely on getComputed_style, because getComputed_style is tricky and it causes browser jank, and we really want to use web animations. Finally, having the ability to code gen this, which basically means taking our complicated animation code and making simple render statements, also yields a lot of performance, and this all works with web workers. So continuing forward then, the only dependency you do need is the web animations polyfill. Now, there is a W3C polyfill, which does work and has been used, and we on the Angular team are putting together a lightweight polyfill, which you can use directly with Angular as well, which is smaller and only has the code that we need for Angular to work with web animations. So, let's talk about the styling capabilities of this new API. How can we apply style? You might be wondering, what happened to classes? What happened to keyframes? How do we use those? Well, the good news is that we have a CSS parser built in to the framework. That means that we can define stuff in a style sheet, whether it be CSS classes or keyframes. So if you're familiar with the Animate CSS library, that is a bunch of keyframes, right? So we reference them in our component. That's how we would define an inline style. And that's how we can actually use the CSS class directly in our code. Now this is really nice because you can have a completely external style sheet that has nothing to do with your Angular app, but you can tap into the CSS classes fully. You can also use the keyframes for Animate CSS. And we can also generate a keyframe directly within the API. So this will generate a keyframe with 4 steps that occur for 1 second. We can also have a really cool feature called auto styling. So the dreaded height auto thing has been resolved with Angular 2. Let's take a look at a demo that does this. So here I have a few entries, a few Star Wars entries. I copied some text from Wikipedia. And this is an accordion animation that animates items out and in. If I click on one, it animates one. I click on another, it animates another. Now, the animation itself isn't anything stellar, but if I were to tell you that this is only about 5 lines of code just for the animation piece, and it's fully able to detect the height, so if I change it, it's able to detect what the final height value is automatically. And the way that it does that is with automatic styling. So if you pass the CSS property with a star, it will automatically pick up that value from getComputedStyle. You don't need to know the destination style. So anything that expands, contracts, is far easier to do with ng-animate and Angular 2. So. Okay, continuing forward. So you might be wondering, what happened to all the JavaScript code? This is still CSS-based. Yes, we have JavaScript for the sequencing and stuff like that. Well, the thing I'm going to encourage you with is that the JavaScript code isn't entirely necessary with this API. Because if you want to have dynamic properties, so here, for example, we want to have a modal that shows up on the page, but we want it to be bound to the x and y coordinates, you can register a transformation function that will figure out that dynamic styling and pass it directly into the animation. Also, you can have, and this isn't working just yet, but we have plans to do this, we'll be able to have component access, so we can directly pull data from the component, pass it into the style, into the animation sequencing. So what about cool stuff like querying and running animations in parallel and performing easing? Well, let's take a look at our third demo. Here we have a modal that's going to appear on page when we click on the Contact Us, and that has a bunch of elements within the modal animating, and then animations happening in parallel when we exit. Now, what does this code look like? Here we have usage of query, where we're selecting elements within the modal, we're applying styles, and then we are animating styles in parallel. If you notice the group at the top, we're animating the container and the inner items. So, what's next then? Staggering. Now this was a feature that was in Angular 1, but it was limited to what CSS can do as staggering, which was hacked together with ng-animate. But with this one, we have full support. We can either use a collection of existing staggering capabilities, we can even create our own staggering capabilities. So let's see. Here, for example, I'm selecting all the ng-4s that updated on a page. I'm going to set them all to be hidden, and then I'm going to stagger over them and animate them in piece by piece to opacity. That should actually be opacity of 1. So here, for example, I've created my own custom stagger method that somehow figures out a duration or delay based on some environment settings in the DOM. So if you think about a window or a route, you click on a route and you go to the right-hand page and you click and it goes to the left-hand page, you could have a stagger that could correspond to what direction you're going in. So this brings us to our fourth demo. Here we have a bunch of boxes that are all staggered with a special animation, and this is available in the GitHub code. So component access. This is a very powerful feature. What would you say if I were to create an animation, but I want to tap into when the done event happens in my component, or I want to be able to control it frame by frame? Well, you can inject, well, not inject, but you can pass in an annotation into your class and have access directly to the animation. So before, when we define the myAnimation code in our annotation code, we can ask for it directly in our component, and we can tap into the done events and stuff like that. And we can also control the animation frame by frame, even if the animation is a gigantic sequence that touches multiple elements. So here we have a demo of that. So let's refresh. So I click bottom, this box is moving around, but in my component I'm accessing it directly, frame by frame, and this is what web animations allows us to do. And you do not have to do anything else besides asking for the animation, getting the active player, and setting its position percentage. And if you notice, as I continue, it continues where it is, and then our done callback happens, and we are ready. All right. So that was the animation that was happening there. We had a keyframe animation spread across multiple steps, and the web animations player was able to consume that and allow us to animate it piece by piece. So let's talk about custom renders. Now, custom rendering is a special feature in Angular 2 where we can swap out the render code with a different API. And in order to do this, we added an animate method directly into our render, which looks like this, that contains the element and a bunch of other properties. And all you have to do in your code is implement this and have it animate. So all that stuff with animate this step, all that choreography code is handled by Angular. All the CSS code is parsed by Angular, and it's all delivered to the platform. So with the folks from NativeScript who were nice enough to put a demo of this together, where what they were doing was they're using the animation code. Now note that this is the older version of the ng-animate code that was in a branch that I had. And they're running an iOS and Android instance of this using these animations directly and running it on a native level. But this is nice because you don't have to do animations in the way that iOS or Android do them. You just do them in the way that you're used to using CSS. So, you might be wondering, when is this coming out? Well, we were trying very hard to have this ready for RC0, and it is very close to having the foundation in, which involves the dynamic styling, the CSS parser, and the ability to sequence animations together. So, please wait a few weeks, and we'll have this in here. The API is final. We know that this is definitely going in, and it's going to be exciting once it's done. Thank you to each of these talented programmers. You guys helped me a lot with this presentation. Thanks a bunch to Robert. He helped do the demos. And Thomas and the three of us have been planning this API for a long time. And a special thanks to Alexander from NativeScript who helped put the video together, and Burke for hooking that up. And also for Taro for including ng-animate into your talks. And the guy in the middle, Martin, has been helping me put together the web animations polyfill. So this is a collective effort, and you guys did a wonderful job. Thank you.
It's a very animated presentation. Oh yeah. All right, we're going to hear from our friends at Telerik, and while they're talking, we'll have our next speaker get set up.
Thanks, Dave. Hey, everybody. Come on. No, it's too late. No, I don't even want it anymore. All right. That guy right there. All right, so the winner of our cooking basket was Azer Syed. Are you here? Yes, come by the booth. Good luck taking all that home on the plane. It's not going to happen. All right, so we've got 2 minutes. We don't want to talk to you about NativeScript because you probably already know what that is by now. In fact, you may be tired of it. If not, you can go to nativescript.org and learn all about it. Instead, we'd like to thank some of our awesome community members who make NativeScript possible. So here we go.
Brad Martin.
So to Brad Martin, thank you so much for all your plugins. Thank you for helping us suck at Android just a little bit less.
Alex Ziskind.
Alex Ziskind, the silky smooth voice of NativeScript. Good luck with your Pluralsight course. It's going to be awesome. Nathan Walker, who's here with us, who's the only person we know who completely understands Angular 2. Nick Raboy at Couchbase. Thank you, Nick, for creating the Couchbase plugin. And Nathaniel Anderson, thank you so much for your infinite knowledge of the runtime and for helping everybody in the community. Thanks to Osei Fortune out in Trinidad. Anybody else in here from Trinidad? Oh, no representation for Trinidad. So thank you to him and his Socket.io support. And then thanks to the NativeScript team, all the engineers who couldn't be here because they're busy upgrading to Angular RC 2427. And then Bradley Gore, Long Lee, I'm missing so many people. Peter Stayev, all of the folks that work with us day in and day out in the Slack channel. We love you. We thank you so much. NativeScript would be nothing without you guys in our community. Thank you so much for having us in ng-conf. You guys are awesome. This is the best conference we have ever been to. So thank you. Have a great one.
Thanks, guys. All right, let's do a few more prizes. Who wants prizes? Okay, this one goes to Dave. No, just kidding. Garrett Allen gets a hammock. Have you ever tried coding in a hammock? It sounds amazing, but it's actually like really uncomfortable. I've tried several times, and each time I have my hopes up. They need to make like a laptop hammock that goes in the human hammock. Then it'd be perfect. Right? Yeah.
Nested?
All right, Brandon Davies gets...
I don't know how much, 100?
One of these is
500?
the big one.
Oh, yeah.
500 bones to Amazon. Matt Erickson gets $100 to Amazon. Steve Barna also $100 to Amazon. For those of you that don't know, bones, bucks, and dollars are all the same thing. All right, we have Rashimi Nair gets another one of these paper airplane controller things.
Which are awesome.
Yes. And a Chromebook for Darren Stroud. Hey, there's somebody who's excited. Good, Darren.
That's how you celebrate a prize.
It is. Hey, is Garrett Allen in the audience?
I work with him. I can take it for him.
No.
No.
I work with him too.
Yeah? Wow, he works with a lot
Half
of
the
people.
crowd works with him now, bro.
Popular guy all of a sudden. All right, well, we'll figure out something for this.
Miguel Baller. Miguel. Big Mike.
Yep.
I don't know how any of these people are getting this on the plane. Yeah, man.
All right. We should do the hammock. Does anyone? Okay, first
Brandy
one on
Carney.
stage. Oh yeah, let's do that one.
Brandy Carney?
Yeah.
Brandy, we called your name. What?
First on the stage.
You didn't let me finish.
Hey, he won.
Hey,
though.
Here, we'll give you this. Sorry, sashimi.
Yeah.
Okay, first one on stage who has a $100 bill in their pocket.
Oh, they don't even need it.
Wait, I gotta verify this. Do you really?
I'm not giving it.
Let me just see if it's real. It's totally real? Thanks.
Close. Distant second.
Try coding in it though and let me know if it's comfortable.
All right, few minute break. Let's take a 3-minute break and then we'll come back for the next speaker. So.
Mike is known as the Garfield of the programming world, being the largest consumer of lasagna in the tri-state area. He is a strong believer in CLIs and even drives his car using a command line interface. He has the highest insurance rates you've ever heard of. He also claims to have invented the air quotes. Please welcome to the stage, Mike Brocky.
Thank you. My name is Mike Brocky. I'm here to help you to learn Klingon today. We've heard a lot about it thus far in the conference, but let's get started. So, there we go. Klingon is obviously spelled with a K from the Star Trek universe, but that's not what we're here to talk about. What we're here to talk about today is the CLI for Angular 2. It is a command line interface for building Angular 2 applications, not for Angular 1 applications. So just be wary that if you're trying to use this on an Angular 1 application, it will not work. It is not supported. But we are looking forward to Angular 2, and this will help you to drive that forward. Maybe. So I was curious a while ago, I put a poll up on Twitter about what were some of the barriers of entry to be able to create an Angular 2 application or get you started in terms of creating Angular 2 applications. Angular 1, it was very easy. You had your ES5, you just threw your Angular reference in the browser and you were good to go. Now with the suggestion of using type build process and a lot of other things to get sped up. So the things I thought that most people were bothered with was setting up your environment, the lack of the documentation out there, whether or not it's too complicated, and just people that just weren't interested. Can't do much if you're not interested in Angular. The CLI won't help you with Ember or React. So what we can help with, or hopefully help you out with, is setting up your environment and some of the complications. Also back to the lack of documentation, that's been addressed of recent. This is from back in March. So a lot of the documentation, and credit to that team for getting the documentation up to speed. So the idea of the CLI is to take an application and from an idea. You start with an idea of something you want to build or something your company wants you to build. And then to be able to take that, maybe, yes, and build that application. Build, and not just building, but also testing and running through your unit tests and your integration tests, everything from your local environment. As well as rolling out to a production environment, deploying the application that you've built. So it's not just on your machine, it's not just on your fellow developer's machine, but it's also out there on the cloud for other people to run in a production environment. And then support it after the fact to iterate and build on top of your application once it's deployed into a production, to be able to go back and reiterate, add new features, fix bugs, what your users want out of your application. So the main piece is to get started fast. No barrier to entry, run a command or two, and get started fast. First step, you need to install it. Pull it down one command, install it globally so that you can run it wherever you need. It's not necessarily associated to a specific directory. Install it globally so that you have it available. The next step, ng-new. You start up a new project. I want to create a project, and whatever your project name is. In my case, very dynamic project name. Next up, set up your build process. You either use gulp or grunt or anything else. And for me, it's a lot like banging your head against the wall, setting up your build process. What's out there? What do you need to do to set that up? But what if I were to tell you that you didn't have to? You didn't have to be able to not have to worry about configuring any of these particular build tools to get your environment set up and running. You're just ready to go right off the bat. That would be awesome, which is a gift that we will, there we go. That would be awesome, so that you didn't have to set up any of those environments. I'm gonna move over here, put this down. So with the CLI, what can you do? You can run builds. You can take your application that's been created for you once you've added code and build it, compile it, get everything into the appropriate directory for you. Test it. Run your unit tests. You're already set up. Don't have to worry about setting up Karma to be able to configure that. What directory are my files in? Where are the tests that I need to run? Where is all that stuff? It's already configured for you out of the box. End-to-end testing. Pain in the neck in terms of from my perspective, to be able to run end-to-end tests. I've never written end-to-end tests because I've never took the time to figure out how to do that. This comes to you out of the box. Serving. You're writing your application, and as you're writing your application, you want to be able to see it run. You serve up your application, you can see it run in the browser with live reload. Deployments, talked about going to production. Out of the box, you can support deploying to GitHub Pages as well as to Firebase. It'll be extensible so that we can add on to that later on. And I feel like a used car salesman up here trying to tell you what it can do. But there's still more. It's not just being able to set up your environment. So what else can it do? You can generate components. Don't have to worry about the file structure that's already there. It'll generate your TypeScript file for your component, your spec file, your markup file, your CSS file, all that for you to be able to just scale that up in one command. Directives, same thing. Whatever you want to call it, specify directives. Pipes, services, routes. Routes are a little bit more interesting, but we handle that as well. And also classes, just a simple class of a model that you want to create within your application. So you start with the idea of an application. And as you have that application, you're going to add different things to it. You're going to add a component, a service, pipe, or directive, or multiple of any of those. And then also you're going to add routes to your application. And the way that I think about a route is almost like a mini application, because it encapsulates all the features that are inside of that particular route to be able to mimic some sort of functionality within that given route within your application. So I think of it as a little application inside of my big application. And then those routes and those little applications have their own functionality within it, whether or not it's a component or service directive. So you take your route, and then you add more routes. And the CLI is going to handle that for you, adding multiple routes. Child routes, handle that, be able to grow with you. And then as your application grows, from time to time, you're going to keep on adding more of these things, and the CLI will grow with it to be able to support you as you are building your application, that the CLI will still be able to generate more routes, more pieces, and be able to serve that up real time, as well as deploy it and build it with you as you grow. So supporting you from that idea of when you start with an idea, you build it, and then you go to production, it keeps supporting you as you are building your application. It is not just for scaling up little demos or anything else. Not that it won't do that, but it will support large applications as well. So, we want to be able to see this thing run, right? All right, good. So bear with me because I'm not great at coding here, but we will run through this. I already ran through the ng-new because nobody wants to sit here and watch npm install and me tell jokes. So I already ng-newed. I'll show that command right here. And I have this prefix specified here at the end. All of the components are generated with a prefix because it needs a dash in the name. It's configurable. You can set it here on new time. You can also set it as a environment variable or configurable value within your application after generation. I did that for convenience. I'm just going to change into the directory. I'm running a local version. I found a bug last night that I needed to fix that hasn't been published out to npm yet. And then I just opened the editor. So what do we have? We have a directory structure. We have some configuration files. I've already built this application. You have a dist directory, an end test, your node modules, public for any assets that you want to create, or global CSS files that will just get copied over to your dist directory, as well as your source directory, which is where all of your application lives, and an app directory where the app component lives. Just your typings and a few other configuration files, and that just be able to specify your environment. So we'll start with first thing, let's run ng test. We don't want to sit here and watch it keep running, so we're just going to run it with a flag of no watch. We'll see our browser pop up. It's starting Chrome, executes our test, and we already have tests running out of the box. We give you a few boilerplate ones to give you some examples of what's already there. You could also serve up the application. Switch over to the browser. It's run on port 4200 locally, and we have a running application with no code, nothing done so far, just ng-new, ng-serve, and you're done. Thank you. So, obviously we're going to build an application, so let's build something that everybody here is familiar with. Everybody familiar with the Tour of Heroes application? All right, 2 people, good, so you all understand what's going on. All right, so what we're going to do first is we need to generate a model. I'm going to generate that first, so we're just going to say ng-generate, and we're going to generate, and we're going to generate a class, which is just going to be our model of what we want to create. And the name of that is going to be hero, except for I want to put it under the shared directory, just because underneath our application we have our root component and a shared directory. So we're going to put that right in there, and we want to call that hero. And we want it to also be suffixed with a model, because to be a little bit more descriptive, rather than a file name of just hero, we want to decorate that with the word model so that we know that it's a hero model. We spin that up, and we can come over and look in our editor and see, hey, we just get a class. Nothing too complicated there, but we have a class. And I'm just going to throw some properties on there. I'm going to use snippets a lot because nobody wants to watch me type, and it's not really about me building the Angular application, it's about the CLI. So, next step. Need to be able to provide a way of being able to get access to that model and get that data. So I'm going to generate a service. And I'm also going to call it the same thing. But it'll be suffixed with the .service. Again, just like the other one we had .model, this will have .service, so no name collisions there with the particular files. You also notice that we're also getting a spec file and unit tests. So we have that service here. In order to do that, we want to import in our hero object, and we'll put that here, from hero.model, and then VS Code will give us some nice IntelliSense here to pull in hero. Yay! And then we just need to provide some methods here. And we are going to put that in here. This is something I don't really care for right now in terms of VS Code, in that it is not picking these up, so I'm just going to reload the window. Perfect. Haha. It is not like that. Haha, we will put this outside of you. Yay! And we'll get rid of this one. You notice here this long list of names. My concept of a hero isn't really the same as the superheroes that we have there. What you'll see here is the list of the contributors who have contributed to the Angular CLI. So thank you to them, please. So they're the ones who are making this a reality, including me. So we now have a service and we have a model of what we need to generate. So we need a way of being able to display this data. And I have forgotten, I want to go back through. I have a few things in here to be able to get some CSS so it doesn't look ugly, or not as ugly. I am not a designer. And this is my app. So we got some CSS in there and some code. And this is the TOH app markup. So what we've done is created a reference here to a route. So we need to go ahead and generate a route. In order to do that, the generation of a route does more than just spit out some files. It actually modifies some other pieces of your application to make the routes work. And we want our routes to work. So I'm just going to quickly just stash my current changes in Git, because, oh, that's the other thing. When you ng new, by default, you get a Git repo. And we just watched a wonderful talk about animations. We have ASCII art. Not quite the same as animations, but something in there in your Git log that it creates initial commit with ASCII art. So we're going to come in, we're going to generate a route, and we're going to call this dashboard. Whoa, I have no rage. I have no rage. All right, so we're going to generate a route, thank you. And we're going to call that dashboard. And I think that's all we need. Yes. So let's go take a look and see exactly what we're creating. You can see it's scaffolded up those files as well as a barrel, which is a concept that will be, you can read about in the style guide. I don't know if it's currently there, John? Are barrels currently in the style guide? Yes. Yes. So you can read about barrels in the style guide right now. So we can look at the diffs. We'll be able to inject into system.js, which is what it's using under the hood, to be able to build that in order to find the index.js when it references dashboard, to be able to put that there, your HTML, your TypeScript, CSS, HTML, as well as going into, in here, it is injecting in the router outlet, so it knows that it needs to have a place in your app to be able to display that route. It's also adding some imports into your application. It is going to bring in the dashboard component to create a reference for that. You need to have your routes so that they can be defined. That's already added for you. You don't have to worry too much about that syntax. It's already there. And then as well as your providers. You need to tell the injector that I'm using routing now in the application. That got added for you. As well as the router directives internally within your application. And another piece is that we also need to pull in the hero service to tell Angular that we need to inject that into our routes. So I'm going to import that from the shared piece here, and we're going to pull in the hero service. And that's a nice thing about the barrels, is that you don't have multiple imports. You can have a barrel to be able to have all of those references in a single import to consolidate all of those for you to keep your code more concise. So we've got our markup. Oh, we're going into the dashboard now. So we can add our code here to the dashboard. CSS, again, nobody wants to watch me type that out, as well as the code here. So we're going to do the dashboard markup. And all we're going to have here is just a list of the heroes, as well as a click event. We'll talk about go to detail next. We're just going to show the name and their commits and show this running in the browser. Actually, no, we need to actually add some code to actually make that happen. So we need to do the dashboard imports. We need to specify a property that's going to hold our data. Property. So we'll put that in here. We need to inject in a few things here. So we're going to do the dashboard import, or excuse me, the constructor imports. So all we're doing here is we're injecting in the hero service as well as the router. On initialization, init, we are just going to go out to the hero service and we're going to get the heroes and to be able to display those in our application. So we've been focusing on writing some code. Let's go through and we can still go through and build our application. Assuming I didn't break anything. Yay! Still executing tests. And you'll notice there's be more tests here running rather than just the two that were initially there. Whoa, we have broken tests. What? There's no provider for the hero service? I'm not injecting it in there. Okay. It should be there. So we don't need tests. All right. So let's see if we are running. So ignore that. And we'll reload our application, and we have a dashboard. Navigate to that, and we have data now routing to that dashboard. Excellent. So now that we have that one route, obviously I mentioned that we have the idea of navigating from the dashboard to something else on the go to click, which we haven't added yet. So we're going to add the code here, which is a go to detail method. So obviously from there, you want to be able to see more about the particular person or committer within our application. So we're going to generate another route. So we come back and we're going to do generate, ng-generate route, and this is going to be the hero detail. And I think it's a smaller thing, so I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. I'm going to use -- inline template and -- inline style. Sort of a fan of this, but what it really allows me to do is have one snippet to be able to replace the entire route for you. So you'll notice here, I am only creating 2 files now. Under there that you really care about. I'm creating the component, which will have the inline styles, and we'll go look at that, as well as the spec file. So we can come in, look at the hero detail, and in here you'll notice that because I've used those particular flags, that we have the template inline. So if you have a very small template, if that's the way you want to generate your particular route, then you can just use that option to be able to consolidate everything into a single file rather than in a separate markup file. So we're going to put that in here. We're going to add the detail. And all I'm doing here is putting in the markup for that, as well as some style and some navigation. So when the route is activated, we're going to go and get that particular hero and set that. So come back, and I'm going to actually ng-serve that back up. Start up our web server. Come back in, refresh the dashboard, and click on one and be able to see people who are the particular committer. Again, please don't knock my CSS. So in here we have the committers, and I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to bump mine up because I need to get above Hans. He does the commit, so he gets or the releases, so he gets a few extra commits in there. The last particular piece is you want to be able to see a list of all the committers, so we can give them another round of applause after I get that in there. So I'm going to go even shorter with the syntax here. So we're going to use some shorthand. We're going to do an ng-generate, and I'm just using G, and I want to generate a route. So instead of typing generate all the time or typing route all the time, we'll give you some shorthand to be able to quicken that up. So we're just going to do ng-gr, which is generate a route, and the route that we're going to generate is the hero list. And we're going to use some other shortcuts, inline template and inline style, again, just for the brevity of being able to replace that quickly for you. So we're going to spit out the hero list, come in, take a look at that. And again, you've got your inline template and your inline styles. I'm going to blow that away and give you the list here. and just filling in the template and a little bit of code within here. Again, it's not really about writing the application, it's about showing the CLI to be able to generate that. So we come back in, serve that up. And actually, before we do, I'm going to come back in here because it's bothering me. I'm going to go in and on the dashboard. Actually, no, it was on the application. I'm not sure why our styles are messed up. This is supposed to be blue. I know a little bit about design, not a whole lot. So, come back in, we'll refresh, but we didn't add the markup to our root, so we need to add that into our HTML. We're just going to create a route underneath, and this one is actually going to go to our hero list. And we're going to call that heroes. And just because of this, we're going to go back and change our title. So yes, it does work, and that's super. We don't really want to see that. We want to say thank you to CLI contribs. Come back in, and now we have our other route added, as well as being able to see everybody within there, the navigation, to be able to view the details, and go back and view the application. So that's what we have from the demo. Heading back to slides. Now that, thank you. So what we have here is now that we've given you the tools to be able to create your own applications, please go out and use it yourself now that you have those tools in your hands. So I think we've covered the idea of you setting up your environment to get your environment set up quickly. I think that solves that for you. The idea of the complication of what are these annotations, what are these decorators, how do I spin them up, what properties are there, I think those are all there for you. Documentation's cleaned up, and the people who don't want to use Angular 2, don't use Angular 2. You're not here, are you? Okay. So the current status of the application. As of yesterday, I'd like to announce that we are at a beta stage. Thank you. Roadmap, we're not done yet. Obviously, we're not even released, but we have other things planned in the future. Offline template compilation, we heard about that. We're going to throw that into the pipeline as well through your build process to compile your templates offline for you. Lazy loading. As of right now, the routes are generated by default as lazy. Once that's more ironed out in the router, I'm not sure the current status, but we will implement that to be able to lazy load your routes for you from the code generation perspective as well as the build tooling. Third-party add-ons, if you want to have your own build process that you want to add on, or other deployments, either the community could do that, or maybe we decide to add something else as well, yet to be determined. Angular upgrades, that was talked about yesterday. That Alex talked about the idea of Angular upgrades. When you are going, Angular 2.0 is not going to be a final. It's going to change over time. We're going to support that to be able to run an upgrade process, analyze your code, determine what changes or breaking changes are there, and suggest updates of what you can do to upgrade your application with each release of the Angular framework. Continuous integration, the idea of not only just scaling up your application, but also providing continuous integration environment to be able to configure that so you can, when you check into GitHub or wherever you are checking into, to put hook into Travis or something like that for your continuous integration of your projects. And also the idea of producing Angular packages, not just applications, but something like Angular Material would use something like this to be able to create a library, maybe a toolset or some controls that you want to publish. And more customizations. We're still rather early on in the life cycle of the CLI, and there's a lot of things that we can add, and we've already looked into those. So find out about it out on the cli.angular.io. Take a look at that website. There's some documentation there. We will be adding to that as the as it matures. So thank you.
All right, we're going to hear from Matt at VMware for a minute, and then Joe will introduce our next speaker.
All right, thanks a lot. ng-conf, hi, how are we doing? All right, so I'll make this super quick. I'm just up here on behalf of VMware to say a huge thank you to everybody who took the NG challenge over the last few days. We had over 350 submissions, and together generating over 1,000 new Angular 2 apps together, so it was really awesome. And the winners of our grand prizes, which are 2 Alienware Steam machines, Steam boxes? Steam machines, are, and don't come running up, come and see us at the booth afterwards. So the winners are Patrick Gold. Well done, Patrick. And Zach Bowman. Got Zach? All right. So well done, guys. Come and see us at the booth, and we'll hook you up. Thanks a lot.
Go ahead, Joe.
Go
Anytime
ahead,
you're
Joe.
ready.
He's not up there.
Oh, he's in the back.
Frost,
Okay.
intro him.
Want to shoot me with an arrow again?
I could throw it at you.
Do I have one more T-shirt I'll shoot out. Yeah. I don't know how I'm going to pick which direction. I'm actually going to pick this side over here because we haven't shown him as much love.
Oh, man, what is that?
I don't know how far this is going to go. It's kind of packed in there tight. But I'm going to shoot towards the screen. Be nice. Dude, I saw one guy ripping off another guy's hands. Green shirt, how mad are you right now? So Joe, do you need?
Yeah?
Take it away, bud.
Scott has the largest doll collection in North America. Time magazine named him Father of the Year during his time as a Catholic priest in Italy. And while serving in the Navy SEALs, he once caught a cougar with his bare hands and gave it a back rub. The cougar filled out a positive review survey later on that day, sent via Google Forms. Please welcome to the stage, Scott Moss.
Thanks, everybody. Glad to be back on stage here at ng-conf. It's probably one of the most awesome conferences I've ever been at and had a chance to speak at, so super excited to be back here. So today my talk is going to be about Angular 2 for the rest of us. So kind of like a story like when I wanted to learn Angular 2, started like back when it was like alpha, like super early on, and I was terrified. I was just like, well, what's this? I don't know if I want to do this. So this is kind of like a story and some of the things that I learned along the way to help me navigate those waters. So I'm an engineer at Udacity, also co-founder Angular class with Patrick back there. So Angular 2 is not easy to make. We all know that. If you've ever tried to contribute to it, you probably looked at the code and was like, who wrote this? At least that's how I feel sometimes. So it was not easy to make, but thankfully it's really easy to use. It was designed to be easy to use, thankfully, so that's awesome. The Angular team, I think, has superpowers. I know a lot of people in the Angular team, and like I listen to them talk and I watch them, just like, yeah, that person definitely has like powers, like a mutant or something, because like the stuff that they do over there is amazing, right? It's nothing short of amazing. I don't have superpowers, unfortunately. I wish I did. But I want to be productive with Angular. I really do. I really love Angular, and I want to build cool stuff with it. So, you know, how can we do that? Some people can read books, some people can look at docs and have it all figured out. I'm not one of those people. So I gotta experiment with how I can get productive with something. So what I found out was, sorry, you gotta build fun things and compare what you're building to what you already know. So we all know something, we're all good with something. Maybe it was Angular 1 Next, maybe it was React or whatever. We're all good with something probably, so if we can compare that to what we're trying to learn, it'll be a lot easier to learn. And if we're building something really cool. So that's kind of the approach that I took. So here's how I got started with that. Here's some of the stuff I did know coming into Angular 2. I knew ES 2015. I was pretty familiar with a build system, component architecture, and Angular 1X, because it's going to help me here, right? It's the same thing. No, it's not. It's not. But I did know that. What I did not know TypeScript. Just didn't know it. We'll talk about that a little bit. I did not know observables or RxJS. zones or zones.js. And do I even need to know this, right? You go look at the docs and you look at the imports and like, wait. There's this thing called zone.js in the package.json. We're importing it. Let me go down this rabbit hole and like research it. Do you need to know this? Maybe not. You don't know at first. So I just assumed that this is something I needed to know. I did not know it. And obviously I didn't know Angular. So like everybody, what I did was I started with the docs. And this is where everything started getting crazy for me. And I realized this was going to be a pretty crazy journey. So I started with the docs, which were pretty decent at the time. And this is what I did. I was so frustrated. I went into the docs and I was just like, looking at the API docs and I was just like, WTF. And that's what I saw. And I was just like, what? Wait, Angular wants me to leave the docs? All right. I thought it was a sign. Like it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. I thought like Igor and Misko was like outside my window like trolling me. And I was just like, all right, they're watching me. Like, I got to do this. I got to do this the hard way. So I left the docs. But reading the docs kind of told me that I need to understand TypeScript a little more. I've been a little hesitant to try TypeScript, a little timid of it. So I decided to learn TypeScript. So when I started that journey, this is what I thought it was. I thought it was this. I was like, no, no. This is what I thought TypeScript was, and I was just like, no, not doing it. Granted, this was prior, I think this was maybe even pre 1.5, but I was just like, no, I don't know if I want to do this. Yeah, really sad. But what it really is, it's just this. Does that look familiar? Right? It's just ES 2015, really, especially at the 1.5. They actually just built on top of that. So the key takeaways I learned from learning TypeScript, it's really just ES 2015 plus all extra features are optional and awesome. And you should pretty much use them. They're all optional though. And tooling is free and life-changing. I think that was the biggest thing for me. I set up the tooling correctly with some help from some friends, and I was just like, man, like, this is it. Like, for this one reason alone, like, it was a thing for me. So that was TypeScript. So I know that, I brought some of my prior knowledge from working with Angular 1X, from working with React, and I kind of understand the component architecture. So I was like, okay, cool. First thing I need to do is I need to learn how to make components in Angular. I read some blog posts, I looked at the docs, but it just, I don't know, I was still like, this looks kind of weird. So I was like, all right, if I can make a component, I'll be one step closer to making something and being productive with this application. So again, referencing things that I know. So here's an example of a fluffy component. If you can't see all that, don't worry about it. We're going to go through it. So I call it a fluffy component because it's not really like a basic component. There's a lot of stuff going on here. So the first thing that kind of tripped me out, that we have this property on this component decorator called directives, but we passed in a component. That kind of tripped me out because I thought that was a component and not a directive. So I actually was trying to be predictive and was like, all right, I'll just put a components property right there and pass in a component or something like that. Well, turns out components are directives. They're just directives with templates, and it's all over the docs. I don't know how I missed that, but I was stuck on that for like 3 days. So yeah, components are directives. They're a type of directives with just templates. And then right here, another thing I want to do is like, well, if I can find a way to query the DOM and do some jQuery type stuff, I'll be another step closer to being productive too. So this is how you would do this in Angular 2, or at least this is one way to do it. You would use one of the view children to query the DOM, and you can look for elements inside your component, which returns an observable, and then you can do stuff with that. So here's a way to manipulate the DOM. So again, one step closer to being productive, just figuring out the way of what's happening here. Then I also needed to figure out how to interface with my components, how to pass things in, how to listen for things that were happening, and then they have these input and output decorators. So a little note on decorators. This was my first time ever seeing decorators on properties. Like, I've seen them on the class level. When I seen them on the properties, I thought it was like a typo. I actually I hit up Patrick, was like, yo, I think their docs are wrong. Like, they got some weird stuff going on here. Like, I don't think you could do that. And it was like, no, man, check it out. So he put me on to reflection and metadata, and I was like, oh yeah, because everybody knows reflection. You learn about variables, you learn about primitive types, and then you learn about reflections, right? It's the first thing you learn about. Nobody knows about reflection and metadata, so I was kind of confused about that, but it totally helped me out with that. So yeah, these input and output, they're really just allowing Angular to know about, to tell Angular hey, I want you to attach an input input configuration to this property and output configuration to this property, and so forth. So it's pretty simple there. Takeaways from components. Your app will actually be a tree of components. If you've never built an app with component architecture before, this is your first time, you haven't stepped into 1.5 on Angular, you haven't stepped into something like React, this is your first time building an app with component architecture, your app is just going to be a tree of components. Like, that's pretty much it, the basics. And components are directives with a template. And that sounds super simple, but for some reason, like, it just didn't register to me for some reason, I don't know why. Inputs and outputs define your directives interface. So again, if you ever use any other framework, like if you come from React, this is kind of like prop types, something like that. So this is going to define your, how you interfere or how you interact with your components. So very important. And use lifecycle methods and built-in decorators for DOM manipulation. So view child, view children, view child, all those things you can use, and you can get reference to the actual native element of those children. And you got to tie them into the lifecycle methods because they might not be ready upon like construction. But that's getting deep. This is Angular for the rest of us and not Angular for the best of us. So I'm not going to get deep. Services. Services they're pretty straightforward. Except for one thing that was kind of weird for me. So here's what a basic service looks like, right? It's actually just a class. Sorry, it's just a class. Until you look at this, okay? Again, remember I said TypeScript, all the stuff is optional. Well, this is where it's not optional if you want to use dependency injection here in the service. You actually have to take advantage of some of the stuff that TypeScript provides. So here we have this injectable decorator. Now this is necessary because of a few things. One, we're trying to let Angular know that we want to provide this lunch service with another service. So this is telling the injector that, hey, we're letting you know that we're going to inject something. The other thing is, TypeScript cannot handle metadata without a decorator. So that's why we have to have this decorator. I personally think that decorator should have been called services and not injectable, but that's what it's called. It's called injectable. So we have to have that, therefore we can inject a burger service in there. We don't need to add injectable if we don't plan on adding any services, but honestly, you should just put injectable in every single service that you make because it might come back and bite you if you don't, so just do it. So takeaways for that. If your service needs a service, make it injectable. Like I said, if you're going to need a service, new service, make it injectable. Also, like I said, just make every single service you have injectable. Like it should just be injectable. Otherwise, you're probably going to go back and change it anyway. Oh yeah, this one definitely got me. So because we can use providers on different levels on components, without getting too deep into how DI works in Angular, you can pretty much provide your services on any level in the component tree, but there's some things you got to watch out for. Because wherever you provide that service, it's going to be instantiated new. So if you share in state and you provide that service at a level, you might have multiple instances of that state, whereas you only wanted one instance. So what the pattern I'm doing is I'm actually just providing the service as high as possible. That way I don't have to worry about that until it becomes an issue. And then I go back and like, okay, I'm actually going to put it on this component instead of like all the way up here. So that's what I've been doing. Because that kind of bit me in the butt. I was like debugging this. I think I gave up on it actually. I think this is the point where I kind of gave up on Angular 2 for a minute. And I was just like, nah, I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. But Patrick came in and saved me, so thanks, Patrick. Okay, observables and RxJS. Now, I've known about observables, I've known about RxJS way before Angular 2, but I'm the type of person I won't go learn something unless like I need to learn it. Like I'm building a project with it, if I have like a task assigned to it, or like, I'm going to be teaching a curriculum on it, like I need to learn it, obviously. I didn't have any of those use cases for observables or RxJS at the time, so I just never decided to learn it. But my goal to be productive in Angular 2 kind of forced me into this. So what I thought they were, I don't know. I had no clue. I seriously had no clue what they were. You know, I just had no clue. I just didn't do a lot of research into it, and I looked at some things, and I was like, wait, I don't know. I mean, why would I use this over promises? I just don't get it. Like, I really just don't get this. Actually, this one is too big to see here, so I just wrote it here. Blow that up. Okay. So we'll talk a little bit about observables here. So Angular has built-in support for observables with external library called RxJS, right? You have to import it yourself. But it's baked in, it's pretty awesome. And we're just gonna walk through some of the stuff that Angular does with it and some of the decisions that it makes. So right here we have this service, this user service here. See that? It's injectable. Gotta make sure it's injectable. Otherwise we couldn't do this, right? So this first method right here is fetch me. It's using the built-in HTTP service, which by default is gonna return an observable. And if you've ever used RxJS, you know that there are tons of operators that you can use. I mean, smorgasbord of operators. That's what kind of threw me off, because I was like, well, I don't know what to do here, you know? Like, and every use case I saw was like Jafar making drag and drop, and I was like, I'm not making a drag and drop, Jafar. Like, I need to figure something else out. So I was kind of lost. So I was like, I kind of looked at it like from a standpoint of like, well, this kind of looks like Lodash. Some of the same methods are similar, so I kind of figured that out, and I was like, well, let's play around with that. And it turns out I was right. RxJS is actually like Lodash for like asynchronous events over time. So it's pretty simple for me to like conceptualize that after I thought about it that way. So this is just returning an observable, which we're mapping, and we're just getting the data property from the response. And then down below is we're using the native window.fetch, which returns a promise, and we're just using .then. I mean, really the only difference here is this method name, map, and then. And in this case, we're gonna go a step further of how you actually get the data and how you resolve it. But so far, the only difference is the method that we're calling here. So we come down to our component, which you can see I didn't inject the service in here. I actually put it globally, which may be an anti-pattern. Don't do what I do. Follow the style guide. But anyway, so we have the service injected in here. So we call the method that's going to return the observable. So the way I like to think about observables, which kind of helped me out, was that I think observables are just like, they're just like lazy teenagers. Like, they're just not going to do what you tell them to do until the last minute, until you like threaten to take away their Xbox or something. Then they'll do it. And that's what the subscribe method is. That's you taking away their Xbox. It's like, like, all right, now do it. Okay, so that's what observables are. So you can call fetch me. It's nothing's gonna happen until you subscribe. Whereas a promise here, the trigger is actually when you invoke this method here. It's more like a soldier. Like they'll do whatever you say when you say it, and they'll wait till it's done. So that's pretty much the difference that kind of made sense to me with observables and promises. So the promise is the async event is going to be called as soon as you invoke this method, whereas on the observable it's not going to be called until you subscribe. In both cases, we get the same data back. So those are the difference. Now, Angular does have built-in promise support. You can call toPromise on this, and it will return the promise and not the observable. But why do that, right? Like, come on, like use observables. It's there. Cool. And then I just bootstrapped it here and then passed in the user service. So let's go back to this. So takeaways for observables. Use observables to handle async things. Like, I'm just gonna be very minimal with that. I know people back there, I know Ben Lish somewhere like, whoa, he's probably gonna add on to this and correct me, but for me, it's just like, use observables to handle async things. That might sound like, well, duh, but honestly, when I was thinking about observables, I was like, well, I use promises. Like, is observables trying to solve something differently? Like, why would I use anything else? I thought it was trying to solve a different case, but it's actually trying to solve the same case, but in a different way. So it is for asynchronous things and not something that you've never used before. Angular uses observables for 3 common things that I found out. I'm sure there's more internal things in there, but 3 things that I found out they use it for are querying the DOM with like view child and stuff like that, outputs, and HTTP. Those are like the 3 common things that Angular is going to use observables for. Now, you yourself might use observables for other things, and probably other things built into Angular that are also there, but for some of the most common things, that's what I ran into almost every application that I've built so far. I'm all about productivity. I'm not going to dig. I'm just going to if it works, it's going to work for me. And like I said, RxJS has millions of operators. Like, you don't need to know how an engine works to get a driver's license and drive a car. So don't go in and try to figure out what all these things are doing and like sitting there trying to write this like amazing chain of methods and like show off your friends of all the cool stuff you did with Rx. Like, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Do the thing that works. You don't have to know everything. But there are some really advanced cool stuff. So once you hit like a wall where you just can't figure some stuff out, go back, check out the operators. It's probably in there. So last bit, most of the tough stuff, for me at least, had nothing to do with Angular. If you saw some of the stuff that I was talking about, it was a lot to do with TypeScript, like adopting that stuff, decorators, all types of stuff that I just did not understand. RxJS, most of it had nothing to do with Angular. If you take away all that stuff, Angular is actually pretty simple. It's just like, oh, here's a class, that's a component, here's a DI system. That's it. Like, it's pretty simple. One thing I adopted is error-driven learning. So, like, it works. It works so good. I normally don't go Google something or ask somebody for help until I like hit an error and I can't figure it out. Like, because otherwise I don't know what to look for. And with Zone.js, the errors are like pretty good. Like, they'll tell you exactly where you messed up, and they'll be like, they'll put it right in your face. Like, they're not gonna hide it. And like, this is where you messed up. And you're like, cool. You can copy that and paste it, and like, you'll find an answer. Whereas before, you don't really know what you're looking for. At least I didn't. So I've like embraced that. When I see an error, I'm actually happy. So I'm like, yep, I'm about to figure this out in like 5 minutes. Whereas before, like, I just didn't know. Adopt there's a thing for that mentality. I mean, if you go look at the API reference on the Angular IO website, there's tons of stuff in there. There's probably a thing that you need that it's already built. There's a thing for that. And I found it out the hard way. I was in there like making all this manual stuff, and then Patrick came and was like, you know that there's a decorator for that. Oh, you know, there's a service for that. Oh, by the way, they made a thing for that too. I'm like, okay, that's great. Because I've been using a framework where they don't have things for that. So I've been like adopting that mentality. But Angular is actually like a kitchen sink. It's got everything for you. It's got the fine-grained controls to change detection or not. It's really awesome. So kind of had to get used to that and actually take advantage of it. So it's really awesome. And then dive in. One thing I tell people is like, you know, if you want to learn how to swim, you can take swimming lessons, or you can go to a pool with lifeguards and just jump in. Yeah. Right? That's what I do. So. And that's my talk. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Scott. Some of us have an error-driven life approach, so it works out great. Next, we're going to hear from one of our sponsors, McGraw-Hill. Then we'll take like a 2-minute break, and Joe will introduce our next speaker before lunch.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Pinak. I'm an engineering manager at McGraw-Hill. So let me ask you a question. How many of you have heard of McGraw-Hill? Oh, some people. Oh. So question again. How many of you have heard of McGraw-Hill? I see some hands going up. So some of you may have heard of us as a publishing company, but we're actually much more than that. We are a learning science company, and we build software apps for schools and colleges. Closer. All right, so talking about ng-conf, I was also here last year, and I can definitely see this year's event is much bigger and better. And what I really mean by that is the hotel is much nicer this year. But jokes aside, it's really good to see Angular evolving, adopting, enjoying a lot of community support, because we use it quite a bit at McGraw-Hill. Most of our newer apps are built with it. Most of our common components use Angular directives. And we are excited to see what we can do with the Angular 2 components. Also, accessibility is big for us, and we use Angular Material for material design. So with that, not taking up too much time, if you'd like to learn more about McGraw-Hill, what we do, what kind of apps we build, or what kind of job opportunities we may have, visit our website or come talk to me later. Thanks.
Two-minute break.
President of the official fan club of the Monkees. He has every episode of the Brady Bunch memorized and spends his free time trying to invent ways to deep fry pudding. He spends most of his additional free time on the internet arguing tabs versus spaces. Please welcome to the stage, Mark Laval.
Okay, hello. I'm very excited to be here today to tell you more about Angular 2 and React Native. So my name is Mark Laval. I'm a software engineer at Amadeus. And I've been working with the Angular team for more than a year now on Angular 2 itself and more recently on this exciting project. So it may sound a bit crazy, but what I'm going to show you today is how you can build mobile applications using Angular 2 and React Native. So by mobile application, I mean truly native applications. So there is no Cordova involved, no web views, no DOM, really native. Okay, and so this is great. So it works today for iOS and Android, and hopefully later in the future for more platforms. So what is great is that it really allows to do cross-platform development with a unified developer experience among all those different channels. So don't dream too much. So the philosophy behind it is not to write the code once and run it everywhere with some magic happening somewhere. No, the philosophy here is more to learn once, so Angular 2, and to use it everywhere to build many applications. Okay, so before going to the technical details, the best thing is to have a look at what can be done with this. So let's go for a demo. So what I'm going to show you is a kitchen sink application, a showcase application. So on the left, you've got iOS, on the right, Android. And so basically, as you can see, we can display text and images, native text and native images, which makes a big difference, right? Okay, so basically when building such applications, you're going to use components. And so many of them are similar to both platforms. So we saw text and image. But this is also the case for those scroll views that we'll get on both platforms. This nested text, all those inputs also, so the text input, slider, the switch, so the pickers. So even if they look a bit different in that case, because each platform has its own implementation, they're really the same component. Then you've got some which are more specific to each platform. So, for example, here on iOS, you've got these activity indicators, the progress view, the segmented controls, date picker. At the bottom, you've got a tab bar. So on iOS, you've got this drawer on the left, on the side, the toolbar at the top, this particular pager layout on those progress bars, for example. On iOS, you also got map view, for example, and so basically this is where I come from, the very southeast of France, very sunny by the sea and between the sea and the mountains, very nice. Okay, so on top of components to build your applications, we need some APIs, what I call APIs. So basically things that you call from the code, like an alert, for example. And again, some of them are the same on both platforms, even if they look differently, so API is the same. Some will be more specific, like this action sheet on iOS. Okay, so through those APIs, you can also access some information about the platform, or access geolocation, which doesn't really work with the emulators. But also on Android, for example, you've got those date pickers, or a time picker, the native one, which are in this case APIs. So we saw on iOS it was a component, here it's more an API. So basically if you use only those common APIs and components, you can really build screens or even small applications which are the very same on iOS and Android. So for example, here is a full to-do MVC. So I'm not a good designer, sorry, but this is a fully working to-do MVC, and this is the very same code, the very same template for both iOS and Android in that case. And even there is a feature to save and load the list of to-dos from the local storage. And again, this is the same API for both platforms, so you can do the very same thing. Okay, so on top of that, to build your application, you will also need to recognize the user actions, so gestures basically. So here's a small playground which shows that you can recognize swipe, tap, some panning. It even works with multi-touch events like pinch or rotate. So behind the scenes, so we're using the well-known Hammer.js library. And we feed it with basically events coming from React Native, which are very low-level events like touch start, touch move, or touch cancel. And so you've got all those gestures available, and you can even create your own gesture if you want to. Okay, so the next thing is a small demo of HTTP, for example. Okay, so nothing really crazy. You can just type something, get a query Wikipedia to get a list of pages. But so what you don't see here is that it uses the HTTP module from Angular 2 with nothing specific at all. So you can really use that in your code directly. And what you don't see also here is that all the navigation which is happening on both applications is using the router. It just completely confused me. So in French, we say router, just simply. Okay, so basically the two uses the router here. And so even on Android, you can plug the back button to the router and just navigate back inside the application. And even catch the last back button just to get confirmation from the user if they want to exit the application. So basically catching the back button is more like an API from Android. Okay, so the last part of the demo will be this more experimental animation usage. So first thing I wanted to try is to see if we're listening to the events from Hammer.js and we try to update the view immediately. So we can do something like this. And it's quite smooth. It works on both. Yeah. Or it should work on both. Yeah, no, it works. Okay, and then React Native provides also a polyfill of request animation frame so that we can use directly here. So I can take these balls and send them around like that. So let's test that a bit. Let's test that a bit. So if I tap one of them, everything is moving randomly. And it's pretty smooth on both platforms, especially on a real device. But those balls are quite simple. They're just simple views. So let's make things a bit more complex. And so let's load the to-do MVC that we saw just earlier in each single ball. So there are 20 of them. And we can still animate everything like this. So here you can see and you can feel that you're starting to reach some kind of limits. But there's a big work ongoing inside React Native itself to improve animation performances by moving most of the animation into the very native side of with some native code. So it's quite good today. It's going to be even better. And so in both cases, we're still inside a React Native application. So you got access to all the development tools from React Native, so you can debug your application in Chrome, you can reload or having even live reload. You have the performance monitor. So hot reloading is not supported yet today. And about the inspector, so I've got good hope to be able to integrate Augury inside this so that you will be able to inspect your native application with Augury also. So very exciting. Okay, so that was a demo. So now you may wonder, what kind of code you're going to write to do this application? And so this is a sample of that. It's quite, so as you can see, it's just some regular 2 code. You got your component with a selector, your template, your class. So nothing fancy here. So one thing though is that for sure you don't use HTML, but here you've got this library of components that we saw and that you're going to use here. So just proper normal Angular 2 components with input, output, some actions that you can execute on them. So with React Native, also there is no CSS really, but it comes with a styling system. So it looks a bit like CSS because it's a JSON object, but that's the only similarity. Well, not the only one, because the properties are also kind of the same. So yeah, it's a new styling system basically, but it supports absolute positioning, and it supports Flexbox. So for you as web developers, it's super easy to create your layout for your application. Then for the gestures, nothing fancy. You just use tap or swipe here in the template, and it's going to work out of the box. And then you can use everything from Angular 2, all the directives, you can project nodes, you can write components, subcomponents, really everything. All the features, including HTTP and the router. On top of that, you also get access to everything, all the React Native APIs. So the style sheet here which is more utility. But for example, if you wanted to create an alert, as we saw during the demo, you would just import alert from React Native, and then in your code do alert.show with some parameters, and it will work. So basically, you can build applications with all your Angular 2 skills, learning a set of components, a set of APIs from React Native, and that's it. And so this is great because it really enables you to share code, basically. So even the ugly spaghetti code that you will write somehow, but so you can share it obviously between iOS and Android. And so even sometimes the template itself, the view, can be shared. But on top of that, you can share a lot of code also between your native application and your web application. So all the services can be completely shared. Even your service that connects to a backend using Angular, the HTTP module from Angular 2, you can fully share it. So you write it once, you test once, and you share it across web, iOS, Android. Okay, so now let's have a look at how it works really. So to understand that, first let's have a look at how React Native works in general. So it comes with two parts, so the native one and the native part and the JavaScript part. So on the native side, you've got two threads basically. So the main UI thread that you'll get in any application, and a shadow thread, which is used for measuring and layout. So those two threads can access the platform APIs and manipulate the UI components. And so then on the JavaScript side, the two sides communicate through this bridge in the middle. So on the JavaScript side, you've got a thread, a unique thread in which you can execute any JavaScript. And so inside this thread, you've got a set of APIs, which are called the bridge JavaScript APIs, which are exposed. And basically from JavaScript, you can, at the end, access the platform APIs at the end and the UI components. And so basically, it means that you can create a React Native application in just vanilla JavaScript. So this will be an hello world in just vanilla JavaScript. So okay, it's not very developer friendly. You need to be able to access this UI manager and to create views and attach them manually, but it works. So now, on Angular 2 side, there is the architecture where as Matthias was mentioning this morning, where the rendering is completely decoupled from the rest of the application. And so the application, so by application I mean this is where all the components, the directives, the dependency injection, the change detection lives. But when it comes to rendering, this is delegated to a renderer, which itself is a bit dumb. It just receives instruction to create elements or to update them or move them around, and that's it. So by default in Angular 2, you've got a DOM renderer, which is able to communicate with the DOM so that you create your web pages. So if we mix the two architecture, we get this, which is basically a React Native application, standard one. And inside the JS thread, we're going to execute the Angular 2 application with just a special renderer, which knows how to use those APIs, low-level APIs, to build the elements and to move them and update them. In some cases, the application, like in the case of the alert I was mentioning, the application may access the bridge API directly, and that's it. That's how it works. So, about the project, we just released an alpha version last month, so you can use it today. And basically, we're counting on you to get some feedback, raise some bugs, suggest some improvements. After that, the project is basically sitting between Angular and React Native. So the situation is a bit something like this. Maybe not that extreme, for sure, but the good thing is that those two projects are moving fast forward, delivering new features almost every week. And so integrating everything together is a must and is great. The next big thing will be offline compilation. So which was presented yesterday. And so it will really boost, improve the performances of the overall application. Then there's a number of topics which are of interest for this project. So the first one is testability. So it's already quite advanced. So today it's possible to write pure unit tests using, for example, Jasmine unit tests that you could run in Node.js or with Karma in your favorite browser, so which means that all the React Native part is being mocked. Also, there is a working prototype of end-to-end test using Protractor and Appium. So Appium, if you don't know it, it's basically web drivers for native application. So in this prototype, you'll see that you just write a usual Protractor test, but which is driving the native application. Okay, so the next thing would be performance and animations. So we saw that we can already do basic animations, and that the performance are quite good already today, and it will be improved. So the first, about animations, so first there is so this big work ongoing inside React Native, so that too, because with the request animation frame, everything is driven by the JavaScript, basically. And so by moving animations really to the native side of React Native, things will be much better. And for sure, this new implementation inside React Native would have to be kind of integrated with what Matthias presented this morning, so that you can really do the same animations for your React Native application. The next topic will be extensibility. So we saw that React Native exposes a number of components and APIs to the users, but it doesn't expose everything that exists in native worlds. But the good thing is that React Native can be extended. And so there is already a vibrant community of developers who are creating extensions and publishing them as packages on NPM. And so basically all this has to work within Angular 2. And the last very exciting topic will be universal Windows platform. So last month, during the F8 conference, Microsoft and Facebook announced that they will bring the support of this platform to React Native. So which means that it will be possible to create applications for Windows Phone, Windows Desktop, Xbox, or HoloLens. And so if it works with React Native, it's going to work also with Angular 2. Okay, so a few links to finish this presentation. So basically, you can use all that today. It's ready. So there is a main repository that you can clone, and from which you can build those kitchen sink applications that you saw, and look at the code of all the samples that we saw. There is some documentation that comes with it. And there's also a seed project, which is basically that you can just clone and use to start your own application. So basically, it includes some scripts to do the build, to run application, to run unit tests, to run end-to-end tests, everything that you need, basically. Okay, so thank you. It was a pleasure to be here. If you have any questions, you can ping me on Twitter. I'll publish also the slides there, or you can grab me in the hall. So, thank you.
Everyone to use the hashtag ngDave, and the first person to tweet ngDave and with the right guess of how many Daves there are actually at the conference, we're going to give them this drone. So at the end of lunch, we'll announce it. First person to tweet their ngDave and the right number of Daves. So yeah.
And the way lunch works today is we go to the place and eat the things. So see you back at 1:30.
We made our own.
Eric, you good up there? Or, oh, hey, Brad.
Wrong one. Thanks, going.
Good to go?
All right. Go ahead and start us up, Jack.
I don't know what episode this number is, so.
Whatever it is.
Hey everybody, and welcome to Adventures in Angular, live at ng-conf. This week on our panel, I'm just going to go along here, and you can all do whatever you do when you introduce yourself live on stage. We have Jules Kremer.
Hey everyone.
Katya Eames.
Hello.
Joe Eames.
Hey there.
They might be related. I'm Charles Max Wood. This is John Papa.
Hello.
And Aaron Frost.
Hello. Let me just start off by saying it's really cool to not be little squares on a computer with y'all today.
Yeah, it's really fun to kind of do the in-person thing. Earlier in the year, I was at Build Conference and we did a couple of live episodes, and it's nice to be able to actually see people and see the way that they move and the way that they interact, so to speak.
Until they turn the lights up and then you can't see anyone again.
I actually have to wear clothes here. I usually leave my pajamas to do the show, so.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave that one alone.
No comment, In person could be a bad thing.
Yes.
I know, right? I won't tell you what I wear. Anyway.
Footies.
So we did this last year, and usually what we do as Adventures in Angular is we just talk about the conference. There were some things that were talked about during the keynote. There were things that were talked about during some of the talks that were really interesting. There are some things that are relatively new that if you were paying attention to what the Angular team puts out there and what some community members put out there, they're probably not big surprises. But if you're not following along, then there were a lot of exciting things announced. So to start off, I'm really curious, what did all of you see or hear that was exciting or interesting that you think people ought to know about here at ng-conf?
Start with Jules.
Oh, me? Well, I kind of knew what was going to happen before we got here, so there wasn't a lot of surprises. I think the animation stuff is really cool. Matthias has done such a great job with that. That's my favorite thing so far.
How about you, Joe?
Me?
Well, you were holding the mic.
I am holding a mic. Let's see. I really liked Scott's talk. I like how he made some good things to relate to learning Angular 2.
Scott's talks are always awesome, though.
Yeah, they are always awesome. I really liked Alyssa Nichols' talk. She was our backup speaker and spoke in a side place. We weren't able to get it recorded, unfortunately, but I really liked her talk. She actually had 2 talks that were on our backup list. She didn't even know. That made it easy for her to be our backup speaker. I really liked hers. And then I think that Fair Day was pretty fun, seeing a lot of people going around doing a lot of things.
How about you, Katya?
I was working in other rooms for most of it.
She worked hard. She did awesome this year. We've never made her part of the crew, at least not to the level she was this year, and it was pretty awesome. She killed it for us.
Awesome. I am curious though, since you're around the conference and around the attendees and you see people walking down the hall, what's kind of your read on the conference? I mean, what are people feeling or thinking, or what do you pick up when you see people walking through the conference?
So far from everything that I've seen, most everyone that I've talked to has loved it. I've heard very few complaints about it, the conference, even though it's such a huge leap. We've more than doubled it from what it was last year. So I know from being around him and being around Sunny and everyone that it was really, really hard to get it all together. But I've heard very, very few complaints about how the conference is going, and it's really cool to hear people and to see people just having a good time and enjoying the conference.
Cool. That's kind of what I've been seeing too, so it's good to hear it, because I haven't been looking for it, I guess, but what about you, John?
I think the energy level, it's not surprising, but it's still awesome to see. Everybody walking around and having great conversations, congratulating everybody else, attendees, speakers, staff, everybody's super friendly. This is one of my favorite conferences because you have real conversations with people. And it's just the right size, but it's not too big where you get lost, and it's not too small where you're seeing the same person every 5 seconds. So It's a really good size, really good energy in the conference level.
What did you see, Frosty?
So, I've never done karaoke before in my life.
Seriously?
Ever. And so on the party night on Wednesday night, there was karaoke, and it was like me and my twin brother, my older brother, my sister, and like 10 other people. It was so much fun. I was like, we're doing it again tomorrow night. And so last night until like 12:30 at night, we had so much. Like Katya was singing, I sang.
Mishko sang.
Mishko did his first karaoke. Papa Mishko, they introduced him.
Papa Mishko.
But no, the community. I don't know why it surprises me every time, but it's the best. Like every time I come here, it's like I have 1,400 friends, and some of them I've met once or twice, but it's like the hug is just as if I saw them at work every day or something. So it's a lot of fun. The community is absolutely untouchable as far as awesome communities go.
So one thing that I wanted to just mention that it kind of hit home during one of the keynotes, and it was when Jules was bringing different people onto stage, and they were talking about what they were doing with Angular, with NativeScript, or with some of the other ways that you can use Angular. That Angular has become a platform as opposed to just a framework. And seeing that it can be used in all these different areas. I mean, there was a frickin' Simon game, right, that you could play, and so people are using it in IoT, and that it's just something that's really cool to me that I thought was an interesting thing that it seems like the Angular team is really focused on.
It's funny because a lot of people are like, oh no, we're not a framework. We're smaller than or different than what a framework is. We're kind of going smaller. And Angular's like, no, we're bigger, we're a platform. We jumped the framework straight up to platform, and so we maybe Backbone will jump in and be a platform, or someone will fill the framework gap, because it seems like no one wants to be a framework. It seems like there's like a divide. Some people are going to under framework, and Angular's saying we want to fill something bigger, which is a platform. And so that's something that I've noticed and I thought was cool too.
So what I've been really noticing too is the big announcement this week, obviously, and I think Jules, direct feedback live here. I think you guys undersold how important the RC was this week in the keynote. The RC is huge to have a release candidate out there that people can rely on and go, and it's great that it's out. That was the biggest thing for me. And then somebody asked me just recently about how do you compare Angular 2 to Angular 1 in a nutshell. And I thought, well, let's see. It's faster, it's smaller, and it's easier. And you didn't lose any features. So what's the downside? I'm still waiting for the downside, Jules. When's it coming?
Hopefully never. But with regard to the RC, I think maybe I can give you guys some of the background story. We actually talked a lot about whether we should do an RC and how it would be perceived if we did it for ng-conf. Were we really ready for RC? Should we just release a final? You know, believe it or not, we actually super care about how we deliver this and how people will perceive it and whether it was ready, and we didn't want to do it just for ng-conf. And I remember we had this meeting where there was a very long discussion about the perception of RC here at ng-conf, because not all of the bits are done. And, you know, I asked the question, because I get to play devil's advocate in my role an awful lot, and I said, well, you know, is all the main pieces good and stable? And they were like, yeah, but, you know, we test these on hundreds of internal apps, and we know how they perform, and we know the issues with lots of use cases that many businesses have. And I think it was Igor made the comment, but we really need to know how other people will use it. And I was like, well, then that's the right time to release RC, and we need to get up there and say, you know, we think it's stable, and we've hopefully identified all the pieces that we don't think are stable, but we can't make it final until we know it works for you. We know it works for Google. Does it work for you guys? And so I think that was a lot of the thinking behind, should we do this? Is it ready?
And I think, like, what does RC mean to most people? And I think it means something slightly different to everybody. But to me, and I used to work at Microsoft, and we had these similar kinds of conversations about products. RC generally feels to me like it's the time when the company is saying, go forth and use this in a production app. We will back you. We'll go forward. And maybe there's edge cases that won't work, and we'll tweak it. But the core piece in Angular, like Angular Core, that should be solid. Maybe there's an outlier, like internationalization or something that isn't ready, but So to me, it was a great endorsement of, we're ready for you to go use this. And I think it's what people were waiting for, and I think they got that.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, what you said, John, because I love Angular 1 a lot, but I know it's legacy code. Even when I'm writing 1.5, which is the greatest Angular 1, I know it's legacy code still. And I have a huge interest financially, like for work and personally, to stop writing legacy code. So the sooner this thing gets into an RC, and I can know if I wrote this today, and when I ship it by Christmas or whatever, it's going to be, general release likely. So for me, it was huge to know I can start using something, knowing that I'm not writing legacy code anymore. I can start saving money for the business and start getting us into where we need to be going forward. So that's why I agree. I think it was huge.
Yeah, and for me, along the same lines, having a release candidate is, hey, we think we're done, or we think we're close. And, as Jules said, we all, at this point, if we want it to work for us, this is the time to make sure that they know when it doesn't. And so they think it's done, or they think it's, stable. And so, yeah, it's our time now to plug it in, figure it out, because it's not as volatile as a beta or an alpha. And so, hook it up and let's really see what it does.
And let's say there's changes that come. I just watched Mike Brocky's talk about the CLI. One of the things they're working on is, hey, if you use the CLI to develop an app, we are promising, or at least hoping, to have a way to help give you hints on how to upgrade that moving forward. Like the ng-conf syntax recently changed before RC. And I imagine if the CLI was to do something about that, it would say, hey, here's your ng-conf syntax, would you like me to change that for you? And it could flip the switch in there and go run through your code. That's cool.
And let me just follow up the rest of this conversation with, I'm not one of the engineers actually building this product, but I've been on a lot of product teams at launch, and I've never seen a group of engineers come together over some late changes that we knew were significant and big, and pulling all-nighters and really putting their soul into making sure that we gave speakers enough notice to adjust their code. I've seen a lot of tweets about how amazing it was that the code was up to date, coming here. And also making the decisions that were right, instead of just pushing forward to get to RC for this conference. They really went out of their way to say, we could do this, it wouldn't be the right thing long term, so let's just, bust our butts and get it done. And that's what they did.
I'm really curious, Jules, because it sounds like the Angular team did a lot of preparation for this conference. And I can kind of imagine why. I mean, this is a large group of people who use Angular. What's the message that they really wanted us to get? I mean, I saw a lot of things in the keynotes. I got a lot of ideas of things that I could do with Angular. But what are kind of the key things that they were trying to get across to us as Angular developers and communicate to us that we could do or should think about with Angular?
I think that's a huge question, right? Like, there's so many different things that you can use with Angular because it's not just this simple framework anymore. So I think our goal was to try to give as much of a broad view of what it's going to be in its totality, while still being true and honest to where it actually is right now, today, for you. I mean, I could go through all the things we put in the keynote, but you could obviously go and reread that. And we spent a lot of time, reiterating that keynote to make sure it said exactly what those messages were that we wanted you guys to hear. But I think the other thing we really, here's something I'm going to say because I don't think people realize it. ng-conf is not run by us. We don't make it. We don't pay for it. And if the listeners don't realize that the first ng-conf, you guys mortgaged your houses to pull this together and really make or whatever, I don't mean that literally, but to
we came this close to doing exactly that. FYI.
Housing mortgaging was like on the table.
That was a discussion that happened.
I believe I had heard that story. Yeah. And my point is that, we feel a commitment to you guys who have shown so much love to Angular and to the community that comes here every year to view it. And I think that's the biggest message that if Brad was here, he'd want to say, is it's all about you and your feedback to us, and we're listening.
Awesome. You know, you did address the organizers, and I'm kind of curious. I want to ask a similar question to Joe and Aaron, who are up here. What is your goal with ng-conf? What are you hoping that people come away from ng-conf with? Is it a connection to the Angular team? Is it better skills to do cool stuff with Angular? Just a fun experience? I mean, Faraday seemed like it was pretty focused on that, among other things. What are you looking at people getting out of the conference?
I think that we all have a very unified vision on ng-conf as to what we as organizers want to get out of the conference. And that's obviously, it's for us very obviously twofold. And the first one came up in the Angular Air episode that we were on last week, where they were asking us what they want people to take away, and that was that the community at Angular is awesome. And so for us, number one priority of this conference is to build the Angular community. And to that, like, we have the whole extended thing that goes on, right? A lot of conferences stream, but very few conferences spend time, because it takes a lot of time and energy and money to do this. Very few conferences can spend the time to actually try to make those that are watching remotely feel more like part of what's going on. So this is all Aaron's doing. Year 2, he had the idea, let's do this, and took it under his wing and did a ton of work and effort, and now we've turned over.
Can you guys explain a little bit to people listening what ng Extended really is besides watching live stream?
Aaron can.
So it's an idea that we borrowed from Google. When they do Google I/O yearly, they do Google I/O Extendeds, which is they organize remote viewing parties around the globe, and they encourage the organizers to be in touch with them, to get a little bit of behind-the-scenes information about what will be going on, and to be their liaison for those remote groups. Set up ticketing or get venues and try and do T-shirts or food or whatever you can. So we borrowed that same idea because I ran a couple extendeds I/O extendeds, and they went well. They went really well. So we thought it would be amazing to bring on extended ng-conf because year 2 we were in a venue that let us have 700 people, and we got beat up for only doing 700 people to come, and so we needed to get a different way for people to enjoy ng-conf as a community.
Didn't the tickets sell out last year? For last year's from like 10 minutes or something?
Yeah, I mean, if the servers hadn't crashed, it would have been seconds, right? Like it's insane. Anything that really any cart that ropes itself to the Angular horse is on. It needs to be ready for a ride because it gets crazy once you're attached to the Angular team. So yeah, but that was like a big piece. The message we want is about building bridges for other people and making the community the best that it possibly can be.
And so,
go ahead, Joe.
Oh, well, to that, and the other aspect of that was we wanted ng-conf to be the kind of conference that we wanted to attend, right? Like, there's a style and a flavor to a conference, and not everybody that's going to come to this conference is going to appreciate it as much as a different kind of conference, right? And that's okay. We're totally okay with that. We want this to be a conference that as many people as possible can enjoy, but when we decide, do we do A or do we do B, we always decide what would we like to have if we went to a conference. And so that's kind of our goal into organizing.
I have to say mission accomplished because I showed up, and this is based on my experience last year and now this year. I tracked Sunny down and I said, what would it take to do a podcasting conference like this? Because, I mean, it's a fairly unique conference in the sense that, it's all single track, which in a venue like this you usually don't get. Usually they put the partitions up and you have, 2 or 3 tracks going at a time except for the keynotes, and then just all of the extra stuff. So we showed up, I showed up, I live here, so I parked under the hotel and, came up, and there was a cantina band, and there were, just fun elements. It was not just Angular, it was, hey, look, we're going to have some flavor, we're going to have some culture, we're going to have some good feeling, and just all around fun. And then Fair Day, it was, well, do you want to go to the native script one or the CLI one, or do you want to go learn to play the ukulele, have some chocolate-covered bacon? I mean, just the overall feeling of, hey, look, this isn't all serious and work and stuff. We love what we do, and we're going to do some stuff that we love to do.
I didn't have the chocolate-covered bacon. How was it?
It was really good.
You done messed up because it was good.
It was weird. It was weird.
That was what I thought. It would be
It
weird.
wasn't as
I
good
love
as the
chocolate,
deep fried
I love
Twinkies.
bacon. I don't know. Together, that sounds kind of weird to me, though.
Deep fried Twinkies were the best, just saying.
Yeah, you put them together, you get a heart attack.
I thought the bacon wrap bacon was the best, but
I must have missed that.
I could be insane, but it was amazing.
You know, we were talking about the extended confs, and it's actually helped me build a bridge. So, for example, I'm going to Barcelona this summer.
Angular Beers, guys.
Blessed for that.
Yeah.
Angular Beers, awesome name for a group, right?
Yeah.
Over there, I happened to ask the guy, I said, hey, you know, you guys are going to be putting together some stuff. Would you like to organize a day where Dan Watley and I are going to Barcelona? And this guy, and within a day, he'd set up a 24-hour turnaround on an event that we're going to be doing over in Barcelona now this summer.
Which is awesome, by the way.
Those guys are great.
Your partners over there are great. Those guys are really, really cool.
They did a great job. And they ran ng-conf extended, and I saw many of the pictures. Wonderful job.
They ran it in a movie theater, and like the ads were on the movie theater screens and everything. I mean, they went way, way, way up. It was our, I think the biggest ng-conf extended was theirs.
Yeah, they created a Slack channel that I joined on the internet, and there were 300 people in that room as soon as the Slack channel opened.
Holy cow.
So it's great to see the communities that are out there talking about this.
I think the another thing that's worth mentioning about how we organize is the principles under which we organize, right? So probably our number one principle is that our conference is welcoming, right? Every decision that we make, we look at, is this a welcoming, is something that we're doing welcoming, right? We're okay if people don't like Star Wars, right? We're not trying to shove Star Wars down
As
their
Ward Bell walks up the hallway.
Ward Bell is not
Ward
here.
Bell enters the room. He
I
heard
summoned
Star
him.
Wars and comes
He appeared
in.
like a demon that was summoned by incantation.
Did you know that Ward Bell actually, they gave away these awesome Lego Star Wars sets of speakers, thank you. My son will love that.
Grab a
Ward
chair.
Bell actually gave me his. That he
Grab
hates
a
Star
chair.
Wars that much.
Or he loves you that much.
Come up right by Jules.
You coming up, Ward? All right.
Are we talking Star Wars yet?
We are at the moment. Ward and I have a fun time, and John, we all have a fun time messing around with Star Wars. But we're okay if somebody doesn't enjoy one of the activities that goes on. But if they don't feel welcome, we want to know why, and we want to work to make sure that we don't have do things that don't make anybody feel welcome. So that's one of our principles. Another one of our principles is it's about the education. We can throw all the fun on that we want, but if the education isn't there, then we have a problem, right? So every time we talk about what fun we're going to do, we make sure that behind that is good content.
So, like one thing, just to kind of like an actual case, what Joe's talking about. So this year, we have these wacky speaker intros. Has anyone noticed the crazy speaker intros? The people in the audience and viewing on the live stream, I don't think that they know. I think they think that Dave and I wrote the intros, so they might think it's silly. The beautiful thing is that the speakers wrote the intros about each other. So we assigned one speaker to intro another speaker, and then that person would in turn intro them. For the Angular team, we had the most funny person on the team.
Oh, he's here too.
Yeah, Jules looks right at Jeff. We had Jeff write the intros for the Angular team.
He is, but looks aren't everything.
So we make sure the talks are killer. But then we try to just throw some fun around it to make it entertaining, because you're in a room for 7 hours and it can be tough. Am I right?
So you guys did an intro with me and mentioned I worked in a prison. And
People thought that was real.
Wanted to know if that was real.
They did. I was getting text messages from people on the Angular team even going, hey, that's really great that you do that. Can you help out my friend?
I believe that. He looks like he worked in a prison.
So thanks, Joe.
You're welcome.
Yeah, but that said, I mean, even the Star Wars party, I mean, there was Star Wars stuff all over the place on Wednesday?
And Ward was holding a lightsaber, by the way. I have pictures.
I seem to have seen a video of Ward actually having a lightsaber duel.
On the Angular team with the lightsaber.
But the thing
Says you don't like
this
Star
true, Ward?
Wars.
Is this true?
Yeah, I got into a fencing match with Naomi with the lightsaber.
I have video.
I don't think they call it
that I can
fencing back
understand.
then. Or whatever in Star Wars. It's not
But the
fencing.
thing is like you come to these events, you go to the after party. It's a Star Wars theme after party. But the great thing is you can walk in. They had like poker tables and stuff up in here. And if that wasn't your speed, then you could go talk to people, you know, in the little foyer area out there.
Or the dueling pianos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there were so many people, so many great people here that, you know, it really doesn't matter. You know, so you could talk to some crazy guy who was wearing a Jedi robe. Or you could talk to, you know.
Who is that crazy that's here, though? Seriously.
Yeah, who's that crazy?
I don't know. But John has the same haircut as that guy. Anyway, you know, but you could find people. We all have something in common, and there are so many great people here that, yeah, I mean, that welcoming aspect, I think it comes out of the community as much as how the conference is organized. I hope that doesn't hurt anyone's feelings, but you know, it really is. We have a terrific community, and then it's, hey, just come and be part of the group.
Absolutely. So we talked a little about the sessions and some of our favorite ones, but I think it's really important to note that I think one of the reasons we didn't talk too much about them is a good conference doesn't mean great sessions. I mean, it's nice to have the sessions, but that's not the reason you go. I mean, at least it's not why I go. I can watch them on the internet, watch them on YouTube. It's the camaraderie with the people. It's the conversations we're having, which you can't have unless you're here with these people all the time. And I've learned so much from so many people, the feedback they're giving us about how they use Angular, problems they're trying to solve, what they like, what they don't like. That's stuff you just can't get. It's like a 1,400 person focus group. So to me, that's really valuable to see what people want to do.
Yeah, can I tell a story really quick about that? Because I was sitting at lunch, I think it was yesterday, and I was talking to a few people, and somebody mentioned that their biggest problem was their build process. And they mentioned that they have people working on different parts of the front end, and then, no, I think it was at dinner last night. Anyway, so they were saying, you know, there are like 14 different pieces that have to get pulled together as part of their build process. And just sitting there and kind of thinking through a problem that I had never even considered was an issue. I mean, because most of the Angular I've done backs up onto a Rails application, and it's all kind of just part of the same blob. And so you get to see that, and it's like, oh, okay. So then they're looking at Webpack or JSPM or System.js or whatever through a completely different lens than I am. And how do we solve that problem? How do we look at these things? And, you know, just hearing how people deal with that, or, you know, well, I found testing this particular type of component was really hard. I've heard that a few times. And just kind of figuring out how people think about this, or hearing people talk about how they plan to use the CLI. It's all of that stuff. That's the magic here. And if you come here with a problem, there's probably somebody here with a solution. And I've seen this at multiple conferences where I have come to the conference trying to figure something out. I talk to a few people, and they all say, well, that guy's the guy you want to talk about, or go talk to. And then other people will help me find that particular person because they have the expertise that I need. And you just, yeah, you can't get that anywhere else.
So Ward, what did you think of the conference that you just joined us?
Well, I loved it, and I loved it for all the reasons that you described. There's an enormous number of hallway conversations that go places that you weren't even knowing that you could go, and there's a friendliness to it and an openness to talking and sharing uncertainties that we all have and are uncomfortable sharing that comes right out. There were a number of things that were done at the conference to promote that. The Ask Me Anythings were really cool because people would do it there. But it could be you're standing in line to get a drink of some kind, and you're there in that line, and that's an opportunity for us to turn to each other, somebody you don't know, and have your mind blown. I would also say, though, that the sessions were very strong. The formal presentations for which we were all gathered together and we all saw it at the same time were very strong. And there was one in particular, maybe you all called it out already, that I was deeply moved by, which was Taro's generative art one. That took me to a different place. It brought computing to the soul somehow. And I admire that one a lot, and I hope that one of the things seeing something like that can do is make me think about how I present my own stuff in future, and to try and touch people.
That talk, I think that talk was amazing, and that, to kind of go with what John was talking about, that's what you get when you come. Like, it's one thing to hear his talk, but to come here and meet Taro is like the next level, because he's one of the nicest people ever. And his talk, I think it meant a lot to a lot of people. And like the native script team that's here, they went and they modded his repo or whatever, and they've built it in a native iOS and Android app now using native script, and they deployed it to the App Store or to the Play Store. So that talk, like in particular, is a focus point for a lot of really cool things that happened here. I agree.
So I'm curious, specifically John and Ward as speakers. One of the things that we did this year, which was, I think, a little bit different, is we kind of gave speakers assignments besides just speaking, right? In addition to speaking, you had to do your AMA kind of Q&A session, which isn't that unusual. But we also had 2 rooms, a Tour of Heroes room where people could go and walk through the tutorial on Angular 2, and we had an experts room as well. And we asked speakers, we actually assigned speakers a couple of hours on Faraday that they needed to be in the room and be there for attendees. And I've had conversations with John about how he loves the hallway conversations, and this is almost like, you want a hallway conversation, it might happen in the hallway, but if you go to this room, it will happen. So for you guys and the time that you spent in those rooms, what was your impression and experiences there?
It was fantastic, and for those who don't quite understand all the details of Joe, if you weren't here, there was a Tour Heroes room which people could come in and work on the Tour Heroes tutorial, and we would help you. There were 4 or 5 people in the room at the time. There was another room, the Ask Me Anything. I think people experienced that before, and experts rooms. We also had side sessions too, and those side sessions were packed, which was amazing. I could barely get to the stage when I was 5 minutes late to getting here, because I was trying to run from a Tour Heroes room to that one when Dan and I were speaking. But to me, it was great. I was exhausted yesterday. I think I did 6 of those. And by the end of it, I probably looked it, but it was amazing. I loved all the people I got to speak with. I wish every conference would do that, honestly.
That is really cool.
I was going to just say I agree. We need these kinds of opportunities to meet with people and see them solve problems. And the hallway encounters are great, but this broke some of the barriers to people talking to each other. It was exhausting. Probably was exhausting for them as for us. But it got us. There's no sitting around in the speaker room, which is what happens at a lot of conconferences where
Thank you for not having a speaker room.
Yeah, thanks for. Yeah, we don't need a speaker room. Our speaker room is right out there with the people who are coming and attending, and having them look us right in the face and say, "Man, this doesn't make any sense to me." That's gold.
That's a new wave too. I got to say this because I help chair some other conferences. I don't run them like you guys do, but I help chair them, and I've been trying to bring this idea to them that people here pay to interact with everybody. That's what they're here to interact, not just to hear the session. And when speakers go hide in a room for 8 hours and you never see them, you lose that interaction. And the argument I hear back is speakers are like, "Well, I need the time to prepare." You've had 6 months. So come here and talk to people. Where else can I meet everybody? So that's something I like a lot.
That, your comment kind of brings us back to a point that Joe was talking about that I wanted to come back to anyway. One of the purposes we have, like one of the outcomes we hope for, that we have, because we have multiple, but along the way, Jules mentioned that this isn't the Angular team's conference, but we try and respect as many of the things that Jules or her team's going to ask for. And one of the things they've asked for is we need a chance to say hi to every attendee. Like every attendee needs to meet at least one of the core team members. And so part of what we do is to try and make it an environment where the Angular team can be available for anyone who wants to come up. Say hi to them, they need to be approachable, and they've agreed to be there and to welcome anyone who wants to come up and talk to them. And so part of our goal, like another one of the goals, is to create an environment where anyone who wants to can go chat and like meet Jules for the first time, which I recommend because she's really cool. And ever since she's come on the team, like I've had a lot more fun communicating with the team. So that's another one of our big goals, is because that's one of their big goals. They've asked us to do a few things, but that's the things that they're more serious about is we need to meet everyone. So yeah.
So Jules, have you said hi to everybody yet?
Hi.
Everybody here want to say hi to Jules? Count of 3. 1, 2, 3. There you go. You just solved half the conference.
She was even nice to me.
Ready for next year.
All right, well, I want to make sure that we're respectful of time, but there is, I just wanted to mention Shai's talk, because I love every year that there's something just to laugh at. And it's something that is specific to us, right? We're all insiders, and it's all inside jokes, and it just adds another flavor to the conference. So last year it was NG Watt, and this year it was the NG Show, which I thought was kind of a fun name there.
I mentioned that that when I was here last year at ng-conf, I didn't work on the Angular team, never planned to work on the Angular team. I was here just trying to get a vibe for how the developer community had moved since the last time I was a part of it. And in my ng-conf trip report, I had a whole paragraph on Shai's NG What session. They were all inside jokes to you guys, but the thing that I saw I actually cried in the audience last year because it was so funny, and I didn't even know what any of the things meant, right? I never used Angular at that point. But the thing that it showed me last year, and like when I had the opportunity to meet Brad and they asked me to join the team, I kind of went back to that moment of sitting in the audience last year and hearing everybody just really come together over these, funny things. And it was an amazing experience for me being external to the team at the time, and then to be able to sit in the front row and see the one this year and know a lot of what was behind it was really, this is a great session.
So one last thing I kind of want to bring up is there are a lot of talks, and they happen really fast. I mean, some of them are like 20 minutes, right? So, you kind of just get that taste of something, and then it moves on to something else. And I think sometimes I come to these conferences and I'm like, I'd really like to go get a deep dive. But the flip side of it is that I kind of get to see a little bit of everything and then move ahead with that. I wonder how deliberate that is, though, with the conference format. When you think about that, are you looking at these topics and going, yeah, that's a 20-minute topic and that's a 45-minute topic?
Sometimes. We don't really do 45-minute topics. So before we did ng-conf, Joe and Dave and myself had spoken quite a bit at conferences around, and gone to a lot of conferences as well, like I know a lot of us in the room have. And you get there, and when you have a 60-minute talk or a 45-minute talk, the talk actually lasts 30 minutes or 45 minutes when it's a 60-minute talk, and then there's 15 minutes of fluff, so that means you got a 10-minute intro of who they are, and you got to sit and listen to John talk about everything he's done, including the prison work and every repo he's ever owned and whatevs, right? And then after 10 minutes of a warm-up, he'll actually do some stuff.
Wait a minute, you're not going to take away this 10 minutes of John's time in prison, are you?
No. So we were like, we're done with that. That's not a talk that's going to happen if we're organizing. These talks will have zero time to intro yourself other than your name and your Twitter handle. And then at that point, you've got 19 minutes and 40 seconds left to actually get your point across, which is not easy. And John's spoken here multiple times. Ward's spoken here multiple times. They know Katya's spoken here. It's not easy to fit your talk in that time limit. So that's what we're doing. We're challenging the speakers to go straight to the point, and there's no fluff. So when it's that intense, though, it has to be a lot of fun as well, because by the end of the day, your brain's like, I'm shutting down now, right? Like it's over. So
unless you put an electrode in it.
You could do that.
But it's great because if you come to a conference wanting to learn like a 40-hour workshop kind of thing, like a week long, that's not a conference in my mind. Today, I get asked more than any other question at this conference. I've been asked, and it's at every conference, how do you keep up with things? And one of the ways I love with this conference that kind of goes with that is because I'm getting so much content information, I'm being inspired to look into some things. Other things I saw and I'm like, that's cool, but I can't use it right now, but I can file it away for later and know how to get back to it. I come here to be inspired by topics, not to learn every single feature and how it works under the covers. And you guys provide that avenue, and I think that's really valuable.
Yep. Now, I know we're up against a time barrier, so we're going to go ahead and just go straight to picks. If you listen to the show, you know what those are. If you don't, it's just one or two things that make our lives better, is kind of the way I describe it. So it could be a TV show that makes you laugh, or it can be a technical tool that makes work easier. We'll start down here with Ward, and we'll just work our way down.
That's terrible, man. I'm just going to say go watch Taro's talk and think about how you can combine the art and something personal in your life with your technology.
My pick is for you and your entire team of people who the I've been working with Sunny and you guys for a number of months now to try to make sure that this event gets pulled off right, that we have everything. And I don't think the attendees realize how much work this team has put into making sure this conference is great. You show up, the chairs are there, the food is there, you get 1,500 water bottles and Girl Scout cookies dispersed, and everyone to be where they are is super, super, super hard and takes a lot of coordination. So thank you for all you guys did.
I'll pass the sentiments along to Sunny. My pick is the Shy Show. That was showed, I don't know how many of you saw the live stream, but it was showed during the live stream on the TV outside. I was actually in the newsroom watching it on a little computer screen, and it was hilarious, the antics that Shy got up to. So that's my pick, is the Shy Show from the newsroom live stream yesterday.
I'm going to do kind of the same thing as Jules, having a little bit of inside information as well. I'm going to pick Sunny and her staff. Year one, we asked Sunny to just kind of do some things that we couldn't do because we had day jobs. Year two, Sunny was basically running every aspect that didn't involve us making a decision. And in year three, Sunny is one of our decision makers, right? So she's an amazing entrepreneur, an amazing organizer.
The whole Zero Slope events team is just awesome.
She's brought on now multiple people that work a lot for her, and a lot of people that work a little for her, and she has done a great job picking staff that are amazing. Every aspect of being an entrepreneur I admire about what she does, and working with her and is a pleasure, and having her on our organizing committee is just invaluable. So that's going to be my pick, is Sunny and her staff.
Yeah, I'm really quickly, since I have a moment to shout out, I'm going to pick the sponsors. I think a lot of times we think, we come in, they have their booths, and, they want us to come talk to them. But honestly, a lot of these companies are out there providing solutions to our problems, and we need to take a minute to go see what they're about. The other thing is that these conferences can't happen without them. And so the fact that they are generous enough to put some money down, send some people out to meet us and see how they can help us, and then we get to show up essentially at a discount because they're covering some of the cost so that we can have a great event. I just think it's terrific. So I'm going to pick them.
Yeah, I'll pick the organizers again, and for a different reason. Something they do here that's genius that I'm not sure everybody in the live stream can see is in between sessions, there's like 3 minutes, sometimes 5 or 6, depending on technical difficulties or a speaker not getting up there, like me. And one thing they do is they give away these prizes. And the prizes are either one of two categories that I've seen. They're either something really cool or something so bizarre I have no idea where they found it. Like a Vegetti?
Vegetti. What?
This is a clean show.
A vegetables pasta maker?
Yeah, vegetable spaghetti, Vegetti.
But it keeps people, it's genius, because it keeps people in their seats in between the sessions, and people don't leave. The whole day they're in this room and they're paying attention, and it's fantastic.
The problem is they can't say anyone's name unless it's Dave.
Yeah, that was weird. How many Daves there were? We actually have a competition going right now. Make sure and tweet ng-Dave with your guess on how many Daves we had. My pick is karaoke. It was insane. Like, I don't know what karaoke nights usually like, because that was my first time, but it was absolutely insane, dude. The last few songs, the whole room. Is that normal? The whole room sings it?
No.
Okay.
Kind of
so Bohemian Rhapsody, and then closing time comes, and it was insane. and like half of us were completely sober. That was the silliest part. Was like we had no excuse. We were just insane. So yeah.
The Bohemian Rhapsody number was my favorite. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was fun.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and wrap this up. Thank you to our live audience. There are a lot of people in here today. If you're interested in the podcast, you can find it at adventuresinangular.com. And we're on iTunes and Google Play Store now. They just opened that up for podcasts.
Nice.
And Stitcher and wherever else you get podcasts from. So just a big thank you to conference attendees, to the listeners, and to our panel.
While people are finding their seats. Okay, the very last Stampede truck. Man, this thing's really heavy. Steven Jancic. This is for you if you're in here. Oh, someone took a long lunch today. Steven? All right, we'll pick a different name. Sorry, Steve. All right, Joe, go ahead and... Joe, are you back there? All right, go ahead and intro our next speaker.
Matt is a phenomenon. He can lift 2,000 pounds over his head with no effort whatsoever, just so long as it's 2,000 pounds of vegan burgers. Most of you know him as Yabani, Ya, which is Matt Podwasaki in Swahili. Please welcome to the stage, Matt Podwasaki.
Hello. Hello. How's everyone doing? Good lunch? Excellent. So I want to start off real quickly talking about some of the apps that we see nowadays. So let's, for example, think about smooth streaming players, or thinking about things like To-Do MVC, rock my talk, or to think about code editors, or games, or even Netflix, or even things such as advanced business intelligence, to more games, and to even things like productivity such as drawing. What do they all have in common? Well, they're all basically reactive-based applications. So what we're going to do is we're going to dive deep into exactly that. What exactly makes a reactive programming program interesting? So now let's go back to the real talk at hand here. So we're going to be talking about how reactive programming has really kind of changed the world and the way you create apps today. So of course I always want to start off with a little bit of JavaScript just to get everybody warmed up. So you know what this, sup? And since this is all about concurrency, let's just go there and just say, take me down to the concurrency city where green grass is, the girls and the and are. It happens. So you may wonder why I wear this stupid hat. So I am a principal software engineer and open sourcerer, as it were. And the reason why I called myself that was because I worked on a lot of things at my company where I truly believe that they had a lot of influence. Things like early adoption of Node on Windows, talking about early F# adoption, including reactive extensions. But also recently we released React Windows, which is the React Native for the UWP platform that I currently work on. So I'm from, you might be thinking it's kind of strange. Here's a Microsoft guy with a Mac up here talking at an Angular conference, but here we are. So I'd like to think that I put a little bit of metal back into Microsoft with all the stuff that I do. So primarily, I work on what's called the reactive extensions. How many people have heard of that? Anyone? Anyone? All right, a few people. Hey, and some applause. There you go. So I would easily say that I'm an RX pusher. And what I'm trying to do is trying to relay how exactly reactive programming is really, really an interesting paradigm, especially for us in the JavaScript world. Primarily what I want to talk about as well is people that are using it today. So Netflix, obviously their idea is that they want to stream movies and TV shows from any device. And currently they could be a third, they might be more of the US broadband traffic right now. So how do you deal with something like that? Something that big a scale? Well, you really have to do that. You have to think really, really different. So this is the story of how Microsoft, Netflix, and others solve some really big async problems by thinking quite differently about how we think about events. So when you think about the Netflix player and you think about other things such as Microsoft Delve, you think about any number of things, Everything about your apps today is asynchronous, whether it's your startup, your player, your data access, your animations, view model bindings. Everything about your app happens to be reactive in some form or fashion, or at least event-driven. But what comes with that comes a number of things, such as nightmares that you had to deal with. Memory leaks. I forgot to get rid of my event handlers. I left a few open. I have race conditions between certain events that are happening. I have callback hell. Complex state machines, whether I don't know quite how to read where my code goes next. And so you have all this disjointed error handling because of that, because you now have error handling in 5 or 6 different places. So when Netflix really started this, they had a thing where they had 5 or 6 different languages where they were going about and trying to solve asynchronous problems in different ways. It wasn't until they discovered something like the reactive extensions that it suddenly popped a light for them, that they realized that they could write their entire set of applications using one kind of language, as it were, which is the reactive extensions, which is actually language neutral. There's RX Java, there's RX.NET, there's RX Groovy, Python, Ruby, Rust, you name it, and of course JavaScript, you name it, there are versions for that. So what they're able to do then is they're able to switch people between layers, but they're still speaking the same language. They're still speaking RX. So let's just face a certain thing. Asynchronous programming as we know it today is awful. We live in callback hell, and it's not just because we're too lazy to do continuation passing style and just having the code walk off the page. It's more along the lines of we also have this really complex state machines as to where we're actually handling errors, where we have success conditions, and so forth. And what you end up with is a cow's head. But I think it's even worse when you're dealing with events. So something as simple as doing drag and drop is actually a lot more lines than you think it is. Because not only do you have to track mouse down, mouse up, and mouse move, but you also have to track the state in between. So what you always end up with a lot of the times is this poor kid trying to get the data after it's long gone. Poor kid. So promises are great, but they're only part of a solution in the fact that I can now linearize that callback hell that I had before. So I can initialize the player, then authorize the movie and handle the login error if there is one, and then I can play the movie or else it's unauthorized. But that's a great part of why promises are now very useful, is the fact that we now have a single value to represent single async values. But there are problems with that. For example, there is no innate way in the promises spec itself to handle cancellation at all. So, for example, in the fetch API, that's part of service workers and so forth, has no way at all of doing canceling a promise. And in fact, there's a wide array of discussion about this, and if you take a look at this thread, there are 21 participants and 204 comments. So you could ask yourself, how many engineers does it take to cancel a promise? Sorry. But not only that, but there was also certain things that were missing from the spec as well, and the fact that there is no finalization as well. So if you're trying to model something such as I/O, which very much has a notion of cleanup at the very end, as well as any cancellation, like you get halfway through uploading a file and you want to stop, well, then promises as specified today do not have that solution. I hope in the future that they will. And that's all I'll really say is I would really, really like to see it happen. So it really is the final countdown in the fact that it doesn't have it. So one of the most common things that people try and do and to explain is why it's interesting. How many people have implemented type ahead search? How many people have done it right? How many people have done it under 200 lines of code? Wow, a few people here, brave souls. So I did it in jQuery just to show you how it's done, and I did cheat just a little bit in using ES6 syntax here, but you can tell there's a way to call the JQXHR, there's a way of debouncing, there's a way of retrying if there are failures, etc., etc. So it's write more, do less. Let me ask you, can we do better? Well, I think so, because it really is a national priority of ours. Even back in the 1960s, when we choose to solve asynchronous programming and do other things, not because they're easy, but because they're hard. But then he soon realized that was not really the case, and it was easier just to go to the moon. I think. Anyways, so callback hell we can actually solve in a very reactive way instead. So when we think about flat map or something like that, we're really talking about chaining one observable or one continuation to another. So don't really think too hard about it just yet. But the idea here is that we're initializing it, taking the player attempts with the movie ID, authorizing it, trying it 3 times, and then take until cancel. So for example, halfway through, and it's taking a really long time on my network, I can hit the cancel button. Suddenly it goes away. Everything in terms of its initialization and everything else just goes away. Now the same thing with that mouse drag example that I showed before, where we had certain things with showing mouse drags. Well, here we combine the flat map with, we take the mouse down and the mouse move until mouse up. That was simple. And even type ahead, where I showed you really hard code, was really just getting the value, debouncing it just a little bit, so if I'm a really fast typer, and not only that, but I also handle out of order requests that come back, and then I can retry 3 times. So what you'll find is it's really actually harder to get burned that way. So much better. So what is reactive programming exactly? No, it ain't this. Nope, not this either. So what it is if we want to go to the dictionary, it says readily responding to a stimulus. Okay, well we've been doing that for a while. Isn't it more than that? You know, because us hipsters, you know, those with us with beards who have been doing reactive programming for a long time said, yes, you kids, we've been doing this for a long time. But you really want to know what it is, you can go ahead and read a paper, but you know, just be prepared that most papers leave you kind of somewhere like this, and I understand that. You know, even the most brightest of us have those kinds of reactions when we're looking at academic stuff, and those industrious Germans really do have a word for it. So what else really makes up reactive programming? I would certainly say react to load, obviously. You know, when do you start shoving things down your shirt is certainly one of those things. React to failure as well. You know, when do you bail out? And how do you react to your users without giving them the beach ball of doom? So back in 1994, I don't know how many people were born back then, but there was this book of the Gang of Four. And iterator and observable were 2 of those patterns, but they were never connected. But let me ask you this. What is the difference between an iterable, what we see here, of just simple coordinates, and an event? And I'd like to say that absolutely nothing. They're both collections of some sorts. Arrays are simply collections in memory, and events are collections over time. That's it. So we already have the iterator pattern in ES 2015 where we can call .next, and it gives us whether its value has a value or it's going to next, and then finally you get true. And the same applies to what we've always been doing in JavaScript as well, with DOM add event listener when things go. But right now what it is pull versus push. This add event listener tells us when it's ready, it will give us things. So it's really the, what I would say is the subject observer pattern that they had, but done right. So what we have is the observable here with a subscribe, and that subscribe takes in an observer. So that observer takes in, so it says, notify me when there's something next, when there's an error, and when there's a completion. And then I hand you back the subscription. That subscription then will allow us to unsubscribe at any point and clean up the entire chain. And we have a certain grammar to it in the way that it actually works, so that, for example, if we have a couple of values and infinite values, we keep going. We can keep going, we can end on errors, we can end on completion, but we can never have overlaps, and we can't have things happen after the fact. So now we have this notion of a first-class async value. Really kind of cool. You can create one, and you can return one from a method. So it's great for testability purposes. So when we think about where it fits, we've got object for single value synchronous and iterable for multiple value synchronous. Then we have the promise for asynchronous single value. But then we have observable. So observable, as you can see from iterable, is the same exact code. So you kind of realize, wow, everything really is a stream. So if you understand a few very small things with very small functions, you can understand a lot. Map projects one value to the next, so it doesn't mutate the existing collection, it creates a new collection. We can filter, so I can say I only want circles here. I can do the flat map. Well, that gets a little bit more difficult, but you can just think of it as a map, then a flatten into a single stream. So whatever you do, you must flat map it. So the future really is here. With Angular 2, a lot of things have started to become observables themselves. As you'll know, the HTTP module and so forth really became a core part of what of Angular. And what's really cool is we can take that same type of head search that we had before, turn it into an ng form control with our async pipe, and then we can go ahead and do our search. Since search is nothing more than an observable, we can say get and then map. And then here, we can do our Wikipedia thing, which is value changes for that particular term or that control, distinct until change, and then switch map. Now we can also do more advanced things, such as video lists. So if you're imagining on a very constrained device, you only want to keep in certain things on the screen if you can help it. Now I'm not going to necessarily dive through this, more along the lines of it's going to go through there and start to poll whether or not the actual frame or row is in sight. And if it isn't, then that take until row hides basically gets rid of it and all of the associated events and so forth with it. So it's really great for constrained devices as well, to make sure that you have nothing dangling. And even the Netflix player itself, when you take that callback hell, we had that what we showed before. Now, Slack for Windows, if those who actually use Windows around here, they have implementing spell check and a lot of other things as part of Slack. So once again, I'm not going to necessarily go through this, but I'm showing you the power that people do. So for example, when you're typing, and then when you stop typing, it's going to start figuring out what language you happen to be using, and not only that, but then starting to do suggestions based upon what you've typed, if you've typed in TEH and you meant THE. So NGRX, really, really cool stuff. Rob Wormold has done some really cool stuff there with Angular and so forth. How many people have heard of Redux? Good number of people. Okay, what if I told you it's only one line of code in RX? Scan. Yep, there it is, right there. Some say it's a two-liner using scan. It very well be, and it is. So once again, on the server, you've got the same kind of thing. You can do really advanced stuff, like I said, the react to users, react to everything else. I think is very, very important for Node as well. What's also really cool is the fact that it's actually hopefully coming to become a standard as well, where we can start writing these instead of needing anything else. No frameworks or anything like that required. So with that, I would like to take off this hat for just a moment, and I really would like to make reactive great again. So we're going to go ahead and build a wall around all those non-reactive frameworks. It's going to be huge, and we're going to make Google pay for it. So, thank you very much.
Okay. I wish that this wasn't the number of Daves that were here, because it's going to get us feel way more important than he actually is. So there's 42 Daves at ng-conf. And for anyone who doesn't recognize immediately why that's important, is 42 is the answer to the meaning of life, per the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So Brian Manasco, you're the first person to tweet that, so come up and grab this, Brian. Let's take a 2-minute break, and then we'll come back with the next speaker. Thanks.
of human-dog scooter finals, he decided to start a new career on the internet. When not figuring out how much Firebase swag he can fit onto his body at any one moment, David spends his remaining time as a developer advocate for Firebase. Please welcome to the stage, David East.
No. That's why we have a thing called a timer, and then we can do a timer and then take until another action comes in and it cancels it. So yes, you have an idle timer.
I have a problem. Yeah. No,
Well,
it's true. I do. And now that I'm in a room with 1,400 of my closest friends, I feel like it's time for me to come clear. So, my problem is, I see observables everywhere. Everything to me is an observable. And the things that I see that are observable, they don't even know that they're observable. And that's because not all observables look the same. Because observables are really just arrays that are laid out in time. And so we're used to arrays that are laid out in memory. And it's really easy to wrap your head around memory as a physical construct. But if you can wrap your head around arrays as a physical construct, or time as a physical construct, then you understand observables, because that's all they are. Because everything is observable. Like my dog. My dog is observable, just an observable of barks. And this is my actual dog. And then DOM events. They're observables, just a continuous stream of key up, a mouse, and click events. And even this presentation is an observable. It's just an observable of slides. So I looked at all this and I kind of thought to myself, okay, well, what if my database was an observable? Like, what if every single time I updated a piece of data, it sent that update to every connected device within milliseconds? And that's actually exactly what Firebase does. So who here has heard of Firebase before? That's right, turn up for Firebase. So Firebase is a platform for building real-time apps. And there's 3 main features: serverless authentication, static web hosting, and what I really want to talk about today is the real-time database. So the way the real-time database works is that we give you a URL when you sign up for an account. And then you can use this URL to store data against RESTful paths. So in this case, against the /people location, I'm just storing an array of people. Then using the Firebase JS library, I can create a reference to the real-time database using that URL, and then I can subscribe to events that tell me whenever anything has changed in real time. So I get granular updates like whenever a child has been added to the list or removed or changed. And then I can coalesce all of these events into a synchronized array like we see at the top. Now, if you've used Angular 1 before, which is like literally everyone in this room, then you would see that something right here won't work with Angular 1. And that's that these callback functions are asynchronous. So they're not going to work with the digest loop. We have to call scope.apply. And that's actually exactly why we built Angular Fire 1, because we wanted to synchronize collections in the real-time database with the digest loop. So when Angular 2 hit the scene, I thought to myself, like, oh man, I'm really excited to build a library with Angular 2. Because to me, the real-time database looks exactly like an observable. But Mishko, he came up to me and was like, David, slow your roll. We have zones. And like everyone knows, zones are the bee's knees. And so he was like, zones, they patch asynchronous events. So we don't need to call scope.apply anymore. So why don't we just use the regular Firebase library? And that was a really good question. So I looked at him and I said, Papa Mishko, you built Angular 2 to work great with observables. And observables model asynchronous data streams. And the real-time database is an asynchronous data stream. So we need to build a library. So he responded to me and was like, okay, David, you're right. Again. So Jeff Cross and I set out on building the latest version of Angular Fire. And our goal is we wanted to synchronize collections as observables. And this is actually what we came up with. So this is your typical Angular 2 component. And all we're doing here is we're importing the Angular Fire service from the Angular Fire module. And then we can then inject that into the constructor of our component. And from there, we can call this list method that creates a synchronized array as an observable. And if this looks crazy to you, binding it in your template is really easy. So we can create an ordered list with some list items, and then do ng-for, and we can actually iterate over this as if it were an array in memory. But because it's not, we pipe to async because it's an array that lives over time. And then every single time that my real-time database updates, this template updates automatically as well. And so what this really does is that it simplifies building real-time apps with Angular 2. So today, I'm super excited to announce that Angular Fire 2 is actually available in beta. So I'm actually going to show you how it works. So right here is just a chat. I'm going to build a chat app. So to the right, you can't really see anything because there isn't anything. So we're going to go and we're going to build an app I call Flex Chat. And it's just chat in one big old flex box. It's pretty simple. And so there's 3 little UI pieces to Flex Chat. We need a header, we need a place to render our messages, and then we need a place to enter messages. So a text box with a button. So I'm going to start out, I'm going to create a header and give it an h3, and I'm going to call this Flex Chat, and then I'm going to save. And then, whoa, that's weird. It's a perfectly styled header. I wonder how that happened. Then I'm going to create my chat container. And then below that, I'll create a text box with a button. But I actually cheated and went ahead and I created a custom component with Angular 2 called input bar. And input bar does that for me. So right here, I can just type something in, if I hit send, it'll clear it. So now, what I want to do is I want to render my list of messages. And I can do that by using another custom component I made called Flex Chat Message. And inside Flex Chat Message, I want to render an array of messages. So to do that, I'm going to use ng-for, and I'll say let message of messages. And then that will iterate and render each item at a time. But this is a custom component, so I actually can bind to a property. So this custom component has a property of message. And what's great about this is I can pass in the message from the ng-for into the component. So when I save, nothing's going to happen because we don't have any messages. So we're going to go to the actual component itself, and there's some red lines. It's just, VS Code is tripping right now. Don't worry, everything's safe. And what we're going to do is we're going to create an array of messages. And then inside of my constructor, I'm going to populate just 2 little messages. So I'll say this.messages, and I'll set that to an array with 2 elements. So first, text of hi, and then another text of like someone who's like really excited, hi. So now I'll save. And we have an error because I called it message. And now I'll resave. And then we have 2 little chat messages. But I also want to be able to add messages. So go down into here and say, OK, let's add and send. So to do that, I'm going to go back into my component. And I have an input bar that actually raises a custom event that I call sent. So whenever something is sent, we want to call a method. And we're going to call add message. And we're going to pass through the $event. So now that we have that, we're going to go back into the component and create our add message, which will return us the text. So now I can say this.messages dot push, and we have a new message, because it's just an array. So now I'll say hello, and we have a new item. Well, this is cool, but it's not real time, and it's not hooked up to a database anywhere. So we're going to bring in Angular Fire. So the way we do that is we're going to start out in the main TS, and this is where we do all of our bootstrapping. And bootstrapping essentially says I'm going to set up things ahead of time. I'm going to tell Angular what services I want to inject and any values I want to configure ahead of time. So what we want to configure is we want to import from the Angular Fire 2 module, and we want to import the Firebase providers, which is the whole set of things that allow us to inject them later. And then we're going to also import this default Firebase function. And what we can do is we can use these inside Bootstrap. So we can let Angular know that we have some providers, and then we're also going to let it know that we're going to use this default Firebase function that sets up our URL to our real-time database. So mine is called flexchat.firebase.io.com. So I'll save, and it should do nothing. So now I'll go back to the component. And what I want to do is I want to first import the Angular Fire module. So import this from Angular Fire 2. And if you're wondering why I actually always leave this blank, is because TypeScript does something really awesome where I can see everything that's available to import, which is one of my favorite things. So now I have this imported, so in the constructor, I can inject it. And then I don't want this in-memory array. I want an array that lives over time. So to do that, I'll say af.database.list, and then I can say the list located at messages. Now, TypeScript doesn't like this. It's going to give me this error, and it says, type Firebase list observable of any array is not assignable to type of any array. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what that means. But actually, what it really means is that this array of messages is an array that lives in memory. And we don't want an array that lives in memory. We want an array that is laid out in time. Then that is an observable. So we have a special observable called a Firebase list observable. And what we can do with here is we can wrap this, and now we have a Firebase list observable of any array. And TypeScript likes that. So now we save, and nothing works. Why is that? Well, let me go back to my template. And what we're still doing here is that we're treating this ng-for as if we're iterating over an array that lives in memory. And we know it doesn't. It lives over time. And that is an asynchronous operation, so we're going to pipe to async. So when I save, we have tons of messages because this is actually an older app I made. And so at this point, we have all these crazy messages. And what I'd really want to be able to do is actually go and be able to add messages. So let me go back to my component. And one thing you can actually see right here is that nothing changed in the push method. We were originally pushing on just an in-memory array, and now we're pushing on a Firebase list observable. And TypeScript didn't get mad. We didn't get any runtime errors. It all worked. And that's because the Firebase list observable is still a collection. So we provide you array-like methods that trigger additions as if you were using a regular array, which makes it really easy to use. So I can go down here and just say, zones are the bees' knees. And then there, zones are the bees' knees, because they are. And so now that works. But this is a lot of messages. So I would like to limit the amount I get back from the real-time database. And to do that, I can specify a query that just reduces that result set. So I'll provide this query object in here, and then I want to just limit it to the last, let's say, 10 items. So I do that, and then boom, we have only 10 items. This is cool. But I'd rather have it so that the user could configure it and not just me in my app. So to do that, I'm going to go back to my template, and I'm going to create a text box. I'm going to give it a local variable of a limit, so I have access to this text box. And then at this point, I want to know when anything changes. So using event syntax, I'll bind to the change event. And then I can say, okay, well, when something changes, let's call this change limit method, and I'll pass through the limits value. So now when I save, we'll get this text box, and that's great. So we just need to implement the change limit method. So say change limit, and that will give us back the actual limit. And then at this point, how do I go about rerunning this query? Well, when we first made Angular Fire 2, we thought it's really cool that we're returning back lists as observables. But what if we put an observable inside an observable? And that's actually exactly what you can do with queries. So rather than put a value of 10 in here, I can put in an observable, and whenever that observable emits a new value, the query automatically runs. So to show you that, I'm just going to import from RxJS. So I'm going to import from RxJS/subject. And a subject is a way for us to create our own observable. So I'll say subject, and then that needs to be a property. So I'll call it the limit subject. And that is a new subject, and we want it to be a number. And then now, rather than limit to last 10, you can say this dot limit subject. And then inside of here, in change limit, what we're really doing is we're binding to the change event. So we're turning our DOM events into an observable. Like everything is an observable. So at this point, I can say this dot limit subject dot next, so saying emit a new event. And then right here, I'm just going to parse int, because I want to make sure it's a number, limit 10. Save, and let's refresh. And we don't see anything. That's because observables are lazy. And which that means is that we don't have a value yet for this observable inside the observable. So it's not going to fire anything. So let's give it a value. I'm going to give it a value of 1 and hit enter. And I get 1 back. Let's give it a value of 10. I get 10 back. Now let me give it a value of 100. And I get 100 messages back. And all this works by just hooking up observables. And the awesome thing about this is that in really less than 40 lines of code, we created a real-time chat application that does dynamic querying. So that's the app. It's time for some thank yous. So I want to thank Jeff Cross, because Jeff Cross was actually really the pioneer of the Angular Fire 2 project. He set up all the boilerplate stuff, he wrote the foundation of it all, and it really wouldn't be possible without Jeff Cross. So if you see him, do what I did and hand him a rose, because he deserves it. I also want to thank Rob Wormald, because he helped me upgrade it to RC, and also I just really love this picture of Rob, so I just really needed to get it into my presentation. So if you want to get started with Angular Fire, you can just install it through npm, so npm install Angular Fire 2. And if you want to check the code out on GitHub, it's pretty easy. We're underneath the Angular org, so Angular/AngularFire2. And if you really want to go deep, we've actually written an entire developer guide on the README that takes you through everything you need to know to be productive and efficient with Angular Fire 2. So it goes through installation and setup with the Angular CLI. It talks about retrieving data as objects and lists, and then also querying those lists. And something I didn't even cover today, which is a whole other part of this library, and that's user authentication. So the next time you feel really, really confused about observables, just know that everything is an observable. So even your database. And then when you see an observable, just tweet, #observables are everywhere. Thank you.
My name is Ron Cohen, and I helped start a company called Upbeat, and we do performance monitoring. You can recognize us by the giant coffee pot logo. So I've been talking to a bunch of you folks here at ng-conf, and it's becoming clear that nobody's really monitoring their Angular applications in production. And I think that's a huge problem, because it basically means that very few of you have any idea about the kind of experience your users are having while they use your application. Now, I have a background in back-end web applications. So on the back-end, we're used to having really good tools that give us really deep insights into what's slowing down our applications and what our applications are doing. But with the rise of single-page apps and great frameworks like Angular, much of the work that we used to do on the server now happens in the browser. So things like routing, template rendering, state changes, talking to external services, all this happens in the browser, which means that the tools that we used to use are becoming obsolete. So we need new tools, tools that actually understand the browser and live in the browser and work in production. So that's why we've been working on Upbeat for Angular. And it understands route changes, it understands template rendering, AJAX calls, etc. And it's beautifully designed, and it's easy to use, and it only takes 5 minutes to set up. And I'd love to show it to you guys. So if you swing by the booth, we can demo it to you. And as I said, it's very, very easy to set up. We're also giving away coffee, actual coffee, and these nice coffee pot t-shirts. But they're going fast, so please don't delay, swing by. And that's it. My name is Ron, and I'm from Upbeat. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to do a quick 1-minute leg stretch break. The next speaker's getting his mic on still, so let's just do a quick leg stretch, and then we'll be ready to go.
Ice cream. He is blessed with awesome hair, writes a great blog, and has a special affinity towards Firefox, both the browser and the Clint Eastwood movie. Please welcome to the stage, Ryan Martinson.
See a picture? What? Did you see a picture? No.
Hello, ng-conf. My name is Ryan. I'm here to tell you that you might be sad inside. And here are my qualifications for doing so. I'm a tall, awkward, donut-loving, introverted Disney nerd. I live in Orlando, Florida, and I used to be really unhappy at work. Before I go any further, I'd like to clarify up front that I'm not going to be talking about serious problems like sexual harassment, abuse, misogyny, racism, or discrimination of any kind. If anything in those categories are the source of your unhappiness at work, please do everything you can to get out. You shouldn't have to work in an unhealthy environment. All right, by raise of hands, who in here has ever been unhappy at work? Be honest, I know you people aren't raising your hand or lying. Okay, raise your hand again if you have ever hated a job. Less, that's really good. We're less screwed than I thought. I won't ask if you hate your current job in case your boss or coworkers are sitting next to you. That would be really awkward. It would be even more awkward if you just co-founded a startup and your co-founder was next to you. Come on, man. I didn't hate my job when I started in this industry in the mid-90s, if that's even readable. Sorry, it's a career timeline. I wrote 14 desktop apps for Windows, including the world's first automatic pop-up advertisement killer. Thank you. It was terrible. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't make a lot of money, but I was super happy. After a 2-year interlude where I, depending on your point of view, either taught or bothered people about religion, I got my first job working for somebody else in 2003, and I didn't love it. Over the next 7.5 years, I changed jobs 5 more times, and things only got worse. I was miserable. Why was I so unhappy? Was it bad luck? Maybe. Was there perhaps a common thread running through those 6 jobs, something at the root of it all that was making me unhappy? It took me years, but I eventually reached the obvious conclusion, the one that no doubt you have already figured out. And that is that I needed to give up Internet Explorer 6 as my default browser. Okay, it wasn't Internet Explorer 6. It also wasn't a 7-year-long no donut diet. I would never, ever agree to that. The real problem was that people suck. People suck so badly and are so wrong that at one job, I had to keep a text file on my computer called thingsiamrightabout.txt. In order to keep track of all the things I could rub in people's faces later when they realized how wrong they were and how right I was. I once had a super crappy employer, all right? This employer, freaking jerks. They wanted to give me a raise for taking the job seriously and showing up on time every day in the morning. Can you believe the nerve they had? Crazy jerks. Another super crappy jerk face of a CEO didn't trust the development team. Sure, we might have been behind schedule and the company wasn't doing that well, but to refuse us our promised bonuses? I don't think so. I did the obvious thing, sent an email to my boss telling him I was quitting so I could go to Aruba with some friends. Now this may seem weird and unintuitive, but sometimes rage quitting isn't the best option. Sometimes thingsiamrightabout.txt isn't quite enough. Sometimes you need to tell the world how you feel deep inside. Right? Who in here, be honest, has ever complained to somebody else about code you didn't write? Yeah, me too. I was once so frustrated. This code was so bad, so awful. I just had to tell anybody about this code. So I opened up my instant messenger and fired off a frustrated complaint to a friend. So frustrated. Only to realize a few seconds later that I'd accidentally sent the message to the wrong person. I had, in fact, sent the message to my coworker. Dude, you suck. Your code is terrible. I hate you. Can we be friends now? It was really awkward and terrible, so I gave him a poisoned apple, and then that was the end of the story. And at the time, I was super frustrated with a coworker. It just really annoyed me. Had to tell people about it, so I told everybody. I've been home behind the coworker's back. And one day, this went on for weeks, and one day the coworker pulled me aside. I thought, oh, here it comes. Uh-oh, found out. And my coworker unironically thanked me for being a nice person. And told me how grateful they were that I always took extra time to help out when it was needed. I felt like garbage. I have always presented myself to the world as a nice person. Hey, I'm nice, look at me. But what I pretended to be, what I appeared to be, were not the same thing. So I began to examine my thought processes, my behavior, especially how I treated other people. And especially how I talked about people behind their backs. I wanted there to be an evil boss concocting vicious plans designed to destroy all happiness, crush me into the ground. I wanted my problems to stem from IE6, IE7, 8, 9, 10, 11, from no donuts in the kitchen, from my boss, my coworkers. I wanted the problem to be outside of my control. And while those and other things were at times contributing factors to my unhappiness, they weren't the root of the problem. I had to face reality that the problem was me. Now, you'd have to actually slow this gift down to take about 6 months, because that's about how long this realization took place. It was a bit slow, but I got there. So in 2011, It's really probably blurry. I became a walking cliche by quitting my job to travel Europe and find myself. I'll figure out all my problems. I briefly considered calling this talk, "You Too Can Become a Cliche," and encouraging you all to quit your jobs and travel. It was going to be epic. But then I remembered a bunch of the Angular core team members are here, and we can't have them quitting, at least until 2.0 is finalized. So team, you'll have to wait. You can become cliches later. So realizing I was the source of my unhappiness was not fun. It's especially depressing to look at the magnificent works of Bernini, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, and realize you suck. But this realization was also freeing. I became aware of how I actively made choices to keep myself from being happy. How I avoided responsibility. And so when I'm armed with this knowledge, and upon my return from my travels, I began looking for a new job. And I wanted this new job to be different, not because it would magically solve all my problems, but because I could be different. So in 2011, in September, I started a new job, and I made specific goals to keep me from basically being an idiot again. And these goals have been instrumental in making my current job my favorite job ever. Goal number 1, no complaining. So obviously I've been magically complaint-free ever since. Instead of complaining, I sing songs now. You know the one. And then other people complain. Mostly about my singing. Okay, so I still complain. I do. But I do complain less, and I am happier as a result. Here's what I do now instead. I complain to someone unconnected from work. I take responsibility for my actions and my role in the problem. I honestly look for solutions, and I stop if it makes me feel bad. I don't always succeed, but I try, and I am happier. Goal number 2, no gossip. I was never interested in standing around the water cooler and whispering about the private lives of my coworkers, but I did gossip about my coworkers. Their motivations, their code, their decisions, their code, their schooling, the code they wrote, their supposed experience. It went beyond simple complaints to being about their character as human beings. I was this guy. It took me a long time to figure out that that was still gossip. My third and final goal was to keep the job for 3 years. I thought this was going to be impossible. All my jobs up to this point had never been longer than 2. I made this to keep me from doing anything stupid, basically. I wanted to face up to my problems and have to solve them instead of running from them. I will have been at my current job for 5 years this September. Thank you. Have there been problems? Yeah, of course there have. I had to work on PHP for a while. Now it's Angular, it's good now. Have I wanted to rage quit? Yes. Did I? No, because it would have been stupid. Someday if I take a new job, it will be because I feel it is the right decision for my career and family, and not because of a pile of petty complaints. In conclusion, I've learned more than the last 4.5 years than I've been able to put into this talk, but these 3 goals have been instrumental in making me happier than basically anything else I've done. I challenge each of you to look at any unhappiness you experience at work and identify where it's coming from. Be willing to accept that it might be your fault. You might be sad inside. I don't know what your specific problems are. Might be Ember, React, jQuery, lolcode.js. I don't know. But I am confident that whining about it, being a jerk, and rage quitting aren't going to help. What will help is committing to solving problems instead of hurting yourself and others. And then finally, for those of you who are unhappy at work or perhaps even hate their jobs and have been awkwardly avoiding eye contact with your boss or coworkers next to you throughout the duration of this talk, I now invite you to look them in the eye. Hello. Laugh awkwardly and say, wow, not nearly as messed up as that guy was. Thank you for listening to the happiest programmer on earth. I am Pop the Stack on Twitter. Fun fact, I didn't know what it meant to pop a stack when I started using this username on the internet. But I do now. It's all good. I caught up. Thank you. Come talk to me about how messed up my life was.
All right. So, speaking of happiness at work, I thought right now would be a good time to have a one-on-one between Igor and Brad. So, let's bring them up on stage if you would. Igor, Brad. Really, it's more of a one-on-one because I'm going to be in this too.
You're going to be in the middle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
In the middle for this.
You know, Igor, it has been a while because we've been working on this conference thing for us since we had a one-on-one.
I'm a little worried about the box over there.
You know, you guys really do have something wonderful between you. Boom, still got it. All right, so I'm not a manager myself, but at Domo I have probably one of the best managers in the world, Blaine Moss. But even with a killer manager, even once in a while, there's still a little bit of tension. That's just the way it is. So every once in a while, you got to have a good one-on-one. So actually, this is going to be kind of a hard thing for Igor to do in front of all these people. And you know, when you're about to have a one-on-one with your boss, sometimes you might be afraid, oh, should I say the thing that I want to say? Sometimes that's hard to do. So I've actually found a really helpful pro tip. It's helpful to kind of rehearse, you know, with someone that looks like your manager that isn't your manager. So we're going to do that first. So Brad, why don't you stand up for a second?
Okay.
And we're going to have Igor practice first with this version of Brad.
Wait a minute. Is this me? I'm taking this home.
Wait.
No, you can't.
Okay, so why don't you have a seat here, Brad?
Okay, all right.
And we'll let practice Brad.
There, practice Brad.
Okay, so Igor.
Yeah. Wait, that does look like it's got my shirt on.
Yeah, it's totally you.
All right.
That's the same shirt. That's amazing. Honestly, it looks better on him though.
Totally unplanned. Did you guys make this today? What's going on?
We did have it made. You just should maybe get a couple more shirts from the swag room. Okay, Igor, why don't you say to Brad, this Brad, the thing you've always wanted to say but haven't had the courage yet to do. Pretend like he's not even here.
Okay. Brad, why are you so tall?
See? No judgment. Just love and attention. Look at these blue eyes gazing. Okay? Igor, what's your favorite thing about Brad? This Brad. No, just kidding. The real Brad. Role play with me. Come on.
Do I need to tell Brad or like? I think,
talk to Brad.
So, okay, Brad, I really like that you have courage to do things that other people would not do.
Aww, that's pretty good. Okay, another role for managers, or when we go talk to managers, sometimes we're asking for things, right? I need a new BlackBerry, or I need vacation because Angular 2 is killing me. So what would you like to ask Brad? Work up the courage to ask him.
Okay. Brad, when is Angular going to be final? Angular 2.
Whoa! Whoa! That's a tough one.
He's never asked that before. I'm glad we're having the session. I'm just saying. I'm happy.
It is not your turn. Okay.
You do
That's
know
actually,
I'm his manager, right?
Why do you think we're in a one-on-one? One-on-one. I think that's going pretty good, actually. So why don't let's take just like a 2-minute break, and when we come back, we'll find out if this practice session was helpful or not. See you in 2 minutes. You guys stay. Mic's on, please. You have a question?
Is your manager in the room here?
He might be in the room.
Would you come on up, please?
Oh no, this is not part of the plan.
Where's Dave's manager?
No. Is he here? Blaine, are you here?
No.
Oh darn, he stepped out.
You are in luck, sir. All right, well, whatever.
Dodged a bullet there. Okay, so I think we're ready for the real interview.
Okay.
All right, so the real one-on-one. Now that you've had the courage built up, let's get this started. So Brad, what weaknesses of Igor's are you currently having him work on?
I'm worried about the people he hangs out with sometimes. Maybe once a year, something bad happens.
Sketchy, aren't they?
It just influences your behavior.
Yeah. Okay, so ng-conf 2017 has just been canceled.
Not so much people over here, more like on this side of the room.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's fine because we're moving to low-conf anyway. So, all right, Igor. How long did it take Brad to realize that you're not actually Russian?
Why did you tell him?
What?
Okay,
But his name's Igor.
Not according to my wife. She calls him Edgar.
That's true.
She really does.
I do know that.
I've told her 100 times, Igor.
So it's his twin, Edgar.
All right, so Brad, what is your favorite thing about Edgar?
I've never met him, actually. He's never brought him around.
That's pretty harsh. Manager for how many years?
5.5.
5.5 years? That's incredible.
Yeah.
All right, well, I've heard nothing but good things about Brad as a manager. And some good things about Igor as well. All right, well, I think that was pretty productive. So
you know what I want to know?
Yeah.
Did you put anything inside my piñata?
What makes you think it's a piñata?
Wow. Okay, if it's a voodoo doll, I'm going to be really sad here in a moment.
So there's this guy, really tall. He came to the swag room over and over and over, and he kept taking the little saltwater taffies.
There's a particular flavor.
Yeah, so there might be full of those.
Peach.
We'll see.
I'm kidding.
Anyway, but for this next part, it's probably better if you're not up here.
Oh.
Yeah, it might be a little bit hard to watch.
How far should I go?
That's up to you.
All right.
So I would maybe just come over here on the by the podium.
I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm gonna get a pillow.
All right. So honestly, that was probably the worst one-on-one I've ever seen. And I'm present at a lot of people's one-on-ones. So yeah, it's like wedding crashing only for one-on-ones. One-on-one crashing. It's fun. So if the strategy doesn't go well with the practice manager, and you leave your real one-on-one feeling like, dang it, I botched it. I'm gonna have to keep working on this Angular 2 thing until I drop. Sometimes you just need to take out a little bit of aggression. And obviously you can't do that on your real manager. So that's why these things double as a very good outlet for that anger. And this is a very healthy thing. I go through maybe 4 or 5 of these a week. So Igor, why don't you come on up here and aim that way. Shooting at you? Is that safe? Can we do that? Nah, aim that way.
Which way?
That way. Or no. This one. This one. Okay. You're right-handed? Okay. Let's have you go right here. Are you right-handed?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, man. So show us how you really feel about that one-on-one with your manager.
Right now?
Are you right-handed? You're left-handed.
I don't.
I'm ready for the hug.
It's totally fine. It's totally fine.
See, in America, this baseball thing, we hold it. The right hand.
I'm not Russian, right?
Okay. The right hand goes above the left hand if you're right-handed.
Okay, can you show me?
Yes.
Okay.
Like that.
Okay.
Okay. You got it. Oh! Oh, that's sweet. There you go. Somebody grab the bat, though, now. Okay, tell you what, let's just let... Do you want to keep this on your desk as a little mini Brad? Or should we open it up and get the sweets?
Open it up.
All right. Do you want to take a shot now that you've hugged it out?
Yeah, you know what? Look, I'm frustrated with myself mostly.
Okay.
Could I?
How about you
do
take
it?
one leg?
Oh, let's do this thing.
Yeah.
Hey, it's not. It's full of nothing.
Candy's in the middle.
It's fake. It's fake.
This is a little bit barbaric. There it is. Okay.
There we go.
Here's a prize for somebody. Olivier. There you go. It's like The Walking Dead all over again. Here you go. Who wants Brad's leg? Brad's leg for you? Nice catch. All right, Brad, you got to keep.
Yeah, I'm keeping that.
Let's hold it up. Look at
That's
that.
going in my suitcase.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Igor.
Thanks.
Glad we got that worked out. I could really feel the tension in the air between you two. All right, let's take like a 3-minute break, and then we'll be back with our next speaker.
Record for taking the longest nap while on stilts. His record is 8.5 hours and still holds today. He became a Tibetan monk at the age of 16, but discovered that the robes get in the way when he competes on the professional motocross circuit. So he had to renounce his vows. He now spends his time demystifying things. So if you're confused by such things as rotary engines or quantum mechanics, go talk to him in the halls. Please welcome to the stage, Michael Bennett.
All right, this is a decorator. That's it. No, seriously though. Decorators are an upcoming feature in a new version of JavaScript. Decorators are a new feature to JavaScript, but they're not new to programming. If you've worked with languages like Ruby or Python or even Java, you've probably encountered some form of decorators in one way or another. If you don't know those languages, don't worry at all, because all you really need to know is a little bit of JavaScript and you're good to go. Because decorators are really just a way of using existing JavaScript features. Decorators let you take a regular old function and then declaratively apply a code symbol to it. So wait a minute, what do I exactly mean by that? That's a bit of a mouthful. So let's take a look at some decorators in their natural habitat. So here's 3 different decorators. We've got a class decorator, a property decorator, and a parameter decorator. Now, these are just 3 different types of decorators. There's a whole bunch of different types, but these are just 3, and we can already see some commonalities in them. You can see they all have an @ symbol that they start with. There's an identifier, which is just a function somewhere else in your code or in some library code that you've imported. And then they take that class symbol as an argument. So that's all great, but like, what exactly do they do? Oop. So one way you could think about it is they could do something like this. If we had an ES6 function, or an ES6 class, I should say, like class foo, and then later we have a function, we could pass foo to the function, maybe some metadata. Well, the decorator lets us do things in a more declarative way. So we could say add metadata, put the metadata in, and then declare our class. So you'll notice I've said declare a couple times. Well, it's important to note that decorators run when code is declared. Okay, so they run, but what exactly do they run? Well, I said it a minute ago, but they run functions declared elsewhere in your code or in some library code you've imported. That's not really enough though, so let's take a look at a quasi-real example. Now, I say quasi-real because this example is going to work, it'll run, I have a use case for it, but the only problem is just trying to fit this in the slides in 5 minutes is pretty challenging. They get a little bit verbose. So let's dive in and take a look. This is a simple decorator factory function. Yeah, it's simple. It's about as simple as I could make it. We'll walk through it. It's really not that bad. On the outside, we have a describe function. It's taking a descriptor. I mean, we define that, so we could do anything we sort of want with it. And then it returns a function. That's it. It's a factory for creating decorator functions. There's not a whole lot to it. Then the actual function we're returning, it's going to get populated by the decorator mechanics internally for us. And then I'm just going to add some annotations to it. So my use case for this particular example is that I have like a command line program, and I'd like to actually print out a nice little help menu, but I want to keep the descriptions really close to the code, so it's easy to maintain. So I can actually use this just like this. I've got my class, I can run through, I can decorate my methods, and then later I can programmatically pull out my descriptions and present them to the user in a help menu. So it's just a new way of using existing JavaScript features. Now, that being said, there are, of course, a whole bunch of gotchas. I mean, decorators can get you into a lot of trouble. So you do have to be very careful with them. One thing you can do to really try and stay safe with decorators is to avoid mutation. If you avoid mutation, you'll rule out whole classes of problems, and you'll save yourself a lot of heartache. Another thing you're going to have to keep in mind with decorators is that standardization is still in progress. I mean, Babel was doing things one way for a little while, and TypeScript's a little bit different, and the spec is slightly different from both of those. So your best bet is really going to be to keep it simple. If you keep it simple, and you stick to annotating things, and you avoid mutations, you can have a lot of fun. And that's really the important part. I mean, you want to have fun. They're a new way of using existing language features. They're a brand new way of having fun with the language you already know and love. So that's it. Thanks very much. Enjoy your decorators.
pull request because it reminds him of his childhood growing up in Prague, where he won several yodeling competitions using his prize money to start a chain of lemonade stands. Welcome to the stage, Alex Castillo.
Hey there. I think we are now.
Last day of ng-conf. How's everyone doing? Right? Hi, my name is Alex Castillo. I am a software engineer at Grubhub, and I like helping developers get more involved with the technologies that they love. I follow a simple philosophy, and it goes something like this. When someone does you a big favor, don't pay it back, pay it forward. I think we can all agree that Angular has done us a huge favor. I've challenged myself with paying forward with Angular because it has done so much for me, and that's why I'm here today. Yesterday, during my workshop on contributing to Angular 2, we went through many ways that we can contribute to the Angular community. We talked about blogging about Angular 2 and how that's one of the ways a lot of us learn Angular, by reading other people's blog posts. So you can do the same thing for others, so blogging. We review many tools and libraries you can use and contribute to, including the Angular CLI. I think Mike did an amazing demo. Also things like Augury, Universal, NativeScript, Material, or even your own library. We also discussed participating or starting a local meetup, and how there are more than 230,000 meetup attendees in over 580 meetups around the world. As well as evangelizing in your workplace and recruiting your company as an Angular community supporter. We also talked about giving tech talks and workshops and sharing the knowledge with the Angular community. And last but not least, contributing to Angular core by answering questions, submitting issues, and pull requests to core, including the new Ruta. I wish I had an accent at school as Peters. During the workshop, we took some time to try to quantify the future impact that we can cause in the Angular community in the many ways that I just showed you. Many people were very passionate about different ways. Things like starting a meetup, building libraries and tools, giving tech talks, evangelizing, blogging, and contributing to core. After the exercise was over, we had a lot of people interested in all of these ways. The result that we estimated for the impact in the community just really blew my mind. Collectively, we have set a goal to write 80 blog posts, build and contribute to 31 tools and libraries, submit 20 contributions to core. 14 people will start evangelizing Angular at the workplace. We will collectively give 123 tech talks and workshops. 16 people will start participating in their local meetup if they haven't, and they haven't. 8 of them will never stop attending. And 4 will start a local meetup. How amazing is that? 4 people are going to start a new Angular community, and a new meetup in the Angular community. Just to give it up for these people. I invite you to join them on their journey with paying it forward. You can pay it forward too, because you're the future of this community. Among you are the next generation of John Papas, Igors, and Mishkos, Papa Mishkos. And of course, this is easier said than done. It will require a lot of work on our part, but you're not alone. There's a place for everyone trying to get involved in the Angular community, and that is ng-conf.org. There you will find programs that will walk you through becoming an Angular 2 contributor, next to other people trying to accomplish the same goal. And remember, When Angular does you a big favor, pay it forward. Thank you.
We have a person that we want everyone to meet. They're a pretty important person. Mark, can you come up here for a sec? We were trying to have two people, but one of the people got their visa denied just on Friday, and they were really sad. So we got Mark, though. So if you do not know who Mark is, don't raise your hand. Who knows who Mark is? I see one hand. Two hands. Okay. So I see two hands. So even though you don't know who he is, we all love him, okay? Mark is the all-time biggest contributor on Stack Overflow for AngularJS questions. We also tried to invite another one of the Stack Overflow community members who, over the last 12 months, has the highest AngularJS. He's answered the most AngularJS questions on Stack Overflow. And he, unfortunately, got his visa denied on Friday, but we'll tweet out to him. And I asked everyone in this room can go out and find Mark and I'm drawing a blank on the other guy's name. Go find him on Twitter, follow him, and make him important because they are so important to this community, so important to everyone in this room. So again, another thanks for these two gentlemen that have helped us out on Stack Overflow. Is Hannah here? Hannah? Come here. Okay, so while she's coming up here, we're going to do another thing. I just want to talk about the combat bots. Everyone, who here entered the combat bot thing? Okay, a lot. Way more than we thought. Who here picked Lodash? Yeah. Yeah, and we know. We're having a hard time figuring out who won. So we're going to have to tweet you. So follow us on Twitter. We'll send you an email or we'll tweet you because you put your email on it. So we'll send it to you and we'll tweet it out the winner because, yeah, you are important to me. So, okay. So we'll send it out over the next few weeks. And then another reminder, everyone, we want you to ask your questions to the Angular panel. So if you have any, tweet them, hashtag ng-panel, and that's how we're going to get them up here on the stage.
What are we doing here? Hi.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm doing here.
So we try to invite as many cool people from the community as we could, kind of go along with Alex's talk. And Hannah and a few other people, they were selected to come to ng-conf with free tickets.
That is true.
Because they make pull requests to the AngularJS repo. So can we get a round of applause for Hannah?
And a round of applause for these guys. Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much to you and the other ng-conf organizers. It's a wonderful opportunity for me, and I don't know who else were the other folks, but yeah, and a heck of a surprise, I'll tell you. I have never won anything that goes into the third digit of monetary values, so that was pretty awesome. So thank you.
Yeah. And that's a reminder, everyone. We're going to be doing a lot of that in the future, so keep making pull requests, keep being good contributors in the community, and keep building those bridges for the rest of us that need help. So, okay, we're going to go on a break, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes. So, see ya.
sportsmanship, losing year after year in a pie eating contest to a Viking named Shamir, but still shaking his hand and congratulating for doing a good job. This is the type of person Rob is. Yes. Plus, his official motto, when in Amsterdam, don't be a jerk, awarded him the Pulitzer Prize last February. So he doesn't really care about not winning the pie eating contest anyways. Take that, Shamir. Welcome to the stage, Rob Wormald.
Hey, everybody. So I'm Rob Wormald. I'm the developer advocate for Angular, or actually one of the developer advocates for Angular now. You can follow me on Twitter at Rob Wormald. But today I'm actually not here as a developer advocate for Angular. I'm here as part of the NGRX team. So I'm here representing all these awesome contributors. So I just wanted to give a shout out to these people because this has been a project that's been around for 6 months or so. And these people are awesome. A couple of them are here today and they've been doing really good work. So can everybody give them a round of applause to start with? So NGRX, we have a pretty cool logo, I think. I designed that one night. So what is NGRX? It's a mission to provide a suite of lightweight, interoperable reactive services and components for Angular 2. Kind of our mission statement is that services should be usable in isolation, they should work together seamlessly, they should embrace reactive principles, and of course, if you've watched any of my talks before, everything is a stream. So NGRX today has a few pretty interesting modules. So we have NGRX Store, which is what we're going to talk about today. We have NGRX DevTools, which we'll also talk about today. We have a router, NGRX Router, and I just want to shout out for Brandon and Mike. They've been working on this alternate implementation of routing for Angular 2. I think it's super, super cool. I want everybody to try it. Give us feedback. Let us know. I think it's a really, really interesting idea. And then we have this new NGRXDB, which is an IndexedDB kind of reactive setup for Angular 2. And just as a note, people make fun of us all the time because I'm not big on having really shiny names, right? So it's very descriptive, right? Store, DevTools, right? That's what we do. It's very simple names. So in the future, we might have some more stuff, again, with really, really super interesting names. So resource might be a replacement for the $ resource that everybody loves from Angular 1, right? Everybody loves that one. We'll probably have a socket thing, we'll have an API library, and I just want to say if you have an idea for something reactive in Angular 2, please ping me. We'd love to have your stuff under our organization. So it's the whole kind of idea of NGRX is we want to have a place for really cool stuff that people can come and be sure they're getting high quality stuff that has tests and works, and just works as a really good companion for Angular 2. So what I want to talk about today is NGRX Store. And so we kind of call it reactive Redux for Angular 2. Anybody in this room used Redux before? You could yell because I can't actually see any of you. So yeah, cool. So what's Redux? And this is where you gasp because I'm on the Angular team and I have the React logo, right? Oh my god. But I'm allowed to do that. So Redux is a predictable state container for JavaScript apps. Helps you write applications that behave consistently, run in different environments. And so this is something we are kind of interested in Angular developers. Are easy to test. Again, this is something that as Angular devs we really like, right? It's a big deal for us. It provides a really good developer experience, such as live code editing, and then this time-traveling debugger. So Dan Abramov introduced Redux 2 or 3 years ago at a talk very much like this one. It was React Europe, I think. And he showed off this time-traveling debugger that literally blew my mind. And we'll show that off today, because we built one too. So there we go. So it's called Redux because it deals with this concept of reducers, right? So everybody's probably done reduction in JavaScript before, but if you haven't, let's do a quick review. So a reducer, or a reduction function, is a thing that takes a value, or an accumulator, if you like the total here, and then some value. So it does something, it returns a new state. So if you've used reduce before, right? 1, 2, 3, we reduce it with this sum function, we give it the initial value of 0. Anybody know the answer to this what's this going to pop out? 6, yes, well done, good. So if you want to get a little more interesting, right, like you can start to expand this reduce idea, and this is kind of what NGRX and Redux do, right? So if you wanted, instead of passing just an array of values, you could give it an array of what we call actions, right? So it gives some sort of instruction to this reduction function. So in this case, we're going to give it we're going to have a counter function that takes the total and an action, and if the action is increment, then we'll take the total and up it by 1, and if it's decrement, we'll do it and remove it or down it by 1. And then again, we just take this array of actions, reduce it, and that would give us a total of anybody? Excellent, good, you're all paying attention. So this is kind of basic stuff. And again, you could expand this concept a little bit further. So if you wanted to manage, let's say, to-dos, right? Like everybody builds a to-do list, you can do the same thing, right? So you dispatch an action of some sort, and then you change the state, which in this case might be an array of to-dos, right? So again, if we add, we're going to concat that to-do to the end. If we delete it, we're going to filter them down. And if we complete it, we're going to go ahead and update that value. So there's a problem though, right? Like this isn't real world because you never ever have everything in your application as a simple array of things that are going to happen, right? Applications happen over time. They last a long time. And if you watched the last talk from Matt Podosaki or anybody else who's talked about observables today, right? We have a solution for this. We treat everything as a stream, right? So if we look at this previous example, which is to-dos, and again, we've got this array of actions here. We're going to reduce them. So that works kind of in theory. But if we jump forward to observable land, we can do the exact same thing, and instead we'll treat inputs to our system, instead of as an array, we'll treat them as an observable of actions, right? So you could think of that as clicks or drags or whatever. And then we'll do that same reduction function, except that in observable land, right, we have this other function called scan. The problem with reduce is it waits till the end of the array before it gives you the result. And so scan works exactly like reduce, except that it'll give you the intermediate value. So each time you dispatch a value to it, it will give you the intermediate state. And because it never ends as an observable, we can effectively treat this through entire application lifecycle and kind of continually get the updated state, right? So again, we take this observable actions, that could come from anything, and in this case we're just going to give it from an array. We take an observable of those actions and we scan over it, we pass it our reduction function in the previous slide and give it an initial state of empty arrays. And then what we do in observables is we subscribe to that state. And so each time we get a new action down the pipe, we'll get the new state that pops out the other end, right? Everybody okay with that idea so far? And so let's kind of see a demo of this. What we'll do is, like everything else, we'll build a to-do list application. And apologies, because like I'm on the Angular team and I'm terrible at CSS, so this is not going to be like a Kara level kind of material design demo. But I am using material design a little bit here, but apologize for kind of the bad CSS ahead of time, right? So what do we got? So this is your basic Angular Bootstrap function, right? We've got a demo app. And what we're importing from NGRX store here is a function called provide store. What provide store takes is the kind of application configuration, right? So if you like, you can think about NGRX store as a database, an in-memory database for your application, and each kind of reducer that we're going to describe is like a table, right? So if NGRX store is a DB, then a reducer is a table. That's not really the right analogy, but it's close enough for this kind of talk, right? And then I've got my reducer functions here. So this is that to-dos thing that we saw on the slides. Again, we've got an array of to-dos, and we're going to start with an empty state here. And then we've got some actions, add to-do, delete to-do, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? We've also got another one, which is a visibility filter. And so what this allows you to do is basically have a reducer effectively for every kind of entity model, whatever you want to describe in your application, right? So you would have probably one reducer for users and actions and any number of things you store in your application, you just have a reducer for it. So what provide store does is it basically sets up, kind of configures, if you like, the internal database for store. And what it allows you to do is then you get to your application itself. So I'm going to go down here. And what I'm doing is actually injecting store. And so store is the actual service that NGRX store provides, right? This is a service that's injectable anywhere in your application. I like to think of it a lot like HTTP or any of the other kind of services in Angular 1 that you had. It's a primitive, right? It's a very kind of simple service. It's injectable everywhere. It's a singleton. And this is how you interact with store. And then the other thing to notice here is store is strongly typed. So I have in here, somewhere in here, I have an interface that tracks the actual type of information that's coming out of this, right? So this allows me to have a type-safe reduction function. This is one of the reasons that I wrote kind of store over Redux, is it gives you this ability to do TypeScript stuff, right? And so the way that you interact with this, so in my app, what you do is you get store, And then you have, it's an observable. Store is just an observable, like anything else observable, and you can subscribe to it. So what you get out of this is the states. And then what you can actually do is then you say store.dispatch some action to it. And so an action in NGRX store and also in Redux has a type, which is a string. So in this case, we can say like anything. And then it takes a payload optionally. And in this case, I'm just going to do like foo bar. And so this isn't going to affect anything because this is like an action that nothing knows about. But if we look here in the console, what we should see, if I can go to the console for you, is we'll get an object of the state of the application, right? So we don't have any to-dos. We have this visibility set to show all. And each time we dispatch an action, we'll get a new state. So just to kind of show you that in action here, if I wanted to do something like store.dispatch a type of add to do, and then a payload of, I don't know, text, hello world. We're going to subscribe to store. We've done that. I'll take out this one for you. And what we should get, if the demo gods are with me, is, so we get this initial state of no to-dos, and then we've dispatched a to-do. So now we can look in there and we see we've got a to-do here in the application, right? So that works nice and easily. And so let's actually use this in kind of a real-world context. So what I'm going to do is instead of subscribing, because typically what you'd think if you were using an Angular 1 kind of way of doing this, you would do something like store.subscribe, and then you'd go like this.todos equals the state.todos. And you can do this. This is absolutely fine. But obviously in Angular 1 or in Angular 2, we have the async pipe, right? Everything in Angular's view understands observables. So what allows us to do is I'm going to just do this. I'm going to say this.todos is store.select. So select is actually a custom operator we've added to this observable. And it gives us a couple of options. So the first, sorry Mike Ryan, but I'm always going to do this one first. Store.select can take a string, so I can say to-dos. So that's just obviously the name of the entity, right? So that to-dos here matches with the name of my reducer here, matches with the thing that I provided to my provide store function here. Alternately, if you like type safety a little bit more than me, you can do store.select the states. It takes a function as well, and you can do state.todos. And so what we've done here is sliced out a section of the store state, right? We've gone in here and we've said, I only care about this little portion of state, and now assign that observable. So now to-dos is an observable of any, and I should actually change this now to, where is that? What I want to do is go into the app and say to do, and I need to import that from my to do from /reducers to do's. I believe it's in there, right? So now it's type safe. And so what I can do then is on my to-do list, so I have a little component here. It takes a to-dos property, and I'm going to use the async pipe to unwrap it, right? So there's almost no logic in the view here or in the controller here whatsoever. All I've said is make this observable available to the view, and then I'm using this async pipe to unwrap it. So if we look at our to-do list component, it takes an input of to-dos, and what I want you to notice here is that there's nothing observable going on inside of this component, right? Like it's not async, you don't have to think about it, because all this to-do list component cares about is that it gets to-dos passed into it from above, right? This means a couple of things. It means you don't have to worry about the asynchronicity. It means it's very reusable. It's not injecting any services. It's not doing anything kind of specific to this context. All it cares about is that it takes some to-dos. The other thing that's really interesting about this is that it actually allows us to do something quite clever. So we can pull in this change detection strategy here, and we can tell Angular change detection strategy, and we're going to say change detection strategy.onPush. And what this means is that all of the components and all of the child components of this component will not be, they're not going to get change detected. They're not going to do a comparison check to see if they're dirty because we know, we can guarantee that the only way data is going to change, it's going to come in from above, and the async pipe that we're using will actually go ahead and mark this as dirty for us. So this gives us a big performance boost. If we have a really big long list that's getting data from above, it means we can just shut it down and say ignore this until the observable fires us a new value, right? So we've got that change detection strategy on push. And then if we go back to our app here, so again, just to show you that's to-dos is assigned like that. And then I've also got a component in here called new to do. And so new to do is using a little bit of material design stuff, and it's got an action output. And so its job is to just allow you to enter a new to do. I'm actually using ng-model here just to get the to do text, right? That's available here on the controller. And then what I'm saying is when I click the button that says add to do, go ahead and call this action.emit. So that's going to spit this action. And what we're using here, and this is a pattern that I quite like, is that this is the action that NGRX store cares about, right? So we can just dispatch that out as if it was an event of sort of any normal events. And then again, what I'm doing is in my app itself here, listening to that action event and just dispatching it into the store, right? So that lets us just basically connect the store kind of listener directly to this component's outputs, again with almost no logic in the view whatsoever. So if I now go into my component here, let Webpack do its thing, and say like learn NGRX, and add that, it works, hooray, that's good. So it's a basic to-do list, right? And we can say like learn Angular 2, add. And the other thing we've got going on here is in our to-do list, we've also got a stream of actions from it as well, right? So if we look in our to-do list, it's got an output of actions. And then the one thing we want to do is obviously on the to-do list, we want to check them off the list, right? We want to make them completed or not. And so again, inside of this component, we do a little bit of magic, and we have our checked property, so one-way binding, and then we have our change, which is a one-way event, and we say set status, and we pass through the event and the to-do, and then again, we like create this action object that NGRX cares about, which is this to-do object here. So we're going to say type is update to to-do, pass in the payload of an empty object with the to-do, and then the completed property coming in from the view. So in our app, we listen to that, right? And we just dispatch that through the store. So we can do this all works, and if I change this here, everything's groovy. I'm just going to show you the kind of longhand syntax of this again. We'll just say store.subscribe. And so you've seen me do this a couple of times, right? Where I want to see what's going on in the store, and I'm going to console log this out. And this is fine, but obviously your friends are going to make fun of you, right? Because you're console log debugging, which is never cool to do, so don't do that. You can do this, and you'll see the state change, and as I add these checks, you'll see each of these things will change, right? So what we can do, though, oops, I didn't actually mean to kill that there. One of the things that I really liked when I saw the first implementation of Redux was time travel debugging, right? I mentioned that at the beginning. So Mike Ryan and I talked about this a little bit, and I kind of went around in a circle for a little while, and Mike sent me a PR a few months back that was like, oh, hey, by the way, like I've implemented this entirely amazing NGRX debugging thing. So what I want to show you is, and I think this is probably the first time this has been seen on stage. If you're using NGRX yourself, you've probably played with this a bit. But we have an NGRX dev tool components. I'm just going to add that in. I've injected it down here, or added to the directives array here, right? So what's going to happen is in my app, what I've added now is this kind of hovering side panel on the left of the screen, right? So as I do things in my application here, so I can say like learn NGRX and learn Angular 2, what it's showing me is every action that's been dispatched into the store, right? It's gone and it's done, it's affected the state somehow. And what you can do is at any point in the application, you can look at what that payload was, so I said add to do, or what the state of the application was at that point in time, right? So again, it started with this, and then if I have another one, I can log the second state here, now I had 2. So it allows me to kind of look and see the history of my application, right? This is really useful when you're trying to debug a really complex application and you're like, what's going on? How does this work? What did I do? You can always look back and see like, how did this work? The reason we call it time travel debugging now is if I do a couple more things here and I say like, like learn the dev tools. So you can see I've added 3 to-dos, right? And my state now has 3 to-dos. If I log it out here, I can show you that, yep, there are 3 to-dos in my array. But what's super clever about this is I can say, actually, what would the application have been like if I hadn't dispatched that second add to-do? And so I can just cut it out of the equation, right? And the application then recomputes from that point in time where, like, what the application looks, right? So at any point, you can stop back and say, I don't actually care about this or this. And it allows you to really incrementally step back and forth through your application's state. It should work if I'm doing this. I haven't actually tested this. You can say I'm updating to-dos. And if I go ahead and cancel this one, what's it like at the point that I added this to-do, didn't do this update to-do, but actually did an update to-do after it. So it's really clever. And then you can say, like, OK, I actually want to commit at this point and then keep going forward and do more stuff. This is a really, really super powerful pattern, right? It's really, really an interesting way to do this, I think. I think Mike and Brandon are also working on a dev tool for the router as well to allow you to kind of step back and forth through the routing. But this is something that blew my mind for the first time, and it's something that we really want to make a big deal with NGRX. So it's in there, you can play with it, it's available on GitHub now. Cool. So NGRX, like I said, it's an organization that we really want to be like kind of a premier place for Angular 2 stuff. If you have ideas, please come and talk to me after the talk. I'd love to talk about it. The really cool thing about this DevTools idea is that in Redux land over in React, they have a huge amount of these different debuggers. They have one that's like built into the Chrome console. They have one that's, they have all different kind of views. So this kind of Redux DevTool thing we have here is a very simple component that could be extended into any number of different things. Again, if you want to come and kind of work with that, please come and talk to me. That's pretty much all from me. Go try this out. Go try the router out. Send me any comments, concerns on Twitter, and thanks for having me.
All right, up next we got one of our sponsors, Bill from Angular Bootcamp, which is that sign over there that I think got shot by a dozen arrows earlier. Sorry about that. And after Bill, we'll maybe take a quick break and then jump back in.
Thanks, Dave. Hey, everybody, and they're really not kidding. I can barely see anyone. I'm just going to trust you're all still there and not immediately running for all the snacks. Like I said, I'm Bill Odom, and part of the group that put up that banner that you can see from space over there on the wall. I want to tell you a little bit about Angular Bootcamp, but I'm not going to take 2 minutes on stage and not start off by thanking Dave, thanking Aaron, thanking so many people who put this together, thanking all of you. Aaron and I were talking earlier. Fantastic conference, love this so much, love this community so much. So thankful that the Angular team is so willing to give of their time and their energy and their resources, and they put up with me personally chasing down people like Brad and demanding his time and asking stupid questions. It's fantastic that they're willing to put in so much time and energy to take care of us and to do so many cool things. So with that said, Angular Bootcamp. We're a group of developers that do Angular training. We do both Angular 1 and Angular 2. Been doing it now for couple of years, and this is probably the worst audience to try to sell Angular training to. Pretty sure you probably know what Angular is and are probably pretty good at it. But I'm also willing to bet that you all have coworkers that you all know could really use some Angular training. We want to help out with that. We love it. We love taking developers at all experience levels and bringing them into the Angular world, really showing them what it looks like to build real Angular applications. It's not just a matter of showing off the syntax and then moving on. We really try to make sure that we connect with people and kind of meet them where they live on their developer journey and then point them toward the right path for Angular development. We've done it now for well over 1,000 developers, and the demand is not slowing down. Like I said, we do both Angular 1 and Angular 2. The Angular 1 stuff is still going really, really strong, and now we're doing just about as much Angular 2 as well. It was an honor to follow Rob because his stuff actually shows up prominently on day 3 of our trainings. It's 3 very solid hands-on days. The other thing I want to make sure that I talk to you about with this crowd is that even though you yourselves might not need some of the training that we have, you would all serve as very effective instructors for the training that we have. And like I said, the demand is not slowing down. It's crazy how many people need and want to learn Angular. So if you like to mentor people, you like to work with people, you like to teach, or you think you might like to do those things, definitely talk to us. We want to talk to you. Does not mean that you have to become a full-time employee of Angular Bootcamp. My story, in fact, I'm an independent developer, independent consultant, and I work with Angular Bootcamp, but I have real clients of my own that I also work with. So you don't have to quit your job, you don't have to completely abandon everything else you do in order to become an Angular Bootcamp instructor. It can be something that fits into your life. What we're looking for are really good, really passionate people who can do excellent work teaching other people how to do Angular. So with that said, come find me if you're interested in more. Go to the booth out there where Jason is building card houses because he's really bored and needs to talk to people. Or find me on Twitter at WNOdom because I chose my Twitter name in 2006 and didn't think it would be a good one. Other than that, just thank you so much for listening and have a great conference.
Okay, so the office staff, Sunny's team, they were able to calculate the winner way faster than we thought they were going to be able to. They're awesome. They're the best. Round of applause for the staff, right? Okay, so the winner who we're bringing back for ng-conf 2017 is Mark Goodell. Mark? Are we doing it if he's not here? Mark? He just... All right, well, then he's here then, right? Okay, then we'll... Mark, you won. Congrats, bro. All right, let's introduce the next speaker.
Deborah started her career writing websites for people in long-term comas. She loved her work so much, she decided to teach others how to do it, and now publishes courses on Pluralsight. She knows more about forms in Angular than the law allows, and has an arrest warrant in 12 states because of it. In her free time, she hunts sharks by hand, and volunteers at a local animal shelter teaching yoga. Please welcome to the stage, Deborah Kurata.
Thank you. We're going to talk about Angular 2 forms and validation, and I wanted to start with just a quick little demo. This is the movie hunter application to help you hunt for a movie to watch. And of course, since we're doing forms, we're mostly interested in the edit page. So here, you can see that I have a validation going on. So when the title isn't there, it gives me a message. And when I put in enough characters, that message automatically goes away. But notice also that when I go to the add movie, all of my messages aren't just immediately appearing, even though the form is invalid. So it's smart enough to disable the save button, but not display all of the validation messages.
The screens are flickering, so we're going to... 1 second.
Okay.
We're going to switch it.
Anything?
Are you working on any Pluralsight courses?
Yeah. I can tell you about my Pluralsight course. I did a getting started on the beta, which is just great because now I have to redo it for the RC. But if you're interested in that. But to keep things moving, I'm going to keep talking about what I was going to talk about next, and we'll let them figure out what's going on with my computer. But you might have heard that Angular Forms is that there are basically 2 ways to do forms in Angular 2. You can do template-driven or you can do model-driven. You've heard that? Yeah? Okay. So the main point that I want to make in this session today is that it isn't really one way or the other. Rather, it's more of a continuum, that you can do it template-driven, you can do it model-driven, or you can do it somewhere in between. You don't necessarily have to go all one way or the other. So what we're going to be doing is looking at 3 stories. The first story is completely template-driven. I'm good to go? Okay. So I'm going to catch back up with my slides here. Anyway, we saw the demo, right? So that's good. We'll go back to the slides. Okay. So if you are interested in the demo application, you can get it off my GitHub. It's just Deborah K. Try that, Dave. You can get the demo code and everything from there. So here is our continuum of creating forms from template-driven to model-driven. And as you might guess, template-driven, all the stuff is in the template. So when we create our forms, our input elements, our data binding, our validation, our error messages, all in the template itself. So let's take a look at what that would look like. So here is our form. It's our standard HTML form tag. We've got a submit event binding going on there. But what you don't see is that behind the covers, under the covers, whatever, behind the scenes, under the covers, we are actually getting some additional functionality here. Angular has an ng-form directive that it's automatically assigning to our form. Okay, with that directive, it can track all sorts of data. So it can track your form state. It keeps track of the list of controls associated with the form and each of their state. So all of this is happening behind the scenes. How's that one? You can also actually use it if you want. So I'm here using a hash edit form, which is a local template variable, and I'm assigning it to that ng-form directive. When I do that, then I can actually pass it, if I want, into my code so that my code can know what the state of the form is. It can know whether the user made changes, so not go off to the website and try to submit some changes if the user didn't even change anything. So that's all part of template driven. How about adding controls to the form? Well, we've got our standard label, standard input, and because we're doing template driven, all of our validation is here right in our template. So we've got required min length, max length. We're not really getting to Angular-ish stuff till we get down here. So here we've got our banana in a box, our ng model two-way binding, and we are using another directive called ng-control. What ng-control is doing is it's telling that ng-form directive behind the scenes here that this control wants to be tracked. And it's going to be tracked by the name title. So if you started to actually look at that ng-form data, the data associated with that directive, you'd see a control array in there, and it would have a control name title because we added this directive. This last thing then is adding another local template variable, and it's assigned also to ng-form. And what that does is it sets up a reference to this one particular control so that we can then use that elsewhere in our template. And we'll see where we're going to use it here in just a second. All right, so that's defining our form and our control. Next, we want to deal with our validation. And there are two basic things that we want to do in our validation. One, we want to display some kind of message telling the user that something went wrong. And the second thing is we want to provide some kind of visual indication that something went wrong. And in my case, I'm reading both the label and the input box and the description of the error. So how do we do that? Well, here I'm just adding a set of spans, and I'm using an ng-if, and here I'm using title.touched and title.errors. So where is that title coming from? That's that local template variable that we just defined. So this is referencing that data that the ng-form is tracking for us about the state of our control. And then we're using touched and errors so that when we have that add screen come up, that it doesn't immediately show all these errors. And then here we're using ng-if to display the appropriate error message. The second part of it was to color our text, so we wanted to color it all red so we could have a div around our label and our input box and these spans, and we're again using title there, which is that local template variable that references the control in the ng-form. So what does our code look like in our component class? Well, the only thing we really need to do is manage that model, manage our movie so that we can do that two-way binding. And then, of course, we'd have that save method somewhere in those ... there. So when we're doing template driven, you might have noticed that it's very similar to Angular 1. It uses ng-model for the data binding, so we don't have to worry about setting a default or tracking what the values are. And we're using ng-control bound to the control name. Our validation and error messages are in the form. So let's take a little step to the right and look at partially model-driven forms. So that's just what I call it. I'm sure it has no official name. So partially model-driven forms. We're still going to have our input elements. We're going to keep our data binding, so we'll still have our defaults and such. And we're going to keep our error messages also in the template. So that will make it easier for us because Angular will take care of displaying the correct error messages. But what we're going to move over to the class is we're going to define define our controls, we're going to define our form, and we're going to define the validation in the class. So let's look at that class first. So in addition to having a property for the movie here, we're going to add a property for our form and for every control. And so it would fit on the slide. I'm only doing 2 out of the set of controls, but you can imagine that there would be more here. So there is no form object per se in Angular. Instead, it's a control group. And any group of controls can be a control group, and you can have a control group within a control group. So we could have like an address block that we tracked separately from the overall form and so on. Our controls then are declared as of type control. So this is just declaring those variables. How do we set them? We would set them in the constructor. And in the constructor, we're taking advantage of Angular's form builder service. So we're injecting that into our constructor here. Then we're setting each one of our controls to a new control. And in the constructor, our first argument there is the default. Now, when we ran the edit, our code had defaults, our form had defaults in it, but we're not setting a default here. Why is that working? Any guesses? No? Because we have two-way binding going on. So we don't need to set a default because, as we had said, we're going to leave our two-way binding for this partially model-driven. So we don't have to set any default. The second argument here then is our validators. If we just had one, we could have just said validators.required, but since we have multiple validators, we use validators.compose. We repeat that for every one of our controls. Then at the bottom, I'm creating the form, or setting up the form group for the form. So the form group method is expecting a collection of key and value pairs. So the key is the name of the control as it's keeping its name, and the value is the actual instance of the control. Okay, so we're going to be binding ng-control to this name, to this title, to this director. Okay, we're also going to be binding our title properties, our director property, and our edit form property. So let's take a look at what the form looks like. So the first thing we need to do is we need to tell Angular that we are controlling the form in our model. And we do that with the ng-form model directive. And we assign that to our property that we defined, our edit form. Then we have our submit the same. Now we don't ever need to pass edit form into our class because we already have it there. Okay, so that's what our form looks like. Our label and our input box look similar, but we no longer have the validation in here because we defined the validation in the code, in our I almost said controller, in our component class. The other thing that you notice that we don't have here anymore is our hash local template variable. We don't need that anymore because now we have a title property in our code. So we're still doing the two-way binding, and we're still binding ng-control. But we're binding ng-control to the collection that we've defined for our form. So it's that title name that we're binding this to. Okay. If you look at this code looks exactly the same as we saw in the template version of the code. What's different here, though, is title is no longer our local template variable. It is now the property of our class. So our property now knows about how to manage the validation. It knows about being touched or having errors. And so that's what we're binding this to. ng-class, the same thing. It's using the title property of our class. So when we take our little step to the right, we're using the new form builder. We're still using ng-model so that we don't have to have a default value. We don't have to manage any of that. We're using ng-control to bind between our template and our code. Our validation is now in the class, but our messages are still in the HTML. Now, why would we want to do this? Why would we want to put more code in our class? Well, one big reason, of course, is unit testing, because we would be able to unit test it. Another good reason, though, is we can add logic to wanted to have the validation a little different depending upon the user, or different based on the state of the form, or based on whether the user clicked one radio button or the other. We can easily do that because we have all of the validation in code. All right, so now we're ready to take the next big step over to model-driven. So in the model-driven, we're going to put pretty much everything in the class. We're going to define the control, the form. We're going to handle our own default values, validation, error messages, everything. In the template then, all we will have is our input elements, and we're going to have that ng-control binding, which is going to associate the element in the template with the actual control that we've defined in the component class. Okay? All right. So if we define the form, you'll notice that this code looks exactly the same as it did before. We're still using ng-form model. Here, the only difference is that we are no longer using the two-way binding. We're going to have to set the default ourselves. This is where the big change is, because we're no longer letting Angular kind of take care of for us displaying our error messages. Now what we've done is we've created a form error collection, and if that title element in that collection is set, it displays the title. So here it will, or displays the message rather. So if the title has an error, we set a message in here and we turn it on. So notice that there's no more logic in here. So this isn't deciding, do I do it on dirty or do I do it untouched? Do I do it on not valid or do I do it on it has an error? All of that logic is gone from our template and is now in our code. So all we're doing is if the code puts something into that form error collection and the title element, we're going to display it and we're going to turn it on. Same thing for turning it red. If there is an entry in that title element of the form error collection, we're going to turn it red. Now this form error is not something that's built in, it's something that I just defined. You could call it something else, but basically in addition to the definitions that we had in the partially model driven, I'm adding this form error, and I'm defining it as a collection of key and value pairs. Each key is the control name, the value is the validation message that I want the template to throw up to the user. We initially want that to be empty because we don't want to initially display a bunch of errors. And we're going to need to write the code to populate that. Now what I did for this example is I just did a bunch of data structures in order to hold all of that. But in a real application, you might want to pull it from a file, pull it from a table. You could localize the strings, you could adjust the strings based on the user, and so on. Now, in the partially model-driven approach, we had used the constructor to define our controls and to define the group of controls that made up our edit form. But the problem with the constructor is that now we want to set defaults. So we want to have like this.movie.title in there. The problem is we don't have data yet in our constructor, right? We don't go get the data till like ng-init. And even then, we have to wait for it to come back from the server, so we don't have that data here in our constructor. So we're going to have to cut this code out and put it somewhere else. So I defined a method called onMovieRetrieved. This code is identical to the other code, we just moved it, and then we set our defaults, because now we have to have the defaults because the binding isn't going to do it for us. Okay. The other thing that it isn't going to do for us is figure out when to display our validation messages. We need to do that as well. So also in this onMovieRetrieved method, a little further down, we're actually going to subscribe to the value changes observable. So the edit form has a value changes observable that we can subscribe to. And we can think of that as the user's changes as being just a stream of data that's coming to us. We can then react to every single time that the user does something. So as soon as they type a character, we can take a look and say, oh, does it have a validation error yet? Oh, is the validation still valid? And so on, every single time that they type anything. So what does the onValueChanged method look like? Well, mine looks like this, but again, this is just my code. You could do it however you want. All I'm doing here is looping through that form error collection that I defined. That just has a list of all of my controls and their associated validation error. I then clear it because it is possible that that last letter that they typed made it valid. Here is also where my logic is that's determining whether I'm displaying or not displaying this particular error. So in this case, I'm checking dirty and not valid. I could instead have it touched. But the nice thing about having it here in this code is we could make this code a shared service and ensure that we handle this the same through every single component instead of worrying about that new person who comes in making it touched when everything else is on dirty, for example. Then if it does have an error, I'm going through and figuring out which error it is and assigning the appropriate field, or the appropriate message rather, into the field in that form error collection. And as soon as that form error collection has a value in there, because of the interpolation binding that we specified, it will automatically appear in the template, it will automatically appear to the user, and it will automatically turn it red for us. Okay, so as soon as we go to fully model-driven, we no longer use ng-model. And as soon as we no longer use ng-model, then we need to provide a default, we need to handle changes and keep track of when to display validation messages. All right, so those are my 3 stories. Thank you so much for hanging in with me this afternoon. Thanks.
Take a 3-minute break and we'll come back for the next talk.
Minko was named to the world's top 50 most amazing people named Minko. He spent a year of his life as a professional photobomber, but had to get a job as a programmer when he discovered that nobody will pay you to photobomb. He now simply does it for fun. Please welcome to the stage, Minko Getchev.
Hi everyone, my name is Minko, and today I'm going to be talking about automated Angular 2 style checking with Coldlyzer. So, a couple of words about me. Currently I'm working on a startup called Brownie Points. We're building an educational application for kids that is entirely developed with Angular 2. And I'm also quite active in the open source community. A few of the projects that I'm working on are Angular 2 Seed, of course, Coldlyzer, and contributing to a few of the projects of the Angular mobile team. And recently I finished this book. I got the privilege to get technical review by Miško Hevery. So you can take a look. Today, we're going to talk about best practices and how we can apply them to our project in an automated fashion. But before that, a little bit of a story time. So a couple of months ago, I started incorporating all the best practices that I found about Angular 2 in my development experience, and also all the advices that Miško gave me during his technical review of my book. In the end, I came up with this document that I called the Angular 2 Style Guide, and I got a lot of feedback from community. We started a lot of discussions into the issue tracker of GitHub, and we improved the style guide a lot. So that's how I called it the Angular 2 community-driven style guide. A little bit after that, Igor from the core team asked me whether I want to work together with him and John Papa on the official Angular 2 style guide. I was super excited about this, so of course I accepted. And we were going to incorporate all the best practices from the Angular 2 community-driven style guide, all the best practices discovered during the internal usage of Angular 2 inside of Google, and all the amazing job that John Papa did in his Angular 1 and Angular 2 style guides. So we came up with this document that Brad announced during the keynote session, the first day of the conference. And what the Angular style guide actually is? Well, it is a list of guidelines on building Angular applications. Now, I have highlighted the word guidelines here because that's what the style guide is. It is giving us guidelines, not rules. So this means that we can eventually modify some of these guidelines or add our own specific guidelines. Now, let's trace the process of how we can integrate the Angular style guide inside of our project. So first of all, the senior engineers inside of the team are going to sit together, and they're going to discuss each individual practice from the official style guides and eventually somehow modify it if it is strictly required. They will add some specific practices to the project, and after that, they need to make each individual team member of the team familiar with each individual team style guide, practice from the style guide. And this is because after that, on each code change and also legacy code, of course, we need to verify that the altered code or the refactored code answers these styles. And the process of doing this is usually code review. How many of you did code review during the past week? All right, a lot of you. And how many of you really enjoyed doing this code review? I mean, we're very happy to do that. Like 2 hands? I'm not counting you. Right, so code reviews, they're not very fun because they're manual, they're boring, and they're kind of error prone. First of all, they're manual because we're doing them by hand, and they're boring because, well, we're not reviewing super exciting functionality every day. And they're error prone because, well, we're humans, it happens to make mistakes. So that's what I thought with Coldlyzer. We have this huge style guide with a lot of practices there, and we need to apply it over a big project with a lot of team members in the team. I thought that, well, this process could be automated probably with static code analysis. So I built the initial proof of concept version, just a couple of rules on top of TSLint. Later, the project joined a friend of mine called Preslav, and we started building another tools on top of TSLint and also doing some more advanced experiments. So the goal of Coldlyzer is to provide a tool that enforces common style and verifies correctness of our programs. That's the basic idea. This sounds quite abstract, and part of that is because we are still in pretty early stage of development, but let's take a look at a specific example. So this here is the Angular 2 Seed. And one of the best practices inside of the style guide states that we need to use our components with selector of type element. However, the home component here, it is used as attribute. So we are violating the best practice. When we run go-plint and wait a little bit, we're going to get an error. And since the error message is quite short, when we click on it, we're going to get redirected to the exact section from the Angular 2 style guide where this, yeah, thank you. And this is already good. We can integrate it as part of our development process. We can even add support to our continuous integration like Travis or Jenkins or whatever. But it will be even better if we're able to get some instant feedback. This for instance, here is Atom with the tslint plugin installed. So we're getting warnings each time we violate any of the rules inside of tslint.json. Also, if we violate any of the best practices inside of the style guide. So in this case, if we try to rename an input, we're going to get a warning. Same happens if we try to implement a lifecycle hook without implementing the corresponding lifecycle hook interface. This applies for basically any editor that has tslint plugins. This means that you can do this in Atom, in Visual Studio Code, you can do this in Vim or WebStorm, whatever you choose. Currently, the tool is based on tslint. We'll take a look at the future plans just in a little bit. What surprised me was the adoption of the tool. So initially, I introduced it to the Angular 2 seed project, and a little bit after that, Patrick from Angular class, he added support inside of the Angular 2 Webpack starter. So at this point, already the two most popular starters had support of Coldizer. What happened later was that Igor from the core team, he suggested that Coldizer, at this time ng-conf, could be a good fit for the Angular CLI. So I was super excited about this because my little tool, was going to get part of the official Angular CLI. So I added this integration just a few days after his suggestion. So we can already use Coldizer inside of the Angular CLI. Yeah. So you might have noticed that a couple of times I referred to the tool as ng-2lint, and also in the slides. We actually deprecated this name because of a couple of reasons. Now it is Coldizer, because first of all, well, linting sounds boring. It sounds like something optional that you should not do, maybe. But it is kind of important thing, especially when you're following the style guide, which is going to bring you following the best practices. And we're also planning to do not only linting. Our plans include more advanced static code analysis, and we are also having some prototypes with this. We're planning to introduce analysis of templates. Using the Angular's template parser, we are going to get the output AST, and we're going to analyze it. We're also planning to add autocorrect suggestions. So for instance, if we verify that you're not following any of the best practices, we're going to give you a couple of options. And when you choose any of these options, your code is going to get automatically refactored for you. Another plan we have is to add analysis of lazy loading boundaries. So when you have lazy async route definitions, and you have such lazy loading boundaries. And you have a transitive dependency inside of any of these lazy loading boundaries, which violates the lazy loading of your application, we're going to raise a warning. We're planning to do much more, but what we would appreciate even more is to get your feedback. So this here is a link to a Google form that we would love you to fill and tell us what you would like to see inside of Coldizer. So yeah, this is the book that I wrote. If you're interested, you can take advantage of this discount code that is going to give you 25% off. And yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, let's take a 4-minute break, and we'll be back here for the next speaker. So 4 minutes.
every day when he executes an rm-rf on his primary server's hard drive just to see if the backup works. It does. Please welcome to the stage, Zach Chappell.
So welcome everybody. My name is Zach Chappell. I'm an architect at Career Builder. I'm also on the Angular CLI team, and I'm here today to talk to you about performance in our applications. We've all been on a site that feels magical, simply by how it performs. So before we get started, I'd like to say that while it's not actually magic, our users demand performance from us, and we have the tools at our disposal to make that happen. Really high level, these are topics I'm going to cover. I only got 20 minutes, so I'm going to get right to it. Our browsers are extremely powerful. The data and insights they provide into our applications shouldn't be ignored. Here are the first one of those insights around user navigation. It's a little confusing, so let me show you what the data actually represents. Each of those timestamps are points in time that the browser changed what task it was performing. The most familiar one to most of you is the onload event. I'm sure you remember doing document.load events, and I can't get into it right now, but these steps can provide you with valuable information to your application. Look at this support matrix. I don't know about you, but I find it comforting seeing that much green. So let's talk about something else. We get from the browser when performance and user timing APIs. This is where we have a little bit more fun. We can begin to see how long resources are taken to come down to the user, and we can begin to create custom event markers and do measurements between those markers. The Performance API also has fantastic support. One of its main jobs is to serve as a holding place for both the navigation and user timing APIs. The user API needs a little bit more love, but we lose access to the performance mark and performance measure without it. Now I'm going to go through a couple tools that I use for performance profiling in the browser. The first is perfmap. As you can see, it gives you a visual representation of different parts and assets that are on your page and how long they took to load, as well as the entire page at the bottom. Performance Analyzer gives you a much higher level of information, and it helps break down some interesting slow spots, such as time to first byte and how long it took to actually process the DOM. And this is where it starts to get really interesting. In these charts, which I know you can't read, you can see the number of requests, how long they took, and quite a few domains listed, and we can begin to see what culprits are slowing down our performance. I'm not going to read this whole slide to you either, but the thing you should know is that the HTTP 1.1 assets are pipelined, but depending on your browser, the number of connections, usually under 10, this means that you begin to see a waterfall effect with your loading of assets. And this is actually a really good example of that. Each of the assets themselves did not take much time to load, but you can see that each of those groupings is blocked by the previous group. But what about HTTP 2? Can that help? The answer is, actually, I have something from Akamai that shows that it does. So just from that short little demo, you can see that the time and latency to pull down that image, which is actually chunks of little images, took a third of the time with no latency. So that means there was no lag in the waterfall because it was able to stream everything simultaneously. Oh. There we go. Support for HTTP 2 is also pretty strong. There's a couple browsers that need a little help, but luckily IE is going away. And now we're going to switch gears a little bit. Admit it, we're all here at ng-conf. We drank the Kool-Aid. Otherwise, why would we be here, right? So now we have some background information on performance. I'm going to jump into some stuff that's Angular specific. Everyone here should be at least a little bit familiar with what the digest cycle is. And this is in 1.5, 1.4, and all the younger versions. And how it loops through the watchers doing its dirty checks. And using Batarang, which another slide that's kind of hard to see, we can peek into our applications and actually, without actually modifying our code, and begin to look at the application itself. And what you can't see here is that the page that I ran this on had 674 active watchers, and the last digest cycle took 23 milliseconds. And for the most part, those watchers are made up of a couple different types of bindings. The first is just a simple property. The other is a binding for a click event that calls a function. The last is repeating over an array. All of these by their own are not necessarily bad. In fact, sometimes it's as good as it gets. But a lot lot of times, we don't necessarily need to watch the binding as we're expecting everything to change. We could do a one-time binding. Some good examples are when we're binding the CSS classes, functions, or doing a repeat on something that doesn't change, like options in the select menu. After making those changes and testing the page again, we're now down to 389 active watchers from 674, and our digest cycle only took 7.2 milliseconds, down from 23. Obviously, that's a good improvement, but it's just a couple little tweaks. That really pales in comparison to the gains we get from leveraging the work that the Angular team does itself. Take a peek at these numbers. I tested 20 page refreshes with the exact same application in 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, and 1.5. Without making any changes to the code, you can see how going to either 1.4 or 1.5 offers huge performance gains. Now Angular 2. I'd really like to use Augury for this, and actually I was very happy to see in their roadmap that all the stuff that I'm using in Batarang, Augury is going to be implementing for us, and it's on their roadmap, so that should make everyone happy. But all of that is just testing when you're developing, and it doesn't really tell us what our users are experiencing. And through looking at how Batarang works, we can discover exactly how to hook into the digest cycle itself, and you can add your own arguments to watch and time that data. And you can see here that I'm actually just using the performance API to trigger start and end points between before and after the digest cycle, and I throw that into an array that I end up sending up to my monitoring server. But now let's talk about some non-traditional ways to measure performance. When we create applications, we have this wonderful vision of our application, right? Just follow the yellow brick road. We know what's best for our users, and we know how they need to get to the value. But life happens. Sometimes our applications get a little more complicated. We hope that this complication leads us to something akin to Dora. They can still navigate. It's a little bit more complicated, but it is possible. But reality is a little bit more scary. Over years and years, our time in our application evolves in what used to be a yellow brick road to hopping from meatball to meatball in a bowl of spaghetti. And if that wasn't bad enough, sometimes we force our users to do the same thing over and over. Opening a slide out, for example. And what we can see into what the user is doing with Google Analytics, without customization, it doesn't track routing events. So what can we do? With UI Router, we can get a little bit deeper into what our users are actually doing. It's a little bit hard to see, but you can see that by using the state change start and the view content loaded events and getting timings, we could actually see how long those state switches take. This lets us not only see how long a given route took to render, but if we have any slow resolutions. The same thing can be achieved by adding events to the new component router. Hopefully in the near future, these will be rolled in natively. Angular 1X is most popular has one popular form of lazy loading, and that's OC lazy load. This allows you to actually save time by pulling down assets you don't need, and we've all seen the benefits of that. Luckily though, the Angular team wrapped it into Angular 2, and we won't have to use that anymore, I'm sorry. But that is going to be a fantastic benefit that we could all take advantage of. And this also presents us with some unique possibilities because we often code for resolution, but we forget that users also can have different bandwidths. Just because their phablet has a giant screen doesn't mean we should send them a 4K image. Maybe we should start lowering with a lower resolution, progressively upgrade to it. Server-side rendering can take this even further and cut out some of those network trips. We've all built our application on solid design principles. We'll forget that sometimes maybe we didn't minify our code or gzip everything. We may end up something like this. Incredibly hard to see, but this application has 1,350 HTTP requests, is 16 megs, and it took 20 seconds to load. That's a heck of a waterfall. And if you saw that on your first day, you might think, great, let's combine and minify all the things. But that's not good, because if you start spriting all the images, combining and minifying all the JavaScript, or maybe you even go so far as to inline everything, you kind of lose sight of what you're really trying to do. And you need to take a step back and realize, what do I actually need? Do you need your entire application pulled down on the login screen? When do I actually need it? Can I lazy load some of my assets? Is the user performing some other action that I can use to get insights into what they're going to do next? And how are my users connected? These are just a couple things that we could begin to look at that tune performance for the future. Thank you very much.
My name is Sandeep. I am a developer advocate for Google Cloud Platform. And Google Cloud Platform, like any other public cloud, has all the checkboxes, VMs, storage, databases. But what I'm really passionate about, and what I think Google Cloud is really passionate about, is tools that make developers' lives easier. I'm talking about tools like Firebase. You can write multi-user, real-time apps that scale to millions of users without writing a single line of server-side code. It's pretty cool. And then when you want to write server-side code, we have tools like App Engine. And so with App Engine, you just upload your code, and we take care of running it. We take care of security patches. We take care of scaling it. And what this means is it gives you more time to develop your application and less time managing infrastructure. Your users don't care how beautiful your infrastructure looks. They care how awesome your app is, right? So you want to focus on building that awesome app. And of course, being Google, we have world-class machine learning and big data tools. And this ideology of no-ops really spreads to that as well. So you have things like BigQuery, where you can just upload terabytes or even petabytes of information and query it instantly, right? No need to worry about cluster sizes and indexes and vacuuming, none of that, just query it. And then you have things like Cloud Vision API, Speech API, where you can do deep machine learning with just a REST API call. That's pretty cool. So all of this is just talk. Go check it out yourself, cloud.google.com. We have a free trial, and we have a free tier for a lot of our stuff. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it a lot. I can't wait to see what you guys build.
Thanks, man.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll be back.
right. Can you guys hear me okay? Sound all right? A little louder. I really like to hear myself talk. There it is. Okay, well, thanks for coming. I'm just kidding. Okay, we are going to wrap this up with a panel, but first, I want to let you guys know the funny little intros we did were actually written by each of the speakers got assigned one of the other speakers, and they got to write their own intros. So we had fun with that. So who doesn't love the Angular team? Stand up if you don't love the Angular team. Nobody. They all love you. See? I told you, Igor. All right. So us organizers, we were...
Standing.
Yeah. Says the guy in a comfortable chair while I stand here. It's not? Good. All right, so we wanted to do something nice for the Angular team because these guys and gals work tirelessly to make amazing tools for all of us, right? So we were racking our brains thinking, what can we get them? What can we do for them? And we came to the conclusion that the best gifts are the ones that are expensive. And if you don't have money, after that, the next best is the sentimental kind. So,
wait, is it sleep?
Huh?
Sleep.
Sleep.
That's
yeah.
what we want.
You can have plenty of that this weekend, Brad. Promise. All right. So what we did is we made something for him. And the story behind this, when I was a kid, when I was about 8 years old, my dad is a potter, right? So he taught me how to make these little ocarinas out of clay. And we were pretty poor, you know, growing up. And in 7th grade, I wanted a trampoline so bad, and we just couldn't afford it. So I practiced and practiced and practiced. I made hundreds of these silly little whistles until I got like really good at it. And I took them to school and I sold them to my friends at school and I bought a trampoline. And it's been kind of an obsession ever since then. So I want to kind of show you how that's done. So this is what we made for the Angular team. These are ceramic ocarinas. First you make them, they're all made by hand. You make them out of clay, let them dry, put them in the kiln. This is the kiln in my basement. Luckily, I didn't burn down my house while doing this. After they're bisqued, they look like that. And then you glaze them, and there's a close-up of the glaze. Then you put them back in the kiln, careful not to be touching any of the kiln shelves, otherwise the glaze actually melts during the process and will run everywhere if you're not careful. Fire the kiln to 2200 degrees Fahrenheit. It takes about 12 hours. And when you're done, they look like that. And there's a close-up. So we made one of these for each of the team and a little book that shows them how to play it. Your kids are mostly going to love this, so if you have kids, or if you're like Igor, you're going to love it. So I had to give one for Igor and one for each of his kids, because I knew he wouldn't be sharing it. So, Sonny, why don't you come and give those each to them, and so I expect a little concert. I expect you to be good by the next ng-conf. While they're passing those out, I got one. I'll show you what it sounds like. Love you guys. Beautiful. And Igor, the ones for your kids are actually perfectly tuned so they can annoy you A ton. No, they're in the same exact key, so you can play little duets and stuff. They'll like it. All right, let's end this with a panel. So we've taken some questions from Twitter, and we've got some mics. So if you have a question in the room and you were too lazy to tweet it, go talk to Aaron, and we'll just kind of go back and forth. And I don't know, Brad, you want to kind of decide who takes what? Okay. First question. When is Angular 2 coming out?
It's right after that template compiler gets done. So that'll be your key. You'll know.
The template compiler.
Yeah.
All right. So when those stars align, we'll know.
We'll play you a song.
We're going to go back, and we're going to work on that thing.
Sweet. I hope you take the weekend off at least first. All right. Is anybody in the room yet? No? If you have questions, come talk to Frosty and we'll form a line. Okay. Where do you see the progression of PWAs going with Angular? Will it become less important in the future to build native mobile apps?
That's the hope, is that the web platform continues to catch up in ways that native leads right now. In terms of our own support for PWAs, we're focusing on the 3 areas of app shell architecture, building tooling for that, service workers, building good tooling and strategies for that, and then installable apps. In the future, I think we'll continue to focus on the performance critical areas, like looking at service worker and HTTP2 and what kind of strategies we can employ to have efficient updating of applications and pre-caching and things like that. And also continuing to focus, like working with Patrick and Jeff on Universal to have a full end-to-end pre-rendering or pre-building and taking over at the browser side. And then web workers is another big performance area that we've been focusing on. So beyond that, probably focusing more on data model offlining, whereas right now we're focusing a lot on just static asset offlining.
Awesome. Okay, next question. When is Angular 2 coming out? Just kidding. All right, what is the future of $Q and promises in Angular 2?
Igor or Rob? Yeah, Rob.
Is Rob here? Okay. So $Q, Q is the promise implementation in Angular 1 for those that don't know. In Angular 2, we actually don't need a custom promise implementation because by now all of the Evergreen browsers already implemented promises natively, so you can just use those. And the reason why you don't need to do anything special is because zones know how to integrate the native promises with Angular. Rob could probably talk about observables and how we think about promises and the future of promises.
I think that we'll keep supporting promises because there are cases where they make sense, but I think that we will push very hard for observables as well. I think that them together is a very, very nice pattern, observables. But yeah, like I think that.
Right. So there are use cases
they don't need to be special, right? Like now we're just going to use what the language gives us going forward, and hopefully we'll have observables in the language.
All right, awkward silence after that answer. Is the offline compilation already available in RC1?
Yes, we do have something published right now. It's not quite ready to use. There's a couple big bugs we didn't get out before the conference. RC2 will probably be the first chance to give it a try for real. I suspect there will still be a few more cycles of finding and fixing issues. I was working with the Ionic guys yesterday to see how their extensions to the component annotation are going to work. We have other partners to work with to make sure that they can hook things up. And then obviously we need to do things with build tooling so that you can mix and match, for example, using Webpack. Right now our demo was just using Rollup, but we want to also make it work with Clojure compiler. And we also need to write documentation so that you know what to do.
Cool. How does lazy loading work with bundling?
So most of the bundlers have a concept of splitting bundles into multiple chunks. If you take, for example, UMD bundles can be composed, so that works just fine. Webpack has a notion of splits and code splits and can understand how to load different chunks and combine them together. System Builder does the same thing. So all of these bundlers that we use today have some notion of combining multiple chunks. So it's just a matter of loading the chunks at the right time and then continuing the application from the time once the code arrives to the browser.
Got it. Okay, is ng helping influence browsers to bake in more native binding of objects to DOM or other related items? What are you guys doing to make the web better, basically? No. Are you guys working to pushing for more native bindings of objects to the DOM or other related objects?
Data binding, like is object observe a thing in the future?
Oh, is object observe a thing of the future? I think object observe has been taken out of TC39, so it's no longer part of the thing. It turns out that when you do data binding, the order of things matters. And you want to make sure that you go from the root to the children, so if you have a predictable data flow. And the object observe API didn't have a concept of this kind of a direction. So that was kind of its flaw that was not exactly obvious at the very beginning.
And on the subject of like the web APIs in general, I think that what we hope is that things like service workers and web push and background sync and all these things, like we want to make it easy to use these things and increase adoption that way. And I think that if we can make it easy to use those kind of APIs that can be complicated sometimes, then other browsers will pick it up, right? Like we want to make sure that it's easy to use these APIs that exist and keep pushing more APIs into the platform, for sure.
They liked that one. All right. So I can see benefits to Angular 2 as a developer, but do you have any advice for convincing management to move to Angular 2? I actually have one. You get a piñata, and you practice your speech. No, this one's probably for you, Brad. Any advice for convincing managers?
No, it's all you.
Jules?
Any advice for convincing managers? My mind.
Let me start off, and then you can correct me where I've screwed it up. So I think managers want to see that somebody else has already been successful with implementing this thing. So, I don't want to be the first out there on something that's marked as beta. And we, early on we didn't have much in terms of deployment, but now we have this awesome set of people who are already implementing and deploying. And for Google, our big one is AdWords, and it's the biggest moneymaker Google has. So it's probably the biggest moneymaker app on the planet, already deploying on Angular 2. And at this conference, we heard in the keynote from the Weather Channel and Capital One and Lucidchart and all of these folks. Fidelity was up on the slides. So you can now actually point at a whole bunch of big folks who are working on this, working with us to ensure all of those use cases work. And so really the risk is low. And I think, Mishko is always, hey, our move from beta to release to final is words. And a lot of these things are beaten down. We're being really open with you guys about what's not there. It's template compiler, and maybe there's your favorite thing that's not there, and that's how I would go about it, is to say, there are big companies betting their livelihoods on this. And so obviously a lot of the use cases are done. And so what we should do as a company is look at it from the use cases that we need to see if it's there for us.
The only thing I'd add to that is that at least the managers that have approached me directly for this conversation, and that's actually what I usually say, is they also want to know that there's the resources necessary to get their teams over to Angular 2. So that's why we made such a big push before RC to make sure that there was already Angular 2 training, that we had worked with those trainers to make sure that it's how we recommend you approach not only the upgrade but using Angular 2. And then the other thing that I was getting asked a lot, and Brad sort of mentioned this in the interview if you saw it yesterday, is that it's not an either or. We were getting a lot of, oh, well, my manager's telling us we have to make a decision between React and Angular or Ember and Angular or whatever the framework that they were looking at is. And I think as the team has hopefully communicated this week is we work with all those teams, and so it's not an either or decision, and that should make managers a little bit easier to convince.
Yeah, and they can come talk to our developer advocate folks over here, Rob and Steven, who are there to help reason with it and figure out, does it fit my needs?
So from your perspective, would you say that Angular 2 release candidate is production ready today?
For many of our big clients, yes. And like with any, look, we don't know all the use cases, so maybe there's something that doesn't work for you. You kind of have to own that part. But yeah, there's a ton of big folks using it.
Awesome. That was a yes. Okay, well, on that same topic, what things has Angular 2 done to make migrating from Angular 1 to Angular 2 easier than migrating to, say, Ember or React or some other option?
So we have this thing called ng-upgrade that allows you to mix and match Angular 1 and Angular 2 components. There are some restrictions, it's not magical, right? But it does mean that you can take an Angular 1 app and decide that a particular service gets converted to Angular 2. So we have bridged the injectors. We have also made sure that you can bootstrap an Angular 1 component instead of Angular 2 and vice versa, Angular 2 component instead of Angular 1. The injectors are bridged so you can inject different things. And so what you can do is you can start with an app and convert individual components or services one at a time while the application is still functioning. There's a good demo on the Angular I/O on how this can be done and to give it a try. So I think the ng-upgrade should go a long way towards this goal.
We should also mention all the work that has been done in Angular 1, where many features that we came up with in Angular 2 were backported back to Angular 1, thanks to Pete and Jorge and Martin and many other people. So if you are working with Angular 1 applications today, you actually can start using many of the features that were introduced in Angular 2, and you can use them in Angular 1 today. So that's going to make it easier for you to start using Angular 2 once you're ready for it.
And I think, like, on a philosophical level, Max Lynch, who works for Ionic, wrote a really, really good blog post you should read, and it's called something like Angular 2, or Angular is a design pattern. And I feel like, for all the talk of syntax changes and everything like that, if you're an Angular 1 developer, you pretty much already know how to use Angular 2, right? Like, it's something that the ideas are the same, the philosophy is the same, and it's really just like, when you get into Angular 2, you'll be very, very comfortable. So if you've got a dev team full of Angular 1 devs, they'll migrate their brains to Angular 2 very, very, very easily. And I think that's an important thing to say.
One more thing. So like Jules said, we have invested a lot in training. On our site, there's a very nice cookbook article put together by Taro that walks you through how you migrate an app from Angular 1 to Angular 2. And many of our training partners, like Wrangle and ThoughtRam and others, have actually built guides and can, like, in class, walk you through this porting process. So we really want to support it from, the infrastructure to our docs to our training partners. We think we're going to do a good job. You guys should tell us what else you need to be successful, because we want this whole community to come over to Angular 2 because it's awesome.
Very cool. Okay, let's take one from the audience here. Go ahead and say your name and question.
This is Zach. Hello? Hey, this is Zach. Just talked about performance. One of the questions I had, now that we have HTTP 2 coming out, do you see bundling dying? And what else can we do to further cache as much as we can of the application?
Igor or Jeff? Actually, maybe Jeff's been looking at this the most.
Our hope is, or our dream is, that one day, bundling could go away, everything could be loaded individually, and you would actually be loading the parts of Angular that you need at runtime. Right now, it's not quite there. Browsers are really focusing on this, though. Firefox, Chrome, we talk to regularly. We do some of our own measurement of what the cost is of doing it this way, and we share that with them. So browsers are working on making that a reality, making sure it can be as fast or faster than bundle strategies. And we're also starting to think about how we can make service worker play well with HTTP2, particularly with HTTP2 push, making it efficient, only pushing things that aren't already cached, and a few other things with that as well. So yeah, we're hopeful. Hopefully we see a lot of progress in that in the next year or two.
Let's do one more here.
Hello, my name is Andreas. I'm a bit concerned about the world of languages that we got now with Angular 2. That we learn TypeScript. Okay, that's quite, I like it. But I had bad experiences with CoffeeScript before. I had lots of effort to get that out of my code base. So, yeah, really, and I have to, that's a real concern for our developers, what we shall use the next language again. So what is your opinion on the development of the language JavaScript itself? Will that merge in the future? Will that be one of the languages that compile down to stuff like ASM.js? Or yeah, where are you going? Are you working on getting TypeScript into the standard process of JavaScript, or will the Chrome browser at any point in time maybe accept native TypeScript, for instance, as a file, a source file, hiding it?
For each of you,
first answer that answer, right? But the nice thing about TypeScript is, like, if you TypeScript, right, it's ready and working with us, best choice for the
It is of ES6. And just check that. As far as unclear to us would do if it was, because it's big, I want it there as a developer, a really and to things like that. They're standard. That's just personal opinion on top of other stuff.
All right, the next one is, what keeps all of you guys working at Google when there's so many other opportunities? You probably have a lot of recruiters. I wouldn't want to see your LinkedIn inbox.
Naomi, do you want to talk about why you're here?
Free food.
Really?
Is it on? On? Yes, it's on, okay. I have the worst commute. It takes, if you go at rush hour, it takes 2.5 hours to get to Google. And I've been at Google for 9 years now, almost 10. And I kept thinking, well, I'll probably, this will be good and I'll leave. But what keeps me there is I get to work on problems at Google that are on a scale that blows my mind. When you look at what we're doing on Angular, we have the potential to really change how front-end web development is done for the world. And being able to work on that is such a joy and a privilege that even when it gets hard, it's worth that crazy commute. And working with these people, working with all of you in the open source community and having that be my job, that gets me up in the morning.
Yeah, we're not going to do better than that. Let's go next question.
All right, and then what is your number one biggest regret after having worked on Angular 2 for the last couple years?
Oh, Mishko, what do you got, man?
Mishko's your biggest regret? Is that? I'm pretty sure that's what I heard.
I asked Mishko what his biggest regret is. Oh. His biggest regret is working with me, probably, but...
Good recovery.
Any regrets? Anyone? We're all very positive people.
I know. We're trying to break that shell and get to the good stuff. Okay, if you think of one. All right, does the Redux/Reducer architecture have a place with Angular 2?
Yes, it does. Yeah, I think that it does. We were just having a conversation out in the hall with the Wrangle folks about, they have Redux, and I not just me, but the people who contribute to NGRX. Yes, and I think that, like, in a larger sense, that not just Redux, but there's a lot of things that all these JavaScript communities can learn from each other. Like, there's a lot of React versus Angular, and I think that, like, Redux and some of the stuff that comes out of the React land is incredibly interesting stuff that we as Angular developers should all take a look at. We should all learn from that. And yeah, so yes is the short answer to that question. Yes is the long answer to that question.
I think they're doing a lot with that very thing at Netflix, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay. Of all the improvements in Angular 2, what's your favorite? What are you most proud of?
Observables.
I like how toolable it is and the speed of improvements we have made.
Nobody else is proud.
No,
really.
I think, like, the overall architecture and how it all hangs together, like, we've tackled more problems than we've ever tackled before. So the fact that we can do universal, that works with web workers, that works with animations, that's all super fast, I'm really proud of that.
I would chime in and say the static analyzability of the framework is really, I think, the hugest thing that is different about Angular 1 that lets you do incredible optimizations and developer experience improvements that weren't possible before.
I really like that we were able to get rid of a lot of stuff, like the $Q that we mentioned before. Like in Angular 1, we had to make up many of these things or reinvent the wheel. In Angular 2, we don't need to do that anymore, and I think that's really cool.
I was going to add that it's finally a framework I don't have to be embarrassed about.
Can I?
The other thing I would say is that you said this to me in the office the other day. We were like polishing up the last couple steps of something, and you looked at me and you said something like, "This is so cool because nobody else is doing this, right? Like nobody else is in the position that we're in right now." And I think that the next 2 years of Angular are going to be just ridiculously exciting because we built a really cool platform, and the kind of stuff that people are going to build on top is going to be pretty rad, I think. So go do that, all of you.
It seems kind of prosaic to say this because it's such an obvious thing everything needs, but I'm really, really proud of what Ward's been able to achieve on the docs, bringing a team of people together and delivering docs that are really addressing your needs in a way that I think on Angular 1 we weren't able to do. I think we've come a long way, and I'm really excited to see. We have a lot still to do, but I'm really, really proud of how far the docs have come on Angular 2.
For me, I think that it's, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I find the core abstractions of Angular 2 are just much simpler than those in Angular 1. Like looking at templates, I can see, what is data binding to a property, what the events are. The structural directives are much clearer. I find it's just much easier to understand the concepts of Angular 2 versus Angular 1.
So that actually leads very well into the next question, which is, are you guys worried at all that Angular 2 will be harder to learn for a new developer than Angular 1 with new concepts like observables, decorators, TypeScript, etc.?
So, as I said, I was only half joking about not being embarrassed about the first framework. There are certain things that you will have to unlearn, like the $scope, $apply, and all those things that... So I think it is simpler, but if you're brand new, I've never seen Angular before, I think learning Angular 2 is relatively straightforward. If you're coming from Angular 1, you might have to like relearn a couple of things and unlearn a few things.
So I would add, when I joined the team, I hadn't worked with Angular before, so I went down the path of like, oh, I need to learn this, and I need to learn it in a weekend, and I started taking Angular 1 courses, and I came in on a Monday, and Brad said, if you just learned Angular 2, there's like 57 things you don't have to know anymore. And I was like, forget this Angular 1 thing, I'm just going to go forward with Angular 2 because it was so much easier, and if I look at Angular 1 code now, I'm able to understand it, but there's just so much stuff in there, and I think not having to learn all that stuff is really awesome, and it's going to be way easier.
The other thing is that a lot of people have talked to me, and I think that Angular as a framework is far simpler. I think that honestly, the hardest thing will be the rest of being a JavaScript developer, right? Tooling and packaging and bundling and all that other stuff. And a lot of people have said that to me, and I think probably you as well, that like we're super confident that framework is better and stronger and easier to learn, but I think we also are now very aware, even more so than we were, that like tooling is a thing that we need to handle, and we want to handle for you where we can, right? So I think that we'll try to take that next step for you, I think, of making that easier to deal with.
One thing I'd add is that I think there's a lot of things that you should be doing if you're building any sort of JavaScript application now, right? Progressive web applications, server-side rendering for the first run of an application. And those things were really hard in Angular 1. And they're hard a little bit in Angular 2, but we're trying to make it easier, and we're building the tooling that makes that easy.
Okay, so you are all superheroes to this community. Who are your heroes?
Brad.
Maybe when you're a hero, you don't need a hero.
Victor Safkin. He couldn't be here, but he's my hero. Taro.
Was that in my head, that wind chime? Because I've been hearing
this
that.
This is a little bit pandering, but some of you actually dove into Angular 2 way before it was ready, and you give us a lot of feedback, so thank you. I don't know if that's hero worship, but you guys did dangerous things that we're not sure it was going to pan out well.
And I guess I would say, like, because I'm the observable guy, right? Like, Matt Podosaki for RX and Ben Lesh for, like, redoing RX for us. They've been huge partners for us, and that's awesome. And then I think, like, on a personal note, Dan Abramov, who does Redux, right? Like, he's a big person for me, right? And I've learned a huge amount from those guys, so.
I want to add Tobias, who's not here with us at ng-conf, has been doing a lot of great work over the past few months.
Yeah, the offline compiler is mostly based on his work to take the online compiler and make it powered by static reflection. So +1 to Tobias. I'm hoping we can name it the Tobiler because it's so awesome.
And I would come in and say,
sorry.
You first.
I was going to tell a little story about Tobias that, every time he comes to the office, he's like, I have an idea, Mishko. It's like, what's your idea? I'm going to rewrite the compiler. And I'm like, okay. And he always refactors that thing, and it's like twice as faster than it was before. It's like, how do you do that over and over again? Like, at some point, you got to hit a limit.
Yeah, I would say Frosty and Dave and Joe Eames and Sonny and everybody else who was involved with organizing this conference. Woo! We wouldn't be able... Like you all, everybody who was involved in organizing this made this happen 3 years ago from nothing and made the Angular conference thing happen. And it's wonderful that all of these people can be here and be a part of this.
Thank you. I stopped listening past Dave, so whatever else you said, I agree with it. Okay, what do you guys love best about the Angular community? And maybe what would you like to see changed? To end on a negative note.
The places I like the Angular community best is where I see collaboration, where people come together to build things. And we get involved in some of the places like the docs. Like some of our favorite people have written docs and cookbooks and things for us. And then Universal and the CLI. I would love to see more of that. I would just love to see folks organize into groups where you see a problem, find a way to be a leader, and bring other people with you along.
So, like, I got started on Angular on IRC back in the day, on, like, hash AngularJS, yeah. And that's where I learned Angular, and just being in that community and helping people. And then the same things happened on Gitter with Angular 2, right? There are thousands of people in that room every day, helping people, answering questions. Everybody's kind of learning together. And I think that's the best thing about the Angular community is that there's like, 20 of us? And we can't teach you everything. But then we have this, like, force multiplier of this awesome community who teaches everybody. And it's brilliant. So keep doing that.
Okay, we'll take one for the audience unless we have anyone else that wanted to answer that last one. Okay.
Hi, I'm Naresh, and I was really surprised that no questions have come up for material yet. And it's so awesome that Angular is beautiful, but giving a very high quality front-end library is equally important. So I really want to thank the material team right there for doing such a great job with coming up with the beta.
Okay, one more right here.
Awesome. Hi. Well, first off, thank you. And secondly, I had a practical question when it came to ng upgrade, which still kind of blows my mind. But if you're working on an Angular 1 application that is going to stay Angular 1 for about a year, is it still, but it will eventually go to 2. Is it worthwhile right now to be building components through ng upgrade in Angular 2? Or would it be better to wait until you're closer sort of the transform and refactor?
That's a really good question.
I'll try, Robin. You can follow on. So if you move to Angular 1.5, there's this nice option where you can write your components in the style of Angular 2 without ever leaving Angular 1. At the same time, Pete and the rest of the team are working on bringing more of the APIs, like Igor mentioned. Router already exists, but animation, IETNN, there. So you can actually take advantage of a lot of the pieces of Angular 2. You might move to TypeScript in your code base, as another way that can help you refactor things when the time comes, where the IDEs can do more work. So you can actually completely exist on an Angular 1 code base and still be preparing for Angular 2. If there are some components that you think would benefit from the speed of Angular 2, you might rewrite some of the big problematic pieces and include those in. Rob, you have other things?
No, you pretty much know.
Okay, good.
Awesome. Okay, I think we will end with just one last question, and you are all welcome to answer it, or just whoever has a thought. But what would you say, or what would you hope would be the main takeaway from ng-conf? And this is a chance for all of you to give your talks all over again. So, no. What do you think should be the main takeaway? It's okay if we have lots of different answers.
I'll try. So these conversations we've been having, this is the most magical thing for us. I hope you folks have had some value out of meeting folks who are doing what you're doing and collaborating with them. There are some awesome meetups in your neighborhood, and if there aren't, please start them. Go and be part of those meetups, give talks, find other people to give talks, because that's where we can all learn from each other and become a bigger community.
Sorry, I'm going to... I was going to say that that Angular is kind of grown up. It's not just for web now. It's also a full-on platform for rendering to other things than web.
I was going to say that the thing that made Angular 1 great was that there was this entire huge ecosystem of components and directives and all this stuff that people built, like lazy loading and all the stuff that we didn't build. That's I want you all to know that now you can start doing that. That's what, for me, the takeaway for me is you should go home now and all that awesome stuff you built for Angular 1, go build it for Angular 2, because it's ready to do that, right? I think. Migrate it to Angular 2, yeah? Yes. Build it. Build it.
I would like you guys all to walk away knowing that all these guys up here build this product, but it's not just about the technology. They really build it for you guys, and it drives them to get up every morning, and I've seen them stay up all night, every night, especially for the last month or so. So it's all about you, and we want to hear from you.
Yeah, I would definitely echo that and say, go build amazing things with Angular 2, and let's make the platform better together.
It looks like we have one last question from the audience. Go ahead.
It's actually for you. When is
It's for me?
ng-conf 2017?
Oh, ng-conf 2017. We've just been grounded from the Angular team by Brad, so I don't know. We'll let you know.
We were going to call it off except for that ocarina gift, and so now we should talk.
So we're back in.
Yeah, we're back in.
Yes.
We're back in.
Excellent. Okay, well, that wraps it up. Give it up for the Angular team. Domo and the rest of the sponsors. Yeah. Could not do it without them. And especially shout out to our amazing staff. Sunny is the secret sauce to this entire event.
Come here.
Sunny, can you please come up?
Come here, Sunny.
So, I hate to say this because this may lead to some of you stealing her, but Sunny has become such a big deal that she's actually formed her own organization, her own company, Zero Slope Events, and she has an amazing staff. Ty, why don't you all come up here? Every single one of you, come on up. They have made this an incredible event. I don't know if you have any idea how hard it is to coordinate 1,500 nerds over 3 days, but they did it. Come on up. Let's give it up for the staff. Seriously, thank you so much. Okay. Kip and Joe.
And then Dave and I are lucky enough to be like the face of the event.
Faces, technically.
The faces, but we're lucky enough to work with two other gents that are super helpful, and they're responsible for a lot of the ideas that made this really, really fun. So Kip and Joe, why don't you guys come up and get a round of applause for these guys.
Okay. And finally, this is something we like to do. I don't know if this is a Utah thing or what, but it's always kind of fun. So for the Angular team, why don't you guys stand up, and we're going to give them a good old-fashioned slow clap. So this takes some coordination. Follow me. You use both of your hands and you put them together at the same time that I do, okay? All right, here we go. Way too fast. This is a slow clap. It's like a slow dance, right? All right. Give it up for the Angular team, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. We love you. We'll see you next year. Have an awesome night.
Yeah.